Hello and good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for day 3 of this intriguing county championship matchup between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. Day 3 often referred to as moving day in the cricketing world, and if the last 2 days are anything to go by, then I'm pretty sure today the game will move on at pace but at different times. Now, starting the morning, Worcestershire currently will have a lead of 118 runs as they finish day 2 on 225 for 5. Let's just remind you all of how the action unfolded on day 2 with the day 2 highlights.
Barnard hits defiant ton to rescue pairs. This match has absolutely flown along. 17 wickets fell on day 1. Worcestershire skittled by a new career best of 8 for 52 for Dane Patterson before the pairs caused their own problems. Not starting day 2 on 203 for 7, Moores and Broad at the crease. But the Nottinghamshire keeper wouldn't stick around for very long, lasting just 4 day 2 balls before he was caught at cover by Libby off the bowling of Morris. That was the signal for Broad to go on a bit of a charge. 18 runs came from the third over of the day. Some punishment dished out to Morris, and he refused to relent. He was making mincemeat of the Worcestershire attack, the 9th wicket worth 50 with another Broad boundary. He'd added 37 of those runs. Finch took the wicket of his partner Luke Fletcher, unable to get it past the leaping Brett D'Oliveira, but the lead was now over 100 and all eyes were on the other end where Broad was one shot away from 50. Patterson wasn't able to stick around long enough for him to get there. He fell into the same trap that got Fletcher, caught by D'Oliveira off Finch. Notts all out for 266, the lead 107, and the match into the third innings with less than an hour played of day 2. Only Hamid and Duckett's 50s eclipsed Broad's unbeaten 45 down the order, but Worcestershire had done well to keep Notts within touching distance. Finch the pick with 3 for 59. They needed a good start with the bat, but it wasn't forthcoming. Pollock bowled second ball by Luke Fletcher. The Outlaws had their tails up. Another for Fletcher. Libby out caught by Patterson White. Worcestershire wobbling at 6 for 2. It really wasn't going to plan. Azhar Ali out for 5, caught by a diving Liam Patterson White, and the captain couldn't add much more resistance. He chipped Patterson to a diving Hasib Hamid. Worcestershire now 4 down with just 32 on the board. The pairs needed to regroup. Nottinghamshire threatening to win this within 2 days if they couldn't recover after lunch. Haynes and Barnard did all they could to halt the Nottinghamshire charge and made their way halfway to parity in the early stages of the session. It was just the stand Worcestershire needed, and at the very least looked likely to force Nottinghamshire to bat again as they put on 50 for the 5th wicket. But Haynes, with just 1 run needed for a well-deserved half-century, came to the end of the road, out caught behind square trying to lift Broad beyond the fences. They inched their way past 100 and into a slender lead heading towards tea. And the score at the break was a much improved 122 for 5. The advantage, though, just 15 runs. The resilience from Worcestershire was to be admired after tea. Cox and Barnard continuing to deny Nottinghamshire despite the determined bowling of their hosts. Barnard had a 50 as a reward for his good work, scored off 127 balls after almost 3 hours in the middle. They added 50 runs without reply, the lead now starting to look much healthier, but they still had plenty of work to do. Notts just couldn't find a way to separate them, the lead increasing ever more, the 6th wicket worth 100, and the number 6 now starting to look for a ton of his own. His partner raised the bat first though, Cox up to 50 off 145 balls, with a boundary top-edged over Moores off the bowling of Patterson. Barnard too would be celebrating before the close. His 100 came from 193 balls, with a cute shot through third man for 2. What an effort he'd put in for his side under significant pressure. And he would still be there when they returned on day 3, carrying his bat with Worcestershire now leading by 118. It's been a low-scoring affair so far, so Nottinghamshire will be wary of letting their visitors get too far ahead. They're still in pole position at the moment, but the pairs are now threatening to storm back into this one.
So that was the action from day 2. But what did Notts captain Stephen Mullaney think of the action? Well, he caught up with the Trent Bridge media staff after day 2. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Steve, a day of 2 halves in terms of drama, really. What are your thoughts at the end of it?
Well, I still think we're probably in the best position in the game, although, I thought Ed and Ben Cox played well there. Barnard, 100 not out on a wicket that's probably got a bit flatter and a bit slower. But yesterday was overcast, obviously, no heavy rollers have been used on the pitch, so it zipped around a little bit. We got our rewards. Probably disappointed with losing so many wickets last night. Thought we could have done we probably should have gone in, not that many down, which would have given us in a better position this morning, but it wasn't to be. And then I thought Stuart played unbelievably well with Luke, and to get a 100 lead on that pitch I thought was a great effort.
Yeah, let's take ourselves back to the start of the day and those runs from Stuart. How important was it both in terms of putting pressure on the scoreboard, but also sort of shifting the momentum a bit after that late session last night?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, moving the momentum across to our dressing room and obviously getting as big a lead as possible. So I think if you'd have offered anyone over 100 lead on that pitch, I think you're taking it more often than not. And then we obviously started unbelievably well with the ball, getting them 4 down very quickly. And then they've had 2 decent partnerships from 3 decent players. So there's no demons in the pitch. I don't think the odd one's kept low, but that's about it. So there's no reason why we can't come back tomorrow, hopefully take these 5 wickets and then knock these runs off.
And on Stuart, obviously hasn't played an awful lot of cricket recently, but came in with real hostility really and bowled quickly and sure. Were you impressed with the way that he bowled?
Yeah, obviously knowing him for a long time now and playing with him for over 10 years. He's human at the end of the day, so his first spell, he took a bit to get going. He's not played a match for, since January, I don't think. So he's obviously going to take time, but I thought today his rhythm and everything was magnificent. He came in and bowled, good with the new ball, and then really quickly and as you said, hostile with the bouncer plan that we had.
And there were 2 good partnerships for Worcestershire towards the end of the day. Can you put that down to anything in particular? Was the pitch flattening out and anything?
I think it's a little bit flatter, and there's a ball in there definitely. It's a bit flatter, got a bit slower, definitely with, as I said, the heavy rollers. I don't think we could have asked any more of our lads. I think all the 4 seamers and Liam, I think to go at under 2.7 and over, I think it was roughly like that. For 80 or 84 overs is a magnificent effort. So hopefully that'll stand us in good stead going in tomorrow, and hopefully we can chip away at these 5 wickets.
Is that the key when you're not necessarily taking wickets? Is keeping pressure on through economy rate, really?
I think it's the only key, really. I think you've got to keep the pressure on for as long, especially here where it's a fast-scoring ground. Normally in 4-day cricket there's always a short boundary because of obviously we have the test matches and the 100 in the middle. So I think we did that really well. It was a pitch that obviously offered a little bit and we got off to a great start. But they've got some good players and they played well.
And you'll come back tomorrow with a relatively fresh new ball, 4 overs used I think, so that's going to be important for sort of first couple of hours tomorrow.
Yeah, fresh new ball. I'm not sure about the fresh new bowlers. They'll be fine, they'll do their recovery stuff and they'll be fine in the morning, and hopefully, as I said, it can do a little bit for us in the morning, as it has on both mornings so far, and we can put them under some real pressure.
So as the captain said there, the Notts bowlers will be looking to put some pressure on those 2 Worcestershire batters this morning. If we just take a look at the bowling unit as a whole from this innings so far, you will notice that Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad, 2 wickets apiece for those, with Dane Patterson taking that other 1 wicket. But also look at the run rate per over and you'll see that Notts have improved in that second innings compared to the first. Under 3 runs per over. In the first innings it was over 4, so it just shows that they have been putting pressure on those Worcestershire batters and they'll be looking to take another 5 wickets. But from a Worcestershire point of view, well, they put up a fantastic rear guard, didn't they? And it was mainly down to 2 people in the end, Cox and Barnard. You'll notice that they have a partnership of 126. Fantastic from those 2. Ed Barnard 101 not out at the moment, Ben Cox 51, but also don't forget Jack Haynes 49 he fell for, but also a fantastic partnership with Ed Barnard as well. Right, it's now ready for all the action here on day 3, so I'll pass you over to our commentary team. That is Frank Watson and Dave Bracegirdle.
A magnificent 6th wicket partnership which has stretched into 3 figures, and just before the close last night Ed Barnard reached his century, a 3rd of his career, and Ben Cox also brought up his half century. So they'll kick on in just a minute. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Listeners to 5 Sports Extra will already have heard the voice of Kevin Howells. He'll pop in periodically throughout the day and also with us, like me, wondering what's going to happen. From BBC Hereford and Worcester. Very good morning to Frank Watson.
Good morning, Dave, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, I am wondering what's going to happen. I heard you just say fantastic cricket match. Couldn't agree more. What a great game of cricket this has been. Whatever happens now, talk about topsy-turvy. Dane Patterson, career best on the first day, magnificent. Worcestershire crashing to 37 for 4 at lunch yesterday, in desperate trouble. I mean, I think most of us thought the game would be over yesterday, but this great fight back, led by Ed Barnard and Ben Cox. Ben Cox, when I talked to him after the game last night, said Ed Barnard has nerves of steel, and I think that's what they're going to need today if they're going to extend this lead into something quite significant. He also said the pitch was still doing a little bit, but it was doing it a lot more slowly than it had been. This new ball is only 4 overs old. I dare say we'll see Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher make good use of it this morning, and Notts will be hoping they can finish this Worcestershire innings off. The tail is fairly lengthy, to be honest, but Barnard and Cox standing in their way at the moment after that epic partnership yesterday. And yeah, great game in prospect.
We always talk about a key session. This might just be a key half an hour here as the two batsmen look to get set as Fletcher comes in. First ball is a loosener down the leg side. I've just been watching Luke Fletcher bowling on the practice strips with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, observing, and every ball was there or thereabouts right on the money, and you know it, his first one for real drifts down the leg side. The sky is gorgeous this morning. Drove in from the Kingdom of Newark, and there was a patchwork of vapour trails from the aeroplanes high in the sky. Glorious sight overhead. 225 for 5. Fletcher bowls, and this is deflected down to long leg. In fact, it'll go for 4. It was much finer than I initially anticipated, so all is well so far in the Worcestershire garden. Ed Barnard up and running with a boundary, just tickled it away. Another leg side delivery from Fletcher, so not quite got his line right. He's got 2 slips and then 2 fairly close to the wicket catchers on either side. Asib Hamid in catching at shortish mid-wicket, and Liam Patterson-White, I think he's walking in rather than stationary, but he's getting fairly close in at short extra cover. We've got a mid-on and a mid-off, square leg as well, as this time Fletcher pushes into the offside, and just for a moment there was a bit of a shall we, shan't we, but they then went through for the single, and 5 runs already have come with that single. Worcestershire 230 for 5. So Barnard on to 106. This partnership is now worth 131 for the 6th wicket, and as Frank said at lunch, we were contemplating the possibility of a free weekend with Nottinghamshire very much on top and Worcestershire seemingly nose-diving towards quite a crushing defeat in 2 days, but really good resistance from Jack Haynes, who made 49, and this pair is Fletcher into Cox. That's a good delivery from Fletcher, that one right on the money to Ben Cox. Stuart Broad loosening up at mid-off. He'll be looking to make a mark for lots of reasons. Nottingham Forest, who played just behind us, just over the Radcliffe Road, one big hit away. They play at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and these two, Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher, who he's just lobbed the ball to, both try to get to as many games as they can, and I know if this was finished by 3 o'clock, they'd be hopping over the road very quickly, even in their whites, to go and watch the cricket, to go and watch the football. This is turned away on the leg side. No run. I fancy that might just be a fanciful notion that it was finished before 3, but you never know. Might still be here at 3 o'clock tomorrow. 230 for 5. And the feeling is that there might even be, as they say, a little bit of weather around tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be a day of prolonged rain on Sunday, but looking at the forecast, might be 1 or 2 interruptions if we do stretch into a 4th day. Fletcher in again to Cox, bowls to the right-handed Worcestershire wicket-keeper batsman, who blocks this one. 5 from that first over of the day. Worcestershire 230 for 5, leading by 1, 2, 3. Lizzie's been in touch. Didn't know what to do, Dave. I'm a member at Trent Bridge, season ticket holder at Lincoln City. Didn't know what to do, but Lincoln City have won. We'll be following from afar. Thanks, Lizzie. Case maybe to have come for the morning session here and then headed back to Sincilbank, but Lizzie going for the football instead. Ripple of applause with the announcement that Stuart Broad is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. 18 overs in this innings, 2 for 49 his figures. Got rid of Azhar Ali yesterday, and his second wicket, yes, was that of Jack Haynes, says he. scanning the scorecard. It was a top edge down to Ben Duckett at the long leg, which accounted for Haynes. There'll be an update for local radio listeners in just a second. And we started on time 3 or 4 minutes ago here with Worcestershire carrying on from their overnight. 224 for 5, the first over of the day, bowled by Luke Fletcher, went for 5 runs. So Worcestershire with an overall advantage at the moment of 123. It's a really lovely day here, clear blue skies over Trent Bridge. Stuart Broad's going to bowl the second over of the day. Nottinghamshire clearly looking to knock over the rest of the Worcestershire tail and then begin a run chase in the latter part of the day. Worcestershire 230 for 5.
And here is Broad from the pavilion end. He bowls to Barnard, who plays a very loose drive at that one, swinging away slightly outside the off stump, through the hands at it, and possibly fortunate not to get a nick. A little bit looser than most of what he played yesterday, Ed Barnard, but maybe a little bit of early morning nerves for him. He got 5 off Luke Fletcher's first over, extending the Worcestershire lead to 123, but it's still fairly fragile lead in the circumstances. Here's Broad again, bright sunshine as he comes in and bowls to Barnard. Good delivery outside off stump, better judgment from the batsman this time as he lifts his hands clear of that one, allows it through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. Just died on Moores a little bit, didn't quite carry on the full to him. Beautiful, beautiful morning here at Trent Bridge, and sunshine, and this little part of Nottingham quite a theatre of sport this afternoon, with Forest being at home later on in what is an exceptionally important game at the top of the championship. Here's Broad again in, bowling to Barnard, who's in behind this one, pushing it out square on the offside. Hasib Hamid comes in to do the fielding, and
it adds a different dimension when the cricket's on here and Forest are at home, because it feels like there are more in the cricket ground, because you'll hear suddenly lots of roars and oohs and ahs, because the ground is
just
fairly close,
road,
just over the Radcliffe Road there behind us.
As it indeed, big game today. Broad, big game here as well at Trent Bridge. He comes in now, 2 slips waiting. He bowls to Barnard, short one. Barnard sways out of the way of it, avoids it well. Negotiated the short stuff from Broad very well yesterday, Ed Barnard, I thought. Faced quite a barrage and he coped with it pretty well.
He wore one or two, didn't he?
He did. They both took a couple of blows, these two, but badges of honour, I suppose. I suppose they would have regarded them as when they inspected the bruises in the privacy of the dressing room. 235. Broad in again. Last ball of his first over of the day. He bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it turned Barnard around a little bit, and he ended up getting a thickish outside edge which ran along the ground quite quickly past the diving Hamid at backward point, and they get through for a rather fortuitous single. That takes Barnard on to 107, 231 for 5. Worcestershire lead by 124, and it's all about little targets for these two this morning, and the first one is to get yourself in again after yesterday's efforts, and that'll take 15-20 minutes or so. Just get through the first 10 or 15 balls that you face. But there's real tension, Dave, in the air, isn't there?
Very much so, yep. It's going to be Luke Fletcher to begin the third over of the morning. Ed Barnard's on strike on 107. Bowls a really good delivery. That is Fletcher at his best,
absolutely.
Just trying to clip the top of the off bail, and that didn't miss it by too much, just jagged
trademark
away.
Fletcher that was, wasn't it? Just that little shape away from the right hand, a bit of bounce, really good delivery.
If you're just joining us, a very good morning to you. Dave Bracegirdle and Frank Watson in the commentary box at Trent Bridge, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and all our friends following us everywhere through BBC Sport Online, or the live stream. You can actually watch pictures. There's a link on the website of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club and indeed Worcestershire County Cricket Club. Fletcher bowls again, once more. Fletcher got it on a bit of a string here at the moment. He started off in his first over with a couple down the leg side, one of which was punished to the tune of 4 runs, but there's a better start to the second over, 2 that have almost drawn Ed Barnard into an involuntary flick at the ball as it just shaped away from the bat. 231 for 5. Our umpires are Neil Bainton and Peter Hartley. Our scorers over in the Batman board at the far end of the ground, Roger Marshall and Sue Drinkwater, as Fletcher bowls again and Barnard defends. Those of you that have often heard me referring to the scoreboard, the one at the pavilion end of the ground, as the Batman board here. If you've not seen it, the stanchions at either end stick up in the air. It makes it look like Batman's profile.
Makes it look like my grandson's favourite mask, Dave.
He's a Batman fan.
He's a Batman. He's any superheroes, really. Yeah.
Here's Fletcher. Comes in past umpire Bainton. Bowls nice and full, and again just gets that shape away. Lovely bowling from Fletcher. Ripple of applause from, well, probably all around the ground, but certainly we can hear it here at the Radcliffe Road end. And Fletcher does like to have a little bit of a rapport with the spectators at this end. Feels if he can get them animated and involved in the action, they will lift his performance as well. You often see him making that gesture, come on, get behind us. No, he's done it there, he just waved to them. 231 for 5. Here he comes again, 6'6" of pure Nottingham beef. Bowls a really magnificent delivery again. This one probably went over the top of off. And straight away he turned round. I wondered if he was okay, but he said something to the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, and he's bringing a fielder in, Frank, from the leg side over onto the offside, just tinkering with the field here, as if perhaps he feels he might leak some runs down to third man or something. But it's a third slip going in, not a third man, although Ben Slater is going down there to sort of protect deep backward square, that sort of area. So 3 slips. That's good from Fletcher. Would have rued a missed chance if one had been edged through there. Bowls an absolute jaffer of a ball, and listen to the reception here.
Great over from Luke Fletcher.
That was Fletcher at his best. I mean, that's what we saw from Dane Patterson in the first innings, wasn't it? Consistency of delivery like that, challenging the batsman every ball. And in the first innings, they were unfortunate enough, most of them, to nick it on that occasion. Ed Barnard, I think, will do well to come out of that over unscathed.
Yeah, I suppose the difference possibly is that Patterson was threatening both edges, wasn't he, off the seam, whereas Luke Fletcher just settling into that rhythm, and it's mainly just shaped away. He's bowling for that outside edge, and as you say, Ed Barnard just fortunate that he didn't get a nick. And if he had got a nick, I don't think he could have blamed himself too much. That's just top-class bowling. This ball is only 7 overs old, so in many ways it's a bit like the first morning of a game, really, isn't it? Is Broad, with that ball in hand, comes in towards us now and bowls over the wicket to Cox, who drives sweetly on the offside and might consider himself a little bit unfortunate not to pick up any runs, because that was nicely timed. But Liam Patterson-White, who's in the covers, and he's in quite close in the covers, made a good stop and gathered the ball cleanly, moving to his left. So Cox yet to score this morning. Barnard has added 6, and it's 231 for 5. And a tense, sunlit Trent Bridge as Broad strides in again from the pavilion end and bowls, and Cox does get his first run of the morning. In fact, he gets 4. It's a beautifully timed clip off the pads from Ben Cox, and even though there are 2 fielders deep on the leg side behind square, one just behind square, the other at a wideish long leg, that one has gone right between the 2 of them and flown away to the boundary. Lovely timing from Ben Cox. He goes to 55, and the total is 235 for 5, and the lead now 128. Had a quite lengthy chat with Ben Cox after play last night, and interesting to talk to him about his method out there yesterday. He said he was not really playing in his usual way. Obviously, he's faced 166 balls now for his 55. And here's Broad again into him. Bowls and gets one on the leg stump, Midland leg, just pushes it on the offside, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket by Lyndon James, who kind of close in, almost catching at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Cox said he was subjected to, not abuse, but there were plenty of comments out there about the fact that he wasn't playing in his usual way, really, and he said that he quite enjoyed that. I don't think there was anything malicious about it. Just people saying, come on, Cox, you usually play a few more shots than this. Anyway, here's Broad, bangs that one in. That's a good bouncer from Stuart Broad, and it's well played by Cox, because he swayed out of the way, kind of went into a half squat, swayed out of the way, but he kept his eye on it all the way through. And that's good batting by Ben Cox. Really good test this morning for these two. Partnership worth 136 so far. And Stuart Broad asking questions, as he has throughout the game, from the pavilion end. In once more. Bowls to Cox, who drives. Beautiful shot again on the up. Timed really well, but once again Liam Patterson-White, this time moving to his right at short extra, makes the save. And that one possibly a bit easier for Patterson-White because it bounced up a little bit more. The other one was more around his ankles. But good fielding, good bowling, good shot, good cricket. No runs. Good atmosphere, good weather. This is what it's all about, Dave.
Yeah, very much so.
Stuart Broad in again to bowl to Cox. Bowls and bangs one in again, and Cox again ducks underneath it. Goes through to Tom Moores. The end of the over, the fourth of the day. Worcestershire 128 ahead, 235 for 5.
A very good morning to everybody that's already taken the trouble to get in touch. Kevin Howells will be with us a little later on. If you want to send a message via the old Twittery thing, I'm at Brace Cricket. Frank is at Frank Watson 58. One or two people getting in touch. Charles is with us. Very good morning, Charles. Enjoying the coverage. Thrilling fight back. Found us on 5 Sports Extra. As Luke Fletcher is in again. This one's hit to mid on. No run. Tim says, guys, thanks for the commentary. I'm a Worcestershire fan, sat watching at home in Sheffield, enjoying this brilliant partnership. Any thoughts on what Worcestershire would need to set Notts to be competitive in terms of the fourth innings? I would imagine the thing that Notts are getting from this, whilst it is frustrating to see a partnership growing to one of currently worth 136, they will also know the wicket is playing pretty well, and the best part of 2 days left. Worcestershire probably haven't got enough yet. This one wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper. I
just replied to Tim on that one. I reckon another 100 would make it. I'd still make Notts favourite, but something around about 225 I think would be would make it a contest, and that would be a remarkable turnaround given where Worcestershire were at lunch yesterday. It really would.
Well, I'm the world's worst tipster and predictor or whatever. Kevin Howell said to me, what's going to happen today? And I said Notts will be left to score 238 and it'll be nip and tuck. So let's see if that happens. 235 for 5. This is pushed into the offside. Invariably, as that's what I said, nothing resembling that will happen, of course.
That's pretty specific for the world's worst tipster.
Well, it was a conversation that really could have gone on and on and on, couldn't it? Well, I think it might be this or it might be that or whatever. So I just went straight. Yeah, Notts are going to be left 238 and nip and tuck. They're going to get home. It might just be by a wicket or two. But as I said, that probably will be very wide of the mark, as Fletcher was bowled nicely this morning. Bowls a ball of fullish length, but probably slightly more leg-sided than he would have wished, and Ed Barnard is able to push it into the offside. Asiba Mead doing the fielding. I was watching in the previous over, Frank, sorry, while you were commentating, obviously Broad bowling, and you made the comment that Liam Patterson-White there made a couple of good stops. He had to be right in the right position because that is the shorter side, and it must be like a real magnet when Broad pitches it up trying to drive through the covers, and they had Patterson-White absolutely in the right spot as Fletcher bowls again. A gently played push into the offside. Frank was telling me yesterday how he used to coach the young kids with a tennis ball, just to play it with soft hands, just as softly as you can, just pushing it out, and that's exactly what Ben Cox did. Was he one of your students?
No, he wasn't. No, he was at Bromsgrove School, Ben, when I was up at Repton
But that's what you were referring to yesterday, wasn't it? Just very soft hands.
Sometimes teaching youngsters to play spin, and sometimes seeing, with a tennis ball, can you just play it and almost make it not run away? Just stop down at your feet.
Cox on 55, Worcestershire 2-3-6 for 5 as Fletcher bowls another really good ball to Ed Barnard, which goes through to Tom Moores. End of the over, 2-3-6 for 5. And talking about Ben Cox and the comments, of course there'll be quite a few players out there that will know Ben. Obviously there's been a lot of Nottinghamshire Worcestershire clashes in all formats over the years, but also Ben, as we were saying on the first day when Samit Patel was in here, was this was sort of his home ground for part of last summer, because he was a member of the Trent Rockets, and of course there's Tom Moores out there, there's Stephen Mullaney out there that were also part of that same side. And
it was his home bench, wasn't it?
Well, it was as it happened, and of course Tom Moores would have been the one keeping him out.
That's right. Anyway, he's the non-striker at the moment, Ben Cox, because Stuart Broad is going to continue from the pavilion end, and he's in now, the England man, and bowling to Barnard. Good leave outside the off stump, good delivery. This game, as I say, has turned around. I was foolish enough to cancel my hotel reservation for tonight, Dave, yesterday morning, thinking that there was no way I would be here on Sunday. It might still be the case, but if it does go into the fourth day, I think I might have to get in touch with one or two local friends that I've got who might find me on their settee tonight, because it's been an extraordinary turnaround. Long way to go still as Broad comes in and bowls, and that's runs for Barnard through mid-wicket. He gets 1, he'll come back for 2 as Mullaney comes round from mid-on to do the fielding. Good running. They've run well.
Yes, they have.
Actually, these two. And to be fair, I think Worcestershire have run well, not just in this game, but throughout the season. It's something they've worked on, something they've talked about, and they've decided to be quite aggressive in their running as a side. And that was a good 2. Barnard goes to 110, and it's 2-3-8 for 5 now, as Broad moves in again and bowls to Barnard, and he's repeated the shot of the previous delivery. This time got it a little bit further out into the deep, and as Mullaney pursues it down to the boundary, they come back for 3. So 3 runs for Barnard. Another nicely timed little clip off the pads, and Worcestershire go to 241 for 5. Barnard to 113, and the lead to 134.
I was just going to say, it's poor captaincy really, when the skipper's got 2 long chases in consecutive balls, and he's done something immediately to try and prevent that, because he's put Lyndon James on the leg side as well.
Back in,
young legs, you can chase them now, young man.
He's put James in there, I think, also because it's Cox on strike, and that's what they fancy. But Stuart Broad, who's played about with his field quite regularly while he's been bowling, also changing the position of his deep backward square leg as he comes in and bangs this one into Cox, who is out, caught behind. Well bowled by Stuart Broad. The end of this exceptionally good partnership for Worcestershire as Ben Cox goes. Quick delivery, that one. It was on him really quickly, and just took the edge, and taken by Tom Moores. So the end of Ben Cox. A really good innings from the Worcestershire keeper, but he's gone, and he made 55 runs, adding just 4 to his overnight score. He's caught by Tom Moores off the bowling of Stuart Broad, and the partnership is over. Worcestershire are 241 for 6.
Just in the replay of it, Frank, his bat was really at a cocked angle, almost as if he was getting into position to run it down to third, but then
it was pace,
wasn't going to play it, and it just kissed the outside edge. Cox out for 55, batted for 220 minutes. What's that? 3 hours 40. Faced 172 balls, hit 8 fours. Terrific innings that from Ben Cox. Largely a rearguard action, a supportive action, supportive innings with Ed Barnard at the other end. But now he's gone. Josh Baker is the new man, relatively new on the first class scene, making his way out to the middle to join Ed Barnard, and I'm sure they'll be saying more of the same, please, in the Worcestershire dressing room.
Big moment for Josh Baker, this, I think, for an 18-year-old who's watched Stuart Broad throughout his school days and so on, this is a really big moment, isn't it, coming into bat against him. This is a boy that I've done a little bit of work with, Dave, particularly on his batting over the years when he was a bit younger. I think his mum and dad are here today. They've been watching.
That's a brave
the stream.
thing to say.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever happens.
Yeah.
His mum and dad are here today. They've been watching the stream avidly, I think, for the last couple of days. He's got a first-class 50, got that at Lord's last year. But what a big moment this is, as Broad comes in to bowl to Baker, and he's off the mark straight away, flicking this one uppishly, it must be said, off his hip. But he'll breathe a heavy sigh of relief as he gets down to the non-striker's end, and he takes the total on to 242 for 6. Ben Cox out then a couple of minutes ago, caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Stuart Broad. A really good delivery from the England man that hurried on, didn't it, to Cox, and almost involuntarily just touched it through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. 242 for 6 as Broad is into Barnard. Even more responsibility on his shoulders, bangs this one in short. Barnard ducks underneath it, taken by Moores. End of a successful over for Stuart Broad, warmly applauded by the Trent Bridge faithful, and Worcestershire's lead is 1-3-5.
It is indeed, yes. Just to say, full complement of fixtures in this round of matches, all 18 counties playing, all 9 matches underway again, as you'd imagine. Nice weather, I think, up and down the country. All the details on the BBC Sport website. The most significant news, I guess, is at Taunton this morning, where Warwickshire lost their final wicket of their first innings, all out for 209, and Somerset have stuck them in again, enforcing the follow-on at Taunton. As I say, all the details to you available to you on the BBC Sport website, with the live text commentary as Fletcher starts a new over, one well wide of the off stump. His first ball to the new arrival, Josh Baker, a little wide of the mark. Speaking of marks, Mark Muggerseth on Twitter, come on Notts, you can do this. Thanks guys for the excellent coverage. Appreciate that, Mark, and so too will our cameraman and the production crew who've been here since the crack of dawn. Getting it all set up once again. Steve Kicks, good morning. Dave and Frank, at last a breakthrough. Hope we can now finish it off and get the other wickets as Fletcher is in. Bowles hit him on the pad and asking and given, and Fletcher's got Baker very early on here. He's gone for one, and Luke Fletcher has been challenging that off stump and middle and off line, getting the one just a nip away, but that seemed to hold its line, and it looked full and straight, and even with my dodgy eyes here 150 yards away, that always looked as if it was going to at least make the umpire have a bit of a think about it, but he didn't have to wait too long. Umpire Bainton felt it was going on to hit the sticks, and in consecutive overs, in fact in the space of 5 balls now, Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets, and they've gone from 241 for 5 to 242 for 7.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, this is what, well, I wouldn't say we feared would happen, but we thought could happen if that partnership was ended. Josh Baker, obviously fairly inexperienced, and it's top class bowling, this, let's make no bones about it. There aren't many better pace attacks than this in county cricket, let alone in Division 2, and Josh Baker getting one from Fletcher. They're probably expecting those ones to just keep shaping away, and he just bowled one a little bit straighter, and he's done it.
It is almost the law, though, Frank, isn't it, though, that after a century partnership, the poor old next batsman will always fail. It happens time and time again.
It's also very often the case, Dave, isn't it, in my experience anyway, that when you've had a big partnership and it's overnight, something happens quite early on the next morning. Anyway, change in the batting, obviously. Joe Leach not playing, so Adam Finch is coming in at number 9. The 2 men to follow will be Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris.
What did he do first? Not out 9.
Yeah,
couldn't remember his dismissal, and that's why.
He's not a complete bunny, but as I say, top class bowling this.
Here is Fletcher in again, and Finch steers it into the offside, and there's no run. So a couple of quick wickets here for Nottinghamshire. Worcestershire beginning the morning 225 for 5, so 17 runs have been added. 2 wickets, not quite as frenetic as the opening half an hour yesterday, when by this stage Stuart Broad had already hit 2 sixes. He'd taken 18 off a Charlie Morris over. It was helter-skelter cricket. There were fielders on the boundary trying to prevent Broad from scoring runs, and Things really did get off in 5th gear yesterday. Here's Fletcher in once more. Another really good delivery here. Just nips away from Adam Finch. Fletcher 3 for 50. His figures now. The country's leading wicket taker, of course, last year with 66 wickets in the championship. He actually missed a game, the last home game against Glamorgan, with a bit of a tight hamstring, and that also prevented him bowling in Sussex's second innings at Hove, the opening round of matches. So he's playing catch up a little bit, but I've already seen this morning what a good bowler he can be if the conditions suit, and they're suiting at the moment. He's in, bowls nice and full, and crisp drive by Finch up to mid-off. How's Ed Barnard going to play this? He's perfectly able to trust Adam Finch, but might just, when Pennington and Morris come in,
he's got to try and take most of the strike, I think, hasn't he, if he possibly can. But it's a long way. It's a long day to do that, isn't it, as it were? But I think he will try and take most of the strike.
One other thing has just caught my eye. Nottinghamshire's over rate is -1. Might want to just keep checking with the umpire until they get that back on an even keel. And well, this was pitched up very full, jabbed down in the block hole by Finch, and I don't think he was absolutely certain where it had gone, and he set off running, which might have been dangerous because it went straight to Patterson wide. Applause for Fletcher, 242 for 7, and that applause will once again start up in a moment, because he's making his way back to this end of the ground. Frank's just got to nip and do an update for. There is that applause for Fletcher, and he waves. And he not only waves, he holds his arms aloft like he's signalling a 6. 242 for 7. It is sometimes comical the way he interacts with them, but he's very much a firm fan's favourite here, and he'll have enjoyed that moment getting rid of Josh Baker. Still going to be Broad. Meanwhile, Juan has been in touch. Decent start from Notts this morning, Dave. Nice steady run chase of less than 175 would be ideal. The lead is 135 at the moment. Notts went the best part of 2.5, getting on for 3 years without a first-class win, and since then, once the dam was breached, they've won 9 of their last 14 first-class matches. 242 for 7, and Ed Barnard here just showing that he has complete faith in his batting partner by taking a single first ball of this Broad over, dropping it on the leg side. Barnard 114, Worcestershire 243 for 7. And that's a lead of 136. So the new man, Adam Finch, is thrown into the lion's den. He's down to face Stuart Broad straight away, with Barnard taking that single, and Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, reinforcing the field. But there's only 2 slips, Clark and Duckett, but the short leg of Ben Slater has gone in there right under the batsman's nose as Broad comes in again. Bowls to Finch. Good morning, Mr. Finch, he says, banging one in short, but Finch was able to let it go by. It was short, Frank, but it was also swinging away from him, so he was able to get out of the way.
It swung miles after it passed him. I mean, Tom Walls took that in front of Ben Duckett at second slip, and that's an indication of a little bit of change. It's a bit warmer, isn't it? The air ball always swings a little bit more when it's a bit warmer.
It's looked in good rhythm here. Broad comes in once more, bowls, driven through the offside for 4. It's a lovely looking shot from Adam Finch. 15 love, he'll be saying.
You might regret that in a
nice
minute.
shot. Well, you would imagine the next one might be there or thereabouts in the centre of the strip.
I don't think Stuart Broad was too impressed with that shot. Or not as impressed as we were, and Ed Barnard clapped it as well quite extravagantly from the non-striker's end.
Stretches the lead to 140. Finch up and running with a lovely shot. Notts have got Lyndon James in there at extra cover. He's a big tall man with long arms like Mr. Stretch, but is able to get nowhere near it as it was blasted past him. Next ball is, well, it is pitched up, full and straight and quick from Broad, and Finch just jabbed down on it, stayed in the crease and just blocked it. Should be an update for local radio listeners in this part of the East Midlands in just a second. 2:47 for 7. Here comes Broad. Yes, good morning, Dino. Another fast-paced start to the day here. Day 3, as you say, Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire. Notts have picked up a couple of wickets. Really lengthy partnership for the 6th wicket between Ed Barnard and Ben Cox. Frustrated Notts yesterday. They went into 3 figures, but this morning that stand ended by Stuart Broad, bowling very quickly in good rhythm. Managed to kiss the outside edge of Cox's bat, and he was caught behind for 55. And then in the next over, Luke Fletcher also striking Josh Baker in and out quickly for 1. So Worcestershire currently 247 for 7. That's an overall lead of 140. Not usually here at Trent Bridge. You don't very often see people bringing their pets into Trent Bridge, but yes, genuinely, and on my Twitter feed at Brace Cricket, I did put a photograph of it last week up at Durham. Yeah, there was a gentleman every day, all 3 days of the match at Chesterley Street. He brought his dog in, some sort of terrier, and sat there in the front row with the dog watching from the pushchair. .247 for 7. A little bit of interaction with the studio there, Radio Nottingham. That genuinely was the truth up at Chesterley Street. To those of you wondering what I was going on about, last week in the match against Durham, a gentleman, pushchair, pram, whatever you want to call it, one of the child's buggies, and he brought his dog in. I don't know if the dog was able to walk or not, but came there and wheeled his. There was no child, I should say, in the pushchair. There was just the dog, and sat there watching the cricket on the front row. And I did tweet a photograph of it. Everybody sort of thought I was making it up. As Fletcher bowls, this one swings away, goes through to the keeper. As we bid a very good morning for the first time to Kevin Howells. Welcome.
Thank you, David, and what a time to come and join you here whilst we're talking. I saw the photograph actually, and I have seen dogs being pushed in. They're like little pet buggies, and I've always thought it's because perhaps it's just at the period of time maybe the dog's getting a little bit old, can't really walk that far. And all that, and we've spoken before about pets, really important parts of family. So no big deal really. Nice to see. There's
Luke Fletcher bowling to Barnard, and he's nicked this one, but skillfully took a hand off the bat, controlled it, played it down. Does go to duck it at second slip, but on the bounce. They're bowling nicely, this pair.
But whether you'd be allowed to bring pets into too many grounds is an interesting point.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if you heard, the presenter asked me actually if pets are allowed in here, and I genuinely don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a dog inside the ground here.
That'd be guide dogs, obviously.
Yes.
And for those that would need dogs. But Chesterley Street's quite an open sort of venue, isn't it? There's plenty of area for the dog to walk around and everything. Anyway, back to the cricket, and interesting morning already developing here. Terrific morning of cricket already.
There is Fletcher, passed umpire Bainton, bowls a ball of fullish length, which is driven up to the not skipper Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run. I think at New Road we've seen 1 or 2 dogs in the ground in the past.
Definitely, and it's
querying the ball again here, Kevin. Sorry to interrupt. It's something we've seen increasingly, I think, this season, and they are going to change it. So
it's only 12.4 overs old.
And the movement that both Broad and Fletcher are getting with this ball, I think they might be a little sorry that they're waving bye-bye to it, because sometimes you get one that doesn't move at all.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's going to be a bit of a hold.
But you said you've seen this before this season.
Yeah.
We've had it in this match a couple of times. I think this is probably the 3rd time in this match that we've changed the ball.
Well, as you say, the bowlers might not be best pleased with that. But what's the process then? Usually it's the bowlers that show it to the umpire to say they're not happy. So maybe the umpire must have...
It's the captain now. The captain is allowed 2 official what's the word? It's got to go. Yeah, you know, the captain. Gone from the game is the time when virtually every other ball a bowler would say, "Come on, ump, it's out of shape. Have a look. Come on, have a look." And you know, that was just getting a little tedious. Well, now the captains are allowed twice in each innings, or in each ball's shelf life, if you like, each 80 overs. The captain can twice approach the umpire and ask him about the condition of the ball. And clearly, Mullaney's gone over at the behest of the two bowlers here, Broad and Fletcher, and clearly there was something wrong with it. They have changed it. The suitcase has been brought out. They've examined it, and in fact, yesterday when it happened, because I made the comment, because it was quite funny, they changed the ball, and very often you'll get one of the fast bowlers, Broad or Fletcher or somebody, will go over and have a look, and they'll try and say, well, we don't want that one, we want that one. It was Ben Duckett yesterday. We made commentary on air that of all the people to know what's a good ball for the new ball bowlers, it seemed to be Ben Duckett was the one that was being shown the ball. But on this particular occasion, they've selected one autonomously, and it's been handed to Luke Fletcher. So here we go. 247 for 7, Fletcher to Barnard, and this one is would have been run towards third man, but for a diving stop by Lyndon James at third slip.
Frank's just told me that Worcestershire versus Sussex last week, about 3 ball changes. So, and when they get it in their heads there's something wrong, they're not happy. And as you say, it did get a little bit tedious there at times previously when things weren't generally going well for a bowling side. They'd be constantly stopping and making the umpires have a look at everything. So good rule change there, perhaps.
Yes, Fletcher bowls, driven away through the offside, threaded a gap between a couple of fielders there, and that will, I think, hit the rope before Stuart Broad can get there. It will indeed. So the Worcestershire 250 up. There may well be a ripple of applause for that landmark. It's not that significant, but as far as Worcestershire are concerned it is, because it takes the lead to 144. And just quickly I can say thank you to Soph, because she's been in touch to say, Dave, you can buy tickets to bring your dog in at the Riverside. I'm not aware that you can bring your pet in at Trent Bridge. And the guy at Chesterley Street has a pushchair to get him on and off the train and to get him to work. Thanks, Soph. Appreciate that. So you can buy tickets to bring your dog in at the Riverside. I'm not going to press you how much they are. You can only speculate, can't you? Your dog ticket. But yeah, that's nice. As you say, a sort of more of an open arena and
a bit more space.
You know, you're not going to be sat next to somebody who perhaps. Or you can take the option to sit away from people, you know, in case there's somebody who genuinely has a fear of dogs or doesn't want to be near them.
Anyway, it's Stuart Broad coming into bowl to Finch here. 251 for 7. It's a lead of 144 runs. Saturday morning, day 3 of round 4 in the County Championship, and that is pushed by Finch into the offside and no run. But this lead of 144, we reckon that needs to get up somewhere around the 200 mark, something like that. I mean, the way this game has been played, you don't make any bold prediction as to what is or isn't required, but
I told Frank I did to you. I said 238, and Notts may or may not get there late in the day.
It was that time of the day that you were in that bold, decisive frame of mind. We were all like that first thing in the morning. Finch is on 4 and he faces and gets back on that into the offside, and again no run. Fairly hard thud you can hear of ball upon bat there. But it's terrific Saturday morning. It's still got a little bit of spring chill about it, but the sun is shining. It looks a picture. There's all sorts of reports of rain for tomorrow. Some saying, well, it isn't, it's going to be cloud and whatever, but seemingly cricketers having a look at that forecast, and for example, the word being from Taunton, as they've enforced the follow-on, it's because of that forecast that they've probably done that. Finch is on 4 here for Worcestershire, and ducks out of the way of that one. Didn't get up too high and past the leg stump, but the match situation there is that Warwickshire's defending champions have been forced to follow on against Somerset, who had previously been struggling at the end of last season, the beginning of this. But Warwickshire following on at 11 for 1 and still 238 runs adrift of Somerset on the third morning there at Taunton. The latest I have also from Southampton in the first division is the Hampshire 127 for 4, a lead of 133. Stuart Broad is going to bowl here to Finch, and he does so down the leg side, and he raises his hand. as if, I don't know why he raised his hand actually there. I didn't really think the bat was anywhere near from Finch. But 2 wickets have fallen, and Nottinghamshire trying to keep at this, and I mean, Barnard for his 118 has just been one of the. So Finch still sits there on 4 not out, but this partnership has been extended to 13 runs. We've found the ball now, so we can resume play. Clark in that slightly deeper first slip area, and it's Broad coming in now to bowl to Finch, and he does so now, and right into the body, ducks into that one, sort of middle of the back, maybe just on the side there. Shows no definite signs of pain or discomfort, but I bet he felt it. 255 for 7. Barnard on 118, Finch on 4, and this lead that Worcestershire holds is 148.
Couple of correspondents at Brace Cricket. Adam Matthews, who we both know. Adam, very good morning to you. Dave, I remember at Hove, dogs used to be allowed in for red ball cricket, but they weren't allowed in for the T20s. Not sure what that says about the canine taste and the difference in formats. So that's down at Hove, where Adam supervised things for many a year. And Steve Crawley didn't cricket, used to let in a certain bird into its grounds, always spoke with a Yorkshire accent, groan, he says in brackets. Dear old Dickie, Bird. Well, from Bird, we've got a Finch in this morning. He's at the non-striker's end. Fletcher bowls to Barnard, and he'll be on strike right now, Adam Finch, because Barnard works it away on the leg side. Helen says, I'm taking your commentary down the A1 to a wedding in Cambridge today. My son is the best man. He requested I bring cricket bats. Bonus points for bowling in high heels. Photos, Helen, please. Photos. Enjoy your day, everybody. Wedding in Cambridge down there, and yeah, good luck to all concerned with that. 256 for 7. Bowling in high heels. We won't. No, we won't.
Where have we been going this morning? Various subjects. The rich tapestry.
Here is Fletcher in, swings away from Adam Finch, who's on 4. So just Dylan Pennington and Charlie Morris to come, and then Nottinghamshire will know their chase, and Frank will know whether he's got to book a hotel tonight or not, depending on how many are required and the guesstimation of how long it will take. Of course, that's the top and tail of it. You never really know how long an innings is going to last. Fletcher, who's bowled beautifully today, pitches this one right up. Nice bit of shape, swung late, but well blocked by Finch, who's they'll face 17 deliveries, just that 1-4 off Stuart Broad that he spanked through the extra cover region. But the rest of the time very watchful. Men out this morning. Ben Cox eventually dismissed for 55 after a marathon innings. That was 241 for 6 in the 90th over, and then in the 92nd over, Josh Baker, who'd replaced him, LBW to Luke Fletcher for 1. Fletcher in again, bowls. It's a good leave, stretching forward. Adam Finch made sure he had the bat up in the air, wasn't going to get drawn into any degree of difficulty. Slater and Hamid, of course, will lead the run chase. Asib Hamid with a half-century in the first innings. I think he'd really like to spend some time at the crease. That was his first knock of any substance really this season. Ben Slater, of course, off the back of an unbeaten double 100 at Durham last week. Really was in fine form. Fletcher bowls, and this one's worked off the hip. There'll be a single to Adam Finch, 257 for 7. And Worcestershire's lead exactly 150.
Just looking at Finch's figures here in terms of batting first class, 14 matches previously, which he scored a total of 127 runs, a higher score of 31, average of 10.58. So he's not here for his batting, but if he can hang around and help out his mate at the other end.
In comes Fletcher to bowl to Ed Barnard again on the hips. And that I think that was a delivery Luke would like to have again, because it was an easy get out, the old bread and butter shot really from Barnard, and with it being the last ball of the over, I think Notts would have desperately hoped that Barnard would have been away from the strike and Stuart Broad could Stuart Broad could have a go at Adam Finch again, but no, Broad is out of the attack, and it's going to be the first innings Worcestershire wrecker Dane Patterson who's going to come on. He's only got the 1 wicket in this innings, Dane Patterson, but of course 8 for 52 on the first day, so he's still 1 wicket away from a 10 for in the match. 19 overs, 1 for 50. He really did bowl beautifully on the first day. It was a little bit of a masterclass, and it was one of those that, you know, we sort of witnessed it and watched it, but I think in years to come I might refer back to it, because you don't get that many 8-fers, and it really was a terrific performance. I'm looking forward to speaking to him actually at the end of the match, and you know, just how it was from his perception. Almost certainly it was totally Dane Patterson what happened, but a little bit of help from the surface.
He's bowling to Barnard. Barnard almost chops on, very nearly chops on, then has to use his boot. I don't think I should have got his boot to it. It span agonisingly close to that off stump. Mightily close, that. Oh, that was a desperate kick out, but so desperate I think he actually kicked the air in the end. Well, he's making things happen again. First up, and that's the thing that we've noticed about Patterson bowling, is he doesn't generally need any sort of one delivery to get him any loosener or into the game. He's straight in there, causing problems, asking questions of Ed Barnard, who's on 120. Bowls now, this time it flies high down the leg side. But how's Barnard thinking? You can just see from the way that Barnard then just managed to get inside the line and see it go past him through to the keeper. But he's got him thinking. He's off on a bit of a stroll. Here's the batter Barnard. Here's the batter Barnard for his 120 of 236 deliveries. The word that was used yesterday about that innings was bravery, but it's also judgment, concentration. He's going to need plenty more of that here right now. Comes across his stumps. Oh, and it's almost like he was fiddling for that. Just draws the bat out. He's discomforted at the moment. And mentally, following his first 3 deliveries of this over, the bowler is on top. Can he make that count? Let's see if he can or not. He's off again on a bit of a stroll, is Barnard, to focus the mind. He's done such a terrific job. Has to go again. Technically, this ball is 15.3 overs, but that depends on the judgment of the umpires when they got that change of ball. Next delivery, and again he plays and misses at that. Oh, this is a difficult time again for Barnard. He's fought hard. He's fought through these periods in this innings to date. He's got to do so again for his team up against the skillful, attacking Patterson. There's 2 balls remaining of his 20th over of this innings, 1 for 50. Took that career best first innings. He goes back to his mark again.
Your car alarm's going off, sir.
And he comes running in from the pavilion end, and he's into bowl to Ed Barnard. Oh, and he does leave that, but again, just doesn't look totally confident about it and goes off on a stroll.
Dog analogy again, Kevin. Wasn't it the Saint Barnard that are famed for their heroic rescues?
Here we go. Here we go. With the what? The rum or whatever it was right there. Yeah, correct. They're
lovely dogs.
Lovely dogs. Yeah. Right now, Barnard himself looks as if he's in need of a bit of a rescue. He's on 120, and and again looks to play and miss at that one. He's looking to lift it up and over the top of the slip cordon. It's the end of that over, and it's 258 for 7. Barnard on 120, Finch on 5. This lead, 151 runs, but Patterson will be back, and he'll be asking questions again. And then next over, we're going to see a bit of spin here.
I was just going to say, it's twirly-whirly time. Again, they're doing it to us. We've got Patterson at one end and Patterson White at the other. Liam Patterson White And into this round of matches, I don't know if he's still at the top, probably not, but he was the leading wicket taker in the county championship with 18 wickets. Hasn't added to that in this particular contest. Didn't bowl a ball in the first innings. None for 35 are his current figures. Bowled 14 overs yesterday. Just got to wait whilst Seabermead gets dressed. All these things when you sort of appealing to the umpire about, well, our over rate's still -1 can he sort it out? And then everybody stood around watching and waiting for a Seabermead to pop on his protective pads and don all the other gear that he needs to go in there at short leg. And now he's ready. One slip Mullaney. Mead, as I said, in at short leg. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket catching as Liam Patterson-White bowls to Adam Finch, who defends. The lead is 151. We've still got an hour left in this session. Here he comes again off just a handful of paces, literally, almost walks with that little hop that Frank highlighted yesterday as he sets off. Last delivery was pushed back to him by Finch, and the bowler quickly has ball in hand, and here he comes again. Bowles trying to give it a bit of a rip, and this one just popped up a little bit, enabling Finch to cut it down to third man for 4. Nicely executed there by Adam Finch. Was totally in control of the shot, just sat up a little bit and he was able to cut it away. Will already have thought in his mind about potential scoring areas and was able to target that third man fence. 262 for 7. Worcestershire lead by 155. Patterson-White, 2 little ducks on his back, bowls and is defended, pushed back to Nottinghamshire's number 22. 262 for 7.
We're determined to get animal or bird references in every opportunity.
Finch on strike, defends. Sort of finches are, there's goldfinches, aren't there? I know that. 262 for 7.
We got green and gold finches.
Green finch, yeah.
Oh.
This one is a resolute Finch, but he pushed at that one and went through and just popped a little bit on Tom Moore's. I think ball hit keeper rather than keeper stopped the ball, but end of the over. 262 for 7 here on BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham. And good morning. I can say good morning because it's about 2 minutes to 12. Good morning for the last time to all our friends wherever you may be tuning in for the third day of Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire. It's an absolute cracker. I know Frank's enjoyed it, I've enjoyed it, and I think Kevin Howell's enjoyed it as well.
Apparently it's never easy to tell with me, Dave, and I find that very upsetting.
Who says that?
I don't know. I always think I give out this constant air of positivity.
The headmaster. This is
Barnard,
the headmaster talking.
Barnard on 120. Next ball down the leg side, just clipped away. It's going to race down to the boundary rope, and up and over it goes here. And that's going to be signalled as a 4. 124 not out. Worcestershire to 266 for 7 and a lead 159 runs. Somebody's got in touch with the BBC on the BBC Sport cricket website and app. His name is Andy Stone, and he says he makes a comment about the ECB and the scheduling. He talks about the fact that for somebody that can't give all their attention as much as they would like to the competition, how helpful he finds it, the fact that the games start on a Thursday, the run through, so you know roughly where you are when you're picking up a game Saturday and Sunday. It is the case that when they start the season it's like that. Unfortunately, for all sorts of reasons, it sort of gets mucked about a bit during the summer, but it is a really good ideal to try and get that, and I think that is an audience that the game does need to think about, that audience that for all sorts of reasons can't engage fully for the whole 4 days.
There's an awful lot of nothing going on here, Kevin. I'm not
Find
sure. I think
we
lost the ball.
We lost the ball down there. So
it's not like there's any hedgerows down there, is there? Or a garden to go in to fetch the ball back. I don't know what's happening. Our cameraman leaning over the gantry in front of us, he can't see, I can't see, Kevin can't see, and There's nothing happening. Now we've got an aeroplane overhead as well.
So hopefully that's something in the new schedule that can be really sorted out. And
They've got to get a replacement ball. I think it's gone under the covers. We've now got screenshots of Joe Clark saying, "Well, it's not under here." He's looking at the covers, and like in a club game, they're shouting, "Come on back!" out of the next field. "Come on back! We'll play." Ben Duckett's there as well. All the ground staff. Luke Fletcher. Luke's involved. Luke will fetch it. He's got a sniffer's nose for finding the ball. There's always somebody in a club, isn't there, can just turn up and stick his hand under the hedge bottom and find the ball that 7 or 8 other players can't. And we've got a replacement. Wasn't there something in the rules or the laws of the game in years gone by? Lost ball, 5 runs.
Alan Fordham, who's in charge of the schedules, talks about the perfect imperfection that he's got at the moment, and say hopefully he'll be able to get all that sorted, so people can know when they're picking up the games, know where they are. But we now have the ball, and it's in the hands of Patterson, and he comes in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there shall be no run, so it remains at 266 for 7. That ball, you'd imagine that somebody somewhere would have an idea where it had gone, but that happens at all levels of cricket, even when you're perhaps just having a bit of a muck about with a family, and it's just swiped away to the right or left into the hedgerow, and you think, oh, you need to go to that particular part of the hedgerow. Can you find it in the long grass? No, it just hides away there. But thankfully we're able to carry on. Barnard's on 124. Bowls now, and that's edged on a drive, but it's gone down to third. Barnard will get a single, and he moves up to 125, and the score is 267 for 7. And this lead extended by that one now up to 160. So, as good as Patterson is bowling, as much as he's asking questions, at the moment they're surviving out there, Barnard and Finch. Barnard's come down to have a word with young Finch. He has a bit of a stretch because both physically, mentally, he wants to be in the right spot as 2 slip fielders go down. And Patterson bowls, and solid bat comes down fairly late on it. It's out into the offside with 2 balls remaining. All this over. And this partnership is worth 25 or 44 deliveries, so starting to find just a little bit of a very small, less than secure, but a small platform here.
Plumbing car alarm keeps going off. I don't know if our listeners are able to pick it up on the effects microphone.
I think they probably are. Patterson is in past umpire Peter Hartley now, in and bowls, and well, that's a decent leave actually. Puts his foot down to it and lifts the bat high over the top. And no run. So you'll have an update to do.
Yep.
Probably, I reckon, might get one more ball in before then. Wait and see. Patterson's in no rush, making his way back to his mark. As Finch looks to see off this delivery. If it's there to be hit, well, of course he'll have a go. But basically, he's trying to be that safety net for his mate at the other end. But the ball is now bowled to him and comes down solid enough, despite all the cries from the Nottinghamshire fielders, into the offside and no run. The end of that over, 267 for 7, and it's a lead of 160 runs. Barnard on 125, Finch 9. Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we've got any Glamorgan cricket supporters in the ground. Swansea City playing just behind us in 3 hours' time, and quite a lot of Glamorgan supporters came for the last home game here a couple of weeks ago. I just wonder if there's any come in and having a couple of hours at the cricket before wandering over the road a little later. Just waiting for that cue from Radio Nottingham. Liam Patterson White's going to bowl the next over. Here is that update. Well, we've had an hour of very watchable cricket, seen Worcestershire move on to 267 for 7 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 160. Nottinghamshire's priority this morning, of course, to winkle out the last 5 Worcestershire wickets, and all seemed to be going well when, in consecutive overs, Stuart Broad dismissed Ben Cox for 55 and Luke Fletcher sent back Josh Baker for just a single. But Worcestershire's saviour at the moment, Ed Barnard, still there on 125. Worcestershire lead by 160 at 267 for 7. So there is that update for Radio Nottingham. You've not missed any meaningful action. Those of you listening to us audio only, this one tossed up there and Barnard went for a vigorous swish away on the leg side and got nothing on it. You may remember when he came on yesterday, Liam Patterson-White, his very first ball was a low full toss. Barnard went for a slog sweep, missed it, and there was a very, very confident LBW shout given not out. That could have been so different in the context of the game. This next one's run to backward point and there's no run. One or two people have got in touch via the old Twittery thing. I'll just get to you in half a second, as Liam Patterson-White's already got the ball in his hand. This one's clipped down the ground. Luke Fletcher will field. Single for Barnard, 126 to him, 268 for 7. Martin Dennett says, Dave, re the changing of balls, wouldn't it be better for the bowler to use an out of shape one just for randomness of bounce? As Liam Patterson-White is in and bowls, and it's defended, end of the over, 268 for 7. We'll have a switch round here in just a second. It used to be, I think, an old wives' tale that a bowler would say to the umpire, can we change the ball please, umpire? He's just hit it out of shape, and the umpire would say, well, bowl him another one, and he'll hit it back in shape. But again, an old wives' tale. Laura says you have to pay for the dog to go in, ? It's also very handy when we go to Arundel to watch the festival game. No way I'm carrying 5 kilograms of bratwurst plus all my cricket watching gear up that hill. So that's another picture sent of a dog in a pushchair, so I'll retweet that out. Brace Cricket. Here's Frank, and then Kevin will be back with him.
And it's Dane Patterson bowling from the pavilion end down the leg side, taken by Moores. No run, 268 for 7. I heard that conversation about the dog in the pushchair. It's quite interesting because I've got a neighbour who does exactly that, walks past my house twice a day with a little dog. Sometimes the dog walks, but when it gets tired, he just lifts it up and pops it into the pushchair. It's become a local celebrity in the metropolis of the Vale of Evesham. 268 for 7. Here, this partnership growing slowly. Patterson is in, bowls. Barnard works this one down to third man for a single. Asib Hamid comes in to do the fielding. Barnard moves on to 126, and the total 269 for 7. And Adam Finch so far has done a sterling job out there. He's faced 29 balls for his 9. Rookie really in many ways, his first appearance of the season, and holding firm in support of the rock that is Ed Barnard. Patterson in, 2 slips waiting, bowls to Finch, and he's very solidly forward, pushing back up the pitch. Patterson sends a fielder out deep on the leg side boundary, hinting that he's going to bowl a bouncer at Finch. Could be a bluff, could be trying to make the batsman think that he's going to bang it in short and then pitch it up. The hero of the first innings, of course, Dane Patterson, a brilliant bowling performance, 8 for 52, a career best, and he's taken 1 so far in this second innings, looking for his second ever career 10-fer if he gets another one. Comes in now and bowls, and he does bang it in short at Adam Finch, but Finch ducks underneath it and allows it to go over his head through to wicketkeeper Tom Moores. Barnard 1 run short of his career best, 128. He's on 127. The lead 162. And this game continues, Kevin, to completely enthrall us.
It does, because we go through these little periods where it does seem as if, you know, the bowlers are so on top, and it's a real battle out there still for the batters.
Patterson in, bowls, Finch ducks another one, and ducks it well, negotiated it well. I watched it allowed it to go through over his shoulders, really over his back as he took evasive action. He's quite a tall man. It's been a feature of this innings, I think, when I think back on it, particularly when Stuart Broad's been running in from the pavilion end yesterday against both Barnard and Cox. He fed them a barrage of short pitch stuff, and they had to be nimble on their feet and watchful. They did get hit by a couple. Patterson is in, bowls, and Finch, he gets lucky here as he looks to drive that on the onside. He gets an inside edge past the stumps, flies down along the ground past the diving Tom Moores to the boundary. So a real bit of fortune there for Adam Finch, but he gets a boundary. He goes to 13, and the lead climbs slowly. 166 now, and Barnard's still there on 127. It's 273 for 7 at the end of the 100th over of the innings.
And since lunch yesterday, the Worcestershire batting has had a little bit of everything, including fortune at times. And I guess, Frank, what you're saying when you have those moments of fortune is not to be nervous about it if you're out there batting, but think, well, I've deserved that, let's move on. Barnard's on 127. Can he get to his... Oof, was a delivery which he hits, strikes him on the pads. He was looking to hoist that away off the spin of Patterson wide, but he's sitting there on 127, 128 being his career best. But he looks as if he was trying to be attacking there to the spin of Patterson White in his 17th over, and that time more defensive, but thought about for half a second. Dashing through for a single, played the ball onto the onside. Hamid is doing the fielding there. There's a slip fielder going down for Patterson White, coming around the wicket to Ed Barnard. Barnard with a little bit of a flourish, nice little shot that out through the offside. I'll think of certainly the one. Consideration for two is quickly thwarted as Slater gets to the ball, so he equals his career best. Ed Barnard now 128 not out, 253. Any century is a good century, but and I certainly saw the one at Essex. I'd be struggling to think he's played a better innings than this, though. Maybe Frank would be able to say differently.
No, I'd agree with that.
Finch on 13, goes back and out of the grasp of the man standing at slip. Is going to race off the bat, and Finch towards the pavilion. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, however they're coming, however he's staying out there, he's certainly doing so, is Finch, and he moves to 17, and Worcestershire to 278 for 7, and a lead of 171. And when I put that Barnard innings into context, I say it's not something that we'll have seen an awful lot of him. Next ball bowled and played onto the onside, but it's difficult to imagine any situation where an innings would have been as valuable or as difficult to have kept together and kept going.
Well, you've seen two of the best with this one and the one at Essex, I think.
Next ball, and that's again pushed into the offside, and no run to finish off that over. 278 for 7. Barnard on 128. Finch on 17. I can't remember. My memory is dreadful for yesterday. Never mind the start of last season. But I think that game ended up as being quite a high-scoring draw in the end. Whereas this has got a little bit more jeopardy to it, maybe. But at the time, of course, Barnard still played well, and it was his batting which was part of the reason they came away from Essex with that draw.
Yeah, he played a very long innings, didn't he? And his other 100 was against Warwickshire last year, if memory serves, at New Road on a really docile pitch. For me, this is I did say last night I thought it was the best I'd ever seen him play. The circumstances often dictate, don't they? As you say, a good 100 is any 100 is a good 100, but sometimes certain ones stand out. Patterson from the pavilion end bowls, and Barnard gets a single. They're happy to let him have it. They'd rather bowl at Finch, obviously, and he goes on to 129, and he's happy to take it. Total goes on to 279. A ripple of applause from the very knowledgeable members of the crowd who recognise that that's a career best, I reckon. And he won't feel that he's finished yet. It's been chanceless, hasn't it? I think I'm right in saying, and that in itself is something of an achievement given the circumstances. Came to the wicket before lunch yesterday. Patterson is in, bowls to Finch. Finch moves back in the crease, is taken on the pad, the ball runs away down to third man, And a leg bye is signalled by umpire Peter Hartley. Patterson hands on head, must have been close, looked straight, but it might have just bounced a little bit too much, that one. Finch is quite a tall man, I got the impression it hit him above the knee roll. Haven't seen a replay. 280 for 7, the lead 173. Traffic on the Loughborough Road as we look away to our right is fairly steady at the moment. It'll build up quite significantly in the next hour or two, I think, Kevin, because Nottingham Forest are at home just over the road this afternoon in a big one at the top of the championship. There's Patterson in bowls, and Barnard looking to turn this on the leg side. It's taken on the thigh, and they go through for another leg bye. No, yep, the umpire at the bowler's end, Peter Hartley, just checking with his compatriot at square leg, Neil Bainton, just kind of asking him, did he get a glove on that? And Neil Bainton just swung his leg in a very subtle signal to his partner, and then Hartley signalled to the scorers that it was a leg bye. Nice to see the umpires working subtly in tandem. 281 for 7.
I think technically it was a bottom bye. I think it hit him on the bottom.
A rump bye. There's Patterson in bowls, and Finch is covering up on the back foot, pushing out on the offside, and the umpires just do another little signal, which they always do, which is just after 4 balls, just checking with each other that they've counted properly, and they just give a little indication. They always used to do it after 5, but around about a few years ago they just changed the instructions. The sort of convention changed to do it after 4, and that's what I just did there. Here's Patterson in again, bowls to Finch. Finch lets that go outside the off stump. We've already Dave Bracegirdle just pointing out Ed Barnard's career best. We had said it. I think he's got a long way to go. We were just saying actually, and I'll just reiterate it for listeners, that not only is it a career best in terms of numbers, but I think it'd be interesting to see if Ed thinks it's a career best in terms of performance as well, quality and importance in the context of the game. 281 for 7. Patterson in again, bowls to Finch again. That marked little trigger movement back into the crease with his right foot gets him in behind the line. He pushes out on the offside, and that's the end of another over from Dane Patterson. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 61. His figures. Patterson White about to continue from the other end. The 2 men out today, if you're just joining us, Ben Cox caught behind by Tom Moores off Stuart Broad for 55, and Josh Baker LBW to Luke Fletcher for 1.
I reckon the best theory for why the umpires have changed from checking at 5 balls to 4 is that if there is a discrepancy, it gives them enough chance to check with the official scorers on their radios, doesn't it?
I think that's absolutely right.
Barnard on 129 leans back from the spin of Patterson White, carves the ball square on the offside, runs hard 1, comes back 2, moves to 131. Not out, and the score of 283 for 7. Moving closer, but still some way to go. Moving closer to that 200 mark. 200 makes it very, very interesting. Patterson White bowls again, and a little bit fuller, quicker. Somehow fended off by Barnard. It's going to run over the boundary rope. That's going to be 4 runs. Getting the ball away. For my money, trying to be as attacking and positive as they can be here to Patterson White. It's a bit of a battle where they're perhaps more on the back foot, quite literally, and defensive to the pace of Patterson. But here with the spin of Patterson White, looking to be a bit more proactive. And it's coming off at the moment. 135 for Barnard, Worcestershire 287 for 7. Lead 180. Patterson White again. Bowls down on 1 knee, lifted high. It's a shorter boundary, but that's cleared for 6. That's what I mean about being positive. Down on 1 knee, as I say, it is very much the shorter boundary, but it's easily cleared the rope and into the stand. And Barnard moves to 141. Worcestershire to 293 for 7, and the lead to 186.
Yeah, great
and
shot.
And also a 50 partnership. 51
yeah.
of 73 balls, of which Barnard has contributed 28 of 33 deliveries, Finch 17 of 40. And play continues here. Next delivery bowled, and nice use of the wrist just to drive the ball away there on the onside by Barnard for a single. He moves to 142, 294 for 7. 187 in front. Plenty going on out there.
He likes a sweep, Ed Barnard, and there were two different sorts of sweep there, weren't there? The one where he just got a bottom edge down to fine leg for 4 off that quicker ball, and then the big slog sweep into the stand.
Balls again. This time it's to Finch, who punches the ball onto the onside. Often goes for a bit of a stroll afterwards to focus the mind, to come back again. He knows his job is to dig in, be there for Barnard. Balls again. Oh, and the play the miss. That was terrific delivery. A little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And had the better of Finch. But he's still there. 294 for 7 and 187 runs in front on a terrific sunny Saturday, day 3. This latest round of championship matches involving Nottinghamshire, who pretty much with everyone you'd say would be, they don't like too much talking around here, but favourites to lift the title, because they know it's not going to be an easy job. But up against one of those teams who would like to be there and thereabouts come the end of the season, would fancy the chances as well to be right on the tail of Nottinghamshire in Worcestershire. And a good game we've got in front of us.
And Dane Patterson, who's still in with the chance of getting his second ever career 10-fer, having got 8 in the first innings and 1 in this, comes in and bowls short to Barnard, who pulls that away on the leg side, but he only gets a single, which means Finch will be on strike again. That one takes Barnard onto his 143. It's a career best from him. 295 for 7. The lead edging towards 200. They've added 70 today since they began. 225 for 5 for the loss of those 2 wickets. Cox 55 and Baker 1 the men out. Patterson now to Finch. He's in the bowls, and Finch on the back foot plays nicely out into the covers, fielded by Patterson. White at short extra cover, and there's no run. I popped outside for a few minutes during my little break, Kevin, stood in the sunshine above the Notts members, and really good, almost palpable tension around the ground, not to mention very warm sunshine. Very, very pleasant viewing experience for those in the upper seats in this Radcliffe Road End stand that we're alongside. In comes Patterson again to bowl short, this time to Finch. Ducks underneath it and taken by Tom Moores.
That viewing position to the right hand side, bearing in mind where the strip is, that's just terrific.
Fantastic, isn't it? You can see everything. You can see the movement of the ball, perfection.
Can I ask a question about that Ed Barnard shot earlier in this over? He didn't look best pleased with that, because I think that was quite instinctive, and I think it was a little bit uncertain.
Almost thinking I shouldn't have played it.
Yeah.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
He kept it down okay, and there was space there, but
yeah,
I don't think he felt totally in control of what was going on.
Here's Patterson again, bowls to Finch, who's forward defensively, solidly, back to the bowler. Yeah, I hesitate to eulogise too much, because you're always in danger of talking somebody out, aren't you? But he's faced 260 balls, Ed Barnard, and I'm not aware that he's given a chance, and he's not made many mistakes, and that's probably why he was so upset with himself on that one. Stands at the non-striker's end, hand on hip. It's a marathon, and comes in Patterson past Barnard at the non-striker's end and bowls, and Finch is again forward, pushes out on the offside. Finch himself has faced 46 deliveries now. Good effort from him. 295 for 7, and Lyndon James just loosening up at cover point, suggesting that he might be into the attack to replace Patterson White after that mini assault from Barnard in the last over. That lead edging towards the 200 that Kevin mentioned, something psychological about that. I've already suggested I think they need a bit more. Patterson is in and bowls, and Finch is forward, pushing out on the offside. And the reason I say that at the end of the over, 295 for 7, is that conditions have definitely eased for the batsman, and I think the fact that Finch is surviving out there at the moment reasonably comfortably is testament to that, really. And they're going to need, anything over 200 gives them a chance, but they probably need a bit more. No change in the bowling yet.
and for the time they're still left in the game as well.
Yeah, of course.
So, we're going to see Stephen Mullaney. It's the first time in the game.
It is a change. It is the first time in the game, yeah.
That's the sort of reassurance a man needs on a Saturday lunchtime. That's 2 reassurances from you, Frank. Thank you. The captain's going to come on. A bit of go himself. I want to go through some scores because all 9 ongoing games in the Championship. Division 1, Northamptonshire versus Essex. Essex are, as the page just turns over, 156 for 9, which means they trail 234 runs behind Northampton. Mullaney bowls to Barnard and just worked away onto the onside for no run. Now, of course, Mullaney is a skilled practitioner, not just with the bat but also with the ball, so I'm not going to say that he's by any means not of quality, but there is a temptation maybe to not just focus quite as much because the ball's not coming at you quite so quick. Let's see what happens. Next delivery down the leg side and not cleanly taken by the keeper. Lots of runs. I mean, we mean a lot of runs being scored at Bristol. Surrey made 603. Gloucestershire 176 for no wicket in reply. Hampshire versus Lancashire, important game in Division 1 for 2 teams fancied for the title. Mullaney, meantime, in bowls, and that's nicely played by Barnard behind square on the onside for a single. He'll move to 144. Worcestershire to 296 for 7, 189 runs in front. But Hampshire, second innings, 153 for 4, and they lead by 159 runs over Lancashire. Jimmy with a wicket this morning, Jimmy Anderson. Warwickshire following on at 21 for 2, still trail Somerset by 228. Mullaney bowls full, and behind that Finch into the offside. A little punch but defensive, and a feeling of solidity. That's what he wants to feel out there. Feeling of frustration for Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets for them this morning. They want more and they want them quickly. As Mullaney again turns to run away from us, the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls on a good length and pushed into the offside. No run. Kent versus Yorkshire in Leeds. Yorkshire at 401 for 5, lead by 110 runs. Other games in Division 2. We've got 3 other matches in Division 2. Mullaney, meantime, skipper of Nottinghamshire, bowling to Adam Finch of Worcestershire. Driven. Broad will do the fielding, moving to his left at mid-off, and there is no run, and the end of the over. 296 for 7, a lead of 189. These scores just to round off them. Across the way, Derbyshire Glamorgan, minus Labuschagne's got himself a century for the visitors. Glamorgan 325 for 5, trail by 43 runs. Leicestershire, second innings at Lords, 93 for 4, still 128 runs behind Middlesex. And Sussex at 430 for 5, lead Durham by 207 runs.
Stuart Broad coming into the attack again at his favourite pavilion end, with the score on 296 for 7. And I'm going to have to leave you, I'm afraid, because, well, I'll let you slip out first, Kevin, if you want to. I'm going to have to nip next door and do an update for BBC Heaven Worcester very shortly. Broad going round the wicket straight away, which suggests to me that we're going to see a little bit more of the short stuff from him as he attempts to unsettle Barnard and will attempt to unsettle Finch, who did face him a little bit earlier on today and also did clip him through the covers at one stage for 4. So Broad about to begin this over from the pavilion end, and Dave Bracegirdle is back with you. I'll pop next door to do an update.
Thanks to Frank and Kevin as Broad comes in then round the wicket to begin with that short leg in there. We've seen him adopt these tactics many times, but certainly yesterday as well, coming round the wicket trying to get the batsman just to proffer one up to short leg. First ball harmlessly goes down the leg side, in fact over the shoulder of Ed Barnard, who's one mighty blow away from reaching 150 for the first time in first class cricket. 144 he's got. Broad bowls again, nicely played by Ed Barnard, this time running it to Lyndon James, who's deepish gully, backward point position, Joe Clark in a... well, we saw this yesterday. We forget Clark for a second, but at third man, Dane Patterson is very, very fine on the rope, and then halfway between him and the keeper is Joe Clark. It's a bizarre line of three fielders, but just to either take the catch that comes off the shoulder or prevent the batsman deliberately lifting one up and over. This one is left alone. This is outside the off stump. So Broad working to a plan here. 3 out on the leg side. Fine leg, a long leg, and a fielder just in front of square. Umpire Bainton is over on the point side, so we can just make sure that, well, he can see principally. This one's clipped away and it's hit Hamid at short leg in the chest and rebounds to safety. I think Asiba Mead is okay, but there'll be people that say that was a chance. It's good interaction between Ed Barnard and Asiba Mead, because you clearly see Barnard go and check that he's okay. Clipped it away. Full pitched delivery from Broad, and Barnard really got hold of it, pinged it away. That split second, that millisecond it left the bat, he'd have thought, well, that's 4, and it hit Asiba Mead in the chest, the short leg. Next one, oh, he's down on the ground. Barnard swaying to get underneath it, lost his balance, and it goes through to Moores. The old cricket scorebook will just have a couple of dots in there from those last 2 deliveries, but my word, full of incident, excitement, intrigue. Broad giving it everything. He's back over the wicket, just trying to winkle out the next wicket, and hope that brings another one with it. Nicely played by Ed Barnard. Super knock this from Barnard, runs this down into the gully. End of the over, 296 for 7. Broad's comeback, eventful but wicketless. He does have 3 in the innings though, 3 for 65. 3 wickets also to Stuart Broad and 1 to Dane Patterson. Partnership currently worth 54 for this 8th wicket, and that's hugely frustrating obviously for the home side. Right now they would need 190 to beat Worcestershire, but strong possibility it's going to be many more. Still going to be Mullaney. His first over went for 1 run, and this is going to bring another run, but it's a bye. It's found its way past Finch and just deviated enough to leave Tom Moore's grasping for it a little bit, and they took a bye. Joe Clark trots towards the pavilion to pick the ball up. 297 for 7. The Notts captain now to bowl to Ed Barnard. Right arm medium pacer Stephen Mullaney, a real fixture here at Trent Bridge. Fields off his own bowling as it's pushed back to him. Mullaney joined Notts in their championship winning year of 2010. Assumed the captaincy. That was when Chris Reed retired at the end of 2017. Latest delivery just blocked again. He's bustling through the overs here as well, Mullaney. Obviously aware that Notts are still showing as -1. Comes Mullaney and bowls. And, this is down the leg side and helped on its way, and it's gone for 4. Very nicely played indeed by Ed Barnard. Picked up the line quickly, sort of scooped it down the leg side, gets the boundary, and Worcestershire have 300 up. 301 for 7. The lead is now 194. Few problems here for Mullaney. He's moving Luke Fletcher a bit fine. He's not as anywhere near as fine as where that ball went. Ran down towards the Batman board. Another update for Radio Nottingham. Where Nottinghamshire just got the 2 wickets to show for this morning. Early on, Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher striking. Worcestershire 301 for 7. That means currently they lead by 194. Ed Barnard 148 not out, really holding knots up. Stephen Mullaney's just come on for the first time in the match to try and winkle out this 8th wicket. But like the others, being frustrated by Barnard, who's hit it away here. He's got to get a couple of runs to go through for the first time in his career to 150. This is a magnificent innings from Ed Barnard. Worcestershire 304 for 7. So there's the applause from around Trent Bridge, and here in the commentary box as well. As that means a lot to Ed Barnard, means a lot to you as well, Frank.
It does. It was a brilliant. It's been a brilliant innings. He gets a hug from Adam Finch. It's, as much as anything else, the way that he's sort of single-handedly shouldered the responsibility of carrying this innings forward. And well, that was a cheeky little scoop shot as well in that over. He's inventive like that in white ball cricket, but unusual to see somebody play that little ramp in red ball cricket, but he played it well. 151, really good knock, but he's going to be under pressure again now because Stuart Broad is steaming in from the pavilion end, coming over the wicket now to Barnard, who kept the strike, and he ducks underneath a short one, and through it goes to Tom Moores. The full stats on the 150, yeah. Sorry, I'll just say 274 balls and 15 fours and 1 6.
I was just going to give you that as well.
Sorry,
but
okay.
390 minutes was also the one I was going to focus on.
Yeah.
That's 6 hours 30 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah,
Crikey,
that's a
mate.
really, really good effort, isn't it? 15 fours, 1 6, 390 minutes, and he's still there waiting. Broad is in, bangs that in short, drops it down on the offside, and there's no run. So just to reiterate that, Ed Barnard, career best, 150 came up off 274 balls with 1 6, 15 fours, and he's batted for over 6 hours.
Did mean to say hello to Simon Aldridge, who's with us this morning. He's one of your lot, Frank. He's a canary.
Oh, is he?
But good to have you with us, Simon. Sorry I missed your tweet a little earlier.
On the ball,
canary.
On the ball, City, Simon. In comes Stuart Broad and bowls, and Barnard works this away off his pads, and there's no run. I've been asked to give a shout out to the fact that all the NCCA sides, the former minor counties, are in action, and Herefordshire's first game this weekend is tomorrow at Colwall, and it's against Dorset. Beautiful ground, good standard of cricket. If you're in the area, get down to Colwall tomorrow and give Herefordshire a bit of support. Here's Barnard in bowls to Broad in bowls to Barnard, and he drops it down on the onside. 304 for 7 then, Worcestershire. They've lost 2 wickets today. Cox 55 and Baker won the men out.
You can almost see the mind of Broad whirring and working there in tandem, because he just suddenly, right, that didn't work, and he went round
the wicket.
I'm going round.
Yeah, and he's got this sort of leg theory field again, if you like. He's got the short leg in front of square. He's got Luke Fletcher in at short mid-wicket, and then he's got a man out deep in front of square and one behind square, and he bangs this into Barnard, who just drops it down on the offside, gets in behind it well. It's really a good contest, this, and the other thing that you've got to think about, I suppose, from Barnard's point of view, as you were saying, Dave, or hinting, he's batted that long that there must be a bit of fatigue creeping in now, I think, both mental and physical. He's a fit young man, and he's had to be alert, particularly when you're facing this sort of delivery from Barnard, who comes in and bowls short, and he sways out of the way, and it's taken by Moores, negotiated the over successfully. The partnership is 62 now for this 8th wicket. The lead is 197, and the Worcestershire total at the end of the 108th over of this second innings is 304 for 7.
Stephen Mullaney, 2 overs, none for 8 and has decided that's not going to work. So the 6th different bowler of the morning, Lyndon James, going to come on for the first time. I was just going to ask you during that over, the previous one where you were out of the room, I was discussing this broad line that he seems to have got with Moores. He's got the third man, Dane Patterson, very, very fine at down here at third, and Joe Clark sandwiched between them in a line. The probability of Joe Clark getting a catch there, I think, is fairly slim, but almost more of a deterrent factor to stop Barnard just playing that up and over shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's right. And also, we talked yesterday, didn't we, briefly about inventive fields on pitches where you're not making a breakthrough. Why not?
So Lyndon James bowls on the pads, and it's worked away. Mead's after it. Might just drag it back. In fact, I think he will. So just 2 runs. Lyndon James 15 overs, none for 39 yesterday in this innings, but now he's 15.1 overs, none for 41, 306 for 7. And Mead did drag it back before that shorter boundary.
Didn't really time it, did he, Finch? Nice looking shot, but he didn't really time it.
He's on to 19. Faced 52 deliveries. That was Lyndon's loose. Now, what's he got by way of a follow? Oh, that was even more of a loose because it went down the leg side and then scuttled along the ground. And Tom Moores, I think, will be very relieved that he stopped it without sustaining any injury, because that just, as he went to ground, Tom Moores, that could have just popped up and struck him somewhere in the face. It was a nasty delivery to take. Well done, Tom Moores. I think he's had a good game with the gloves. Lyndon James in again, nice and full, and this is eased out into the offside, and there's no run. There'll be 1 or 2 byes showing on the scorecard, but there's been 1 or 2 deliveries that he's not been able to get anywhere near. 307 for 7 in the 109th over of the innings. Barnard back on strike on 151. And Adam Finch has 20, and this partnership worth 65.
Big one just up the road, Dave. Today in the school cricket world, Ed Barnard's old school Shrewsbury being hosted by Repton, where I ran the cricket for a long time. Repton have won the toss and they're batting, not far away from here.
Lyndon James bowls. This one forced into the offside. Stephen Mullaney doing the fielding, and he stopped the ball and almost immediately then turns round and starts moving fielders around once again. The morning began with Worcestershire on 225 for 5, so they've added 82 runs for the loss of those 2 wickets, Cox and Baker. So once again a very fast flowing morning here. There's James, bowls again down the leg side, and Barnard was looking to hit it out of the ground into that derelict car lot the other side of the Bridgeford Road, but didn't get hold of it.
Maybe not quite that far, Dave.
I don't know if he'd picked it up. I mean,
yeah, he was certainly looking to hit it for 6, wasn't he? Yeah, maybe into the stand. But yeah, he was certainly looking for it. Just get the impression, if anything that's not quite on target, he's
kitchen
trying to go after a little bit, isn't he?
Kitchen sinker. James bowls.
Not for that one,
back on it, happy to defend into the offside. No real sign of Lyndon James making a breakthrough in that. He's come back over, but I would imagine Stephen Mullaney will give him, well, probably the end of this session. We've got about 15-16 minutes to go until lunch with Worcestershire 307 for 7, leading Notts by 200. And leading Notts by 200, still 3 wickets in hand. We're going to be here after tea, whatever.
Yeah. Shouldn't have cancelled that hotel, should I? Might have to get on the phone at lunchtime, call in a favour.
Broad and
See
Fletcher.
if I can find a sofa.
Broad and Fletcher aren't going to be watching any live football this afternoon across the road, that's for sure.
307 for 7. Broad's going over the wicket to Finch now, and he'll play about with the field again.
Skip, can we open? Can we if not, so batting's 2-2. Can we open? Can we go out there and...
So short leg, short mid-wicket, leg gully, fine leg, deep square leg. Broad in, bangs it in, Finch. Well, he knew what was coming, I guess. Ducked underneath it, could have been a bluff. And then in front on the offside, just 1 fielder. That's Patterson White in the covers, and then you've got third man, very fine, one slip, and two slips, second and fifth, really, I guess. And it's an unusual field, but it's an unusual circumstance, I suppose, in many ways. Stuart Broad, 3 for 65 so far, round the wicket to Adam Finch. Bowl short. Oh, and he nearly got him as he's fended that one away. And he's fended it. It wasn't a chance, it's just lobbed over the head of Hasib Hamid, who's in at short leg. If he'd have been 3 yards deeper, it would have been the easiest catch.
Well, he was hit a couple of overs ago, wasn't he, when you were
that was a good shot, though. That was a full ball,
yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, but that was, that's what he's bowling for, but he just got too much on it. Slight change in the field for Barnard. The leg gully has gone back to a deep backward square leg position, about 20 yards in from the rope. Otherwise, it's the same. Finch went to 21 with that single, 308 for 7, and the lead 201 now. Barnard on his career best, 151 waits now as Broad moves in round the wicket from the pavilion and bowl short to Barnard, and he plays that really nicely, just flicking it down to fine leg where it's fielded by, just looking who it is, Ben Slater, and they take 1, so Finch will be targeted again now, and
just had a
the
look
total
around.
goes to 309 for 7.
Just had a look round the ground. Obviously I can't see this end, the Radcliffe Road stand, either upper or lower, but around the ground, just scanning around with the binoculars, I can see 6 Forest shirts out there, or 6 people wearing Forest shirts, so they'll be leaving us, you'd imagine, about 2:30.
As Broad comes in, bowls to Finch, who moves across his stumps and just rather extravagantly sways inside that as one of his dance floor moves, I reckon, but he got out of the way of it. Yeah, there'll be a few this end as well. I was saying to Kevin when you were off air, Dave, I popped outside for an over or two earlier and stood behind the Notts faithful on the top of the stand at the Ratcliffe Road end, and it was a great view.
Look at this leg side now.
Yeah, well, it's the leg trap, isn't it? It's the body line theory almost, as Broad comes in and bowls to Finch, who squirts this one away on the onside. I'll describe the field for you. There's only 1 ball left in the over, but with Finch on strike, he's got on the leg side a mid-on or a wide-ish mid-on, almost short mid-wicket. Then he's got short leg in front of square, and another fielder about 10 yards behind that fielder and 1 yard to his left, and a leg gully as well, so 4 catching close in on the leg side and 2 deep, and he goes over the wicket and bowls to Finch, and Finch plays that well actually, because it was full. It was a bit of a double bluff from Broad, and Finch leaned forward and steered it out on the offside. Even though it was the last ball of the over, they take a single. That takes Finch on to 22. He's faced 59 deliveries, and it's a good effort from him. And Ed Barnard is on 152. Worcester's lead is 203, and the total is 310 for 7.
Nigel King, who's a regular correspondent, has sent a couple of pictures of him here in the ground. Don't know if you're listening as well, Nigel. If you're not, well, you won't hear me, but yeah, thanks for the pictures. I know he's a regular correspondent, but he's here in the ground and enjoying his day. I think 1 or 2 people that have chosen to come along might be for the first time this season. They've picked a nice day. Here's Lyndon James, 16 overs without success for Lyndon. Bowls to Adam Finch, who just rocks forward, pushes it into the offside. I think both batsmen have a similar mindset, each yelling no. No chance of stealing one there, and it wouldn't be human nature if they weren't thinking about the interval, which is about 12 minutes away. Worcestershire will consider this a very good morning's work if they can reach the break with this pair still intact. You'd have to say, it's another session that they've shaded that, or won. That'll be 3 in a row, as Lyndon James bowls, and he's mistimed that one as Finch. It was going down the leg side and doing too much to hit the stumps clearly, but thuds into the pad. Yesterday, between lunch and tea, and then between tea and the close were decisively won by the pairs. This morning, I guess in isolation, 85 for 2. You could make a case, I suppose, if it was the first morning, an 85 for 2 morning, you'd perhaps say even Stevens, but building on what happened yesterday, probably give this one to Worcestershire as well. Notts would have been looking to polish the pairs off before lunch here, as Lyndon James bowls down the leg side, hit away for runs, and it's gone for 6, went all the way, lost the flight of it, but then saw Luke Fletcher over there on the boundary edge on that short side turn and start speaking to the crowd, and it's a gentleman, 2, 4, about 6 or 7 rows back, who's reached under one of those plastic bucket seats and found the ball and lobbed it back to Fletcher. Of course, over the last 2 years now, the ball would have to have been sanitised, and there'd have been another hold up once they cleansed it, but spectators throwing the ball back now is part and parcel of the game as it used to be. 316 for 7, and Adam Finch has hit a 6 at Trent Bridge. Lyndon James in again, bowls to him, and this one's left alone. So Finch on to 28, 316 for 7, and Worcestershire's lead is 209. Might be back tomorrow, Frank.
Aye, definitely thinking about trying to find some accommodation. John Curtis, my colleague and in the press box at Worcester, told me I was wrong to cancel the booking. He'll be gloating.
There's a little bit of wet stuff about tomorrow. Don't think it'll be a total wipeout, but might be a bit of rain about as Finch drives now into the offside, out to Ben Slater. And comes the return, just a single. 317 for 7. Worcestershire lead by 210 here on BBC 5 Sports Extra and on the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and on the live streams, trentbridge.co.uk and is it Worcestershire CCC.co.uk.
Yep.
As James outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Very much looking forward to the trip to New Road a little later on in the year. Always enjoy our visits there. Truth be told, it was a bit of a tough old match for Nottinghamshire last year. They were second best, made to follow on, but then on the last day, Nottinghamshire supporters at least had the sight of seeing a magnificent opening partnership as Slater and Hamid batted from almost from dawn to dusk, didn't they? The first ball of the day until the last, with an unbroken partnership, and they both went off exactly neck and neck, 114 not out. But despite all that, very much enjoyed the day, as we always enjoy our trips to New Road.
That was a docile feather bed of a pitch, wasn't it? That one, there was nothing in it at all, really, and the fact that they only got 114 each tells you that as well. That it wasn't good to bat on either, really. You just had to dig in, really. You couldn't play.
Yeah, I think the first half of the day it was just survival mode, made to follow on, and Notts needed to bat through the final day. So it was. Yeah,
we had a similar pitch actually later in the season against Warwickshire, and the same sort of thing happened. But better later in the year, and the one against Sussex last week, much more of a good cricket wicket with plenty of help for the bowlers, but also a good one to bat on. So pleasing improvement. But that late flood last year made life really hard. We had a late flood this year too, but it wasn't quite so. It didn't hang around for so long, and they've cleared the ground up brilliantly actually. And New Road looks a real picture at the moment.
Always does.
Absolutely.
Always does.
Grass cover is excellent, and it looks as well as it has for 2 or 3 years, in my opinion. Anyway.
Have they got a clock on the cathedral yet?
We were too busy looking at the flags last week because we had St George's Day, didn't we, and the Queen's birthday. He's brought in bowls to Finch, who clips that one down to fine leg for 4. He's got this odd field and he's pitched it up, thinking that he might just surprise Finch, because he's clearly expecting a short ball with this field, but he's pitched it up and Finch has clipped it nicely off his toes down to long leg, and it's another career best, because Adam Finch's career best batting score before today was 31 in first class cricket, and he's moved on to 33 now with that boundary. The lead is 214 and the total is 321.
Well, just before that ball, Broad had brought Ben Slater up from long leg, clipped it down there for 4. Now he's put Slater back down there.
Yeah, and he's also made another change to the field and put somebody in at short extra cover on the drive. So he comes in now and he bowls, and Finch plays defensively back up to mid-on. It's an odd fit. It's a really unusual fit. I mean, it's unusual anyway, but they're dotted around all over the place. Now we've got one slip who is not at first slip. He's at about 5th slip. He's done away with the 3rd man. We've got a backward point, a conventional extra cover, well, sort of squarish extra cover, a short extra on the drive mid-off, then mid-on, and those 2 catches close on the leg side. As he comes in and bowls, and Finch is out, caught behind. He's got him with one outside the off stump, and he's got a little tickle, and Tom Moores has taken another good catch low down to his right. So a wicket for Stuart Broad, the 4th for him of the innings, 4 for 72 now, and Moores picks up his 2nd catch of the morning, and Adam Finch's career best innings comes to a close. A really good effort though from him. 33 he put on in partnership with Ed Barnard, and Broad strikes. Well, I hinted, didn't I, that 225 would be interesting for me, and it looks as though it could well be something along those lines. Good applause for Adam Finch. 321 for 8 at the end of that excellent partnership. What did they add? 79 for the 8th wicket, and Charlie Morris coming in at number 10 ahead of Dylan Pennington with 5 minutes to go till lunch.
Unless, of course, a wicket goes down, in which case they will extend the session. I was just going to say, it's almost as if every ball there, Stuart Broad was trying to confound the batsman by coming up with yet another field setting. People moved here and there every ball, and bowling coaches like their bowlers to be metronomically consistent, don't they? Build up pressure with dot ball, dot ball, dot ball, field set, field set, field set. But in this scenario, Broad has taken the other view. We'll move them, we'll move them, we'll move them, we'll try this, we'll try this, we'll try this. It's almost as if, you know, the poor old batsman was perhaps, well, I hope he's moved the wicket keeper, I'll nick one behind, see if there's nobody there. But of course that wasn't the intention. Adam Finch goes for his career best 33. The lead 214. You said 225. I said not to be chasing 238.
Yeah.
So we'll see. That was before a ball had been bowled this morning off there.
Broad will fancy his chances of removing the tail now. Bowls to Morris, who's on the back foot, plays that defensively on the offside. No run, 321 for 8. If there's anybody listening from Worcestershire or from the Birmingham area who played in the Birmingham League at the time that I did, was sort of back in the 80s, who will have played against any side skippered by Ron Headley, the former West Indian Test player and Worcestershire and Derbyshire player, that they'll be familiar with bowling with field changes after every ball, because Ron used to do it all the time. You'd clip it through mid-wicket and he'd move gully. It was really really annoying. That's why he did it. Broad in, bowls to Morris outside the off stump, taken by Moores.
What I would say on that is I'd be very surprised if they do come out after lunch, assuming that's what's going to happen, and Notts have got this over rate back to 0. What was it at the start?
It was -1, I think.
It was 84 overs at the start of the day. So this is the 112. So that's 28 overs in the session. I can't see that they're going to be in credit.
No, 28's not good, is it? Here's Broad. He's in. He bowls, and Morris clips it on the leg side, and he's almost caught it short leg. It actually would have gone one bounce. Hamid was trying to pick it up on the half volley, and it evaded his hands anyway. But wicket taking over for Stuart Broad. 27 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 72. His figures. And Worcestershire 321 for 8, leading by 214. Ed Barnard still there on 152. Will he change his approach now? I think he might. And he's going to be facing some spin, isn't he? I think, or is it Mullaney who's coming back?
No, it's Patterson White.
Patterson White. So that'll be interesting, and that's quite a good bowling change, I think. I'm going to have to leave you. Dave will describe the action in this last over before lunch, and fascinating morning it's been.
Thanks, Frank. Those of you watching the live stream there will have seen one of our camera operators just focusing on a spectator in a Nottingham Forest shirt, enjoying the cricket. The last knockings of this session about to take place now, or maybe not if a wicket goes down. We would play on a while because Worcestershire would be 9 down. As it is, 321 for 8. Liam Patterson-White bowls and hit away and stopped, and they don't take a run. Decent fielding by Dane Patterson at deep backward square. Next ball, Patterson-White bowls. This one's pushed down the ground, and this time they do take a single. .322 for 8. Barnard 153. Morris down to face Patterson-White for the first time. Penny says, listening to you in the ground, I was doing so yesterday, but difficult as the technology was about 3 balls behind. Any reason you can't be broadcast around the ground live, as happens during internationals? Now then, LBW appeal from behind the wicket here. Yes, it's BBC commentary goes out through the sport website and app, as you know, but no plans at the moment to do it through earpieces. 322 for 8. I think even the grounds, there's some grounds around the country that do sell the earpieces. I think I'm right saying down at Hove there were a tenner to listen to the commentary, but that's not something currently they do here, as this one's blocked. This will be the final ball of the session, I suspect so. 322 for 8. Liam Patterson-White is in. Charlie Morris defends, and they're heading off for a bit of lunch here at Trent Bridge, with Worcestershire having added 97 runs during the morning session, and Ed Barnard remains there undefeated on 153 not out. He was 101 overnight. Had Ben Cox with him at the start of the day's play on 51. Cox added 4 more before being caught behind by Tom Moores off Stuart Broad for 55. That was after a partnership of 142. Josh Baker then fell LBW to Luke Fletcher for 1, and Adam Finch made 33, also caught Moores bowl Broad. Charlie Morris is there undefeated on 0 at lunch. 322 for 8. Worcestershire leading overall by 215, as the players get a very generous round of applause, particularly Ed Barnard and those of you listening to BBC 5 Sport Extra. I'll now hand you back to the studio and Kevin Howells. Those of you following on the live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app, can see there's a presentation at the
for exactly the same reason. And I said, no, I'm not ready yet. And then he did someone else.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Those of you that have been listening to 5 Sports Extra with Kevin Howells during the luncheon interval, welcome back to this particular part of the East Midlands. Trent Bridge, warm, sunny in Nottingham today. The players just making their way back out to the middle with Worcestershire batting on, and they'll be looking to try and extend this partnership and certainly build this lead. 215 is the overall advantage. Partnership is fresh. Charlie Morris came to the crease just before lunch. 3:22 for 8. Ed Barnard, though, is on strike, and Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, is his own particular choice to begin the session. And first ball down the leg side, tickled away by Barnard for 4. And I'm sure both sides will have gone out there with contrasting thoughts about how they want to begin this session. Worcestershire, let's keep it tight, let's not give any wickets, let's get as many as we can. Nottinghamshire, let's keep it tight, let's not give them any. First ball down the leg side, tickled away for 4. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Alongside me in the commentary box, high on our perch here in the Radcliffe Road stand, is Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, as Mullaney comes in, and this is played on the leg side. There's no run. Welcome back, Frank. Already we can hear 1 or 2 roars and cheers and things from behind us over the road.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. Yep, Forest at home over the road. Big game at the top of the championship this afternoon, so we're expecting to hear more and more noise from over there.
Comes Mullaney again. Nice looking drive this time to mid-on. As the players left the field at lunchtime, Stuart Broad was nabbed on the boundary edge, and it was a presentation for Stuart from the club for reaching 500 Test wickets for England. Very nice indeed. 3:26 for 8. Mullaney bowls, and again clipped to mid-on. Not so sure Stuart. Yeah, he'd have loved it. I mean, obviously, great achievement and very nice, but I think the players just want to get away and have their lunch, don't they?
I reckon so, and he'd put a stint in this morning.
He did,
well, hadn't he?
He did. He's got the floppy sun hat on. He's had his cap on throughout the game, but he's got the floppy on today or this afternoon. Mullaney again bowls, and Barnard helps us into the offside. It's come out on 153. Suddenly one ball is on 157, and you think, oh, is there a double round the corner?
Well, I think that might depend on what happens at the other end, mightn't it, as much as anything else, because only Dylan Pennington to come after this.
Lead is 219. Mullaney in bowls, and Barnard not looking for a single from the final ball of the over. Happy to let Charlie Morris take his share of the strike. End of that first over here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester. And on both live streams, it looks as if Notts are going to revert to Luke Fletcher from this Radcliffe Road end, just to try and find the delivery that will unpick this 9th wicket partnership and help speed up the Worcestershire demise, so to speak. We don't really know what sort of a game we're going to have until Worcestershire are out, and then we can all make our guesses and our thoughts known as to the likelihood of A, it finishing today, and B, Notts' chances of chasing it down, or Worcestershire's chances of bowling Notts out. Clearly the new ball is going to be key for Worcestershire.
Luke Fletcher then from the Radcliffe Road end bowled really well this morning, really well. Picked up 1 wicket, that of Josh Baker, LBW for 1. Comes in now and bowls to Morris, who is squared up a little bit by that, pushes it out on the offside. And despite the fact that Stuart Broad got 2 wickets this morning, with his sort of round the wicket, over the wicket, field changing, inventive sort of bowling, quite a lot of short stuff, and his figures are make excellent reading. 27 over 6 made and 4 for 72. For me, in terms of genuine quality this morning, Luke Fletcher was the pick of the Notts attack. I thought he bowled really beautifully from this Radcliffe Road end in his first spell, and he moves in again now to bowl to Morris, and Morris gets a run, just tickling this one off his pads down to long leg where Broad does the fielding. So Morris is off the mark, and it's 327 for 8 and the lead 220. But Fletcher, going back to him this morning, just settled into it, just a perfect rhythm. Big man, as we know, and hits the crease quite hard. Just got the shape going away from the right-handers. He's supported by his fan club behind him.
He's geeing him up a little bit.
End, and as he walks back, he's clapping to them to get them going, gee him up a bit. Great relationship he has with the locals. He's in now and he bowls, and Barnard turning this on the onside. A career best from Ed Barnard, if you're just joining us. For Worcestershire, he's 157 not out. He's faced 294 balls, and probably more importantly than that, he's been out there for about 7 hours. Talk about holding an innings together. The lad from Shrewsbury has done that and more in this innings, and he waits now as Fletcher moves in once more and bowls to him, and oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. An absolute beauty from Fletcher. Goes past the shoulder of the bat and he finishes his follow through, hands on hips. He looks at Ed Barnard and he says, just not good enough to nick it, mate.
As you say, 7 hours at the crease, and he's beaten by that one.
Yeah,
it just shows you don't need to know anything else other than what quality ball that was.
Liam Patterson-White warming up at extra cover, which suggests that Mullaney is going to abandon his post-lunch experiment of bowling himself. He's only bowled 3 overs. He bowled 2 this morning from this Radcliffe Road end, and he's just bowled that one. And Patterson-White's vigorous warm-up suggests he's going to change it. Anyway, here's Fletcher, bowls to Barnard, nicely clipped away on the leg side. Lyndon James is the fielder coming off the leg side boundary. Barnard picks up a single, goes to 158, and the lead 2-2-1. When I was asked at the very start this morning what I thought would be a useful lead, I said 2-2-5 would give them a chance. I'd still honestly make Notts favourites, given that the pitch is really flattened out, but it would give them a chance, and with early wickets you just never know. They've certainly come back well since 24 hours ago. Fletcher in, bowls to Morris, taken on the pad, looking to work it on the leg side. Loud appeal, but turned down. Umpire Bainton thinking it was going down. Fletcher still thinks it's out. He's standing there with his hands on his hips. It wasn't a bad shout, but might just have been going down. With the shape on it, I think Fletcher might have thought it was coming back, but umpire Bainton not impressed. End of the over, good over though. 328 for 8. Barnard 158, Morris 1, and it is going to be Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end.
Yeah, since about this time yesterday, Worcestershire about 290 for 4, something of that order. But of course, there was that huge partnership between Cox and Barnard of 142 that cemented it together. So LPW, looking for an LBW, Liam Patterson-White on from the pavilion end. And a little bit of boundary protection from Stephen Mullaney for the spinner. Out they go. 1, 2, 3 on the leg side. 1, 2 on the offside. As he bowls to Ed Barnard and he pushes it to backward point. Luke Fletcher fields no run. So is the thinking here. They now want to try and give Ed Barnard a single and focus all their attention on bowling to Charlie Morris. There's Patterson-White, attempted slog sweep. Might have got a bit of bat on it because it wasn't much of an appeal. 328 for 8, Worcestershire. Barnard 158. Frank rightly pointing out that it's a career best for him. We've had a career best 8 for Dane Patterson in the match as well. This one's tickled down to long leg. They will only get a single. Patterson it is doing the fielding, and I'm sure Stephen Mullaney will now bring his fielders in. And of course a career best 33 this morning as well with the bat for Did you say it was a career best for Adam Finch?
Yeah,
33.
It was 31 before.
3:29 for 8 is the score. So with Charlie Morris on the strike, we now get a slip and a short leg in there close. And six of them saving a single. Next ball sees Morris just play it on the onside. Won't be able to find a gap there. Ben Slater doing the fielding. Difficult to get wickets when you're not bowling, but Dane Patterson could do with coming on and getting the last 2 wickets.
To get a career best.
This is pushed to mid-wicket. Yes, he's got 9 wickets in the match. He's had 110 for before, but that was quite cheap, quite inexpensive. He would need to get both these wickets to have his career best match figures. This one turns away. I see Hamid run away celebrating. He obviously heard something that nobody else did. End of the over. Little bit of turn from LPW, as they call him here. 3:29 for 8. Liam Patterson-White, 20 overs, none for 60. Even I can do the old Rachel Rileys with that. 3 and over. 3:29 for 8.
3:29 for 8. 2-2-2 the lead. And Fletcher to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Trudging back, trying to get the crowd going behind him. They do love him here, and not surprisingly he's been a good servant, and he's just one of those cricketers that everybody warms to. As Dave alongside me knows only too well, having worked with him on a book which has sold well amongst the Notts faithful. He's in now and he bowls, and that's down the leg side, not his best ball, and gathered by Tom Moore's tumbling away to his left, and there's no run. Beautiful afternoon here at Trent Bridge, bright sunshine, good day for cricket. Probably not a bad day for football. It's not too hot. Forest in action over the road shortly. Business end of the season.
Swansea City the visitors today.
Yeah, managed by Russell Martin, an
That's right. Yeah, you can hear a bit of noise. Things will crank up behind us as the afternoon wears on, I'm sure.
There's Fletcher in again. Bowls to Barnard, who's forward as ever. How many times have we seen that? He's pushing it back up the pitch. 301 deliveries he's now faced in this marathon effort. 3:29 for 8. And Worcestershire, who was staring down both barrels, I think it's fair to say, at lunch yesterday. 37 for 4 at lunch yesterday. And since then, Jack Haynes 49, Ben Cox 55, Josh Baker 1. And Adam Finch 33. The men out, but Barnard's been there throughout. Here's Fletcher in again to him. Bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump again, reaching for that one. Fletcher again. This time he follows through Fletcher, and he thinks it's not even worth saying anything. He's just done it so many times. And it kept a bit low, that one. We haven't seen many keep low. Charlie Morris got one, didn't he, in the first innings that kept low when he was bowled by Patterson. But other than that, I think certainly since mid-afternoon yesterday, this pitch has behaved itself pretty well. It's changed colour completely since the start of the game when it was very green, and it's certainly a different proposition for both batsman and bowler from the way that it played on the first day. As Fletcher again is in, bowls. Barnard is forward, pushes out on the offside, gets a single as Patterson-White runs round to his left to do the fielding. Barnard called for it quickly and Morris responded. Fourth ball of the over, so Morris will have 2 to survive, and I think that's going to be the sort of picture that we see in these next few overs. Barnard trying to take the lion's share of the strike. 3:30 for 8. Good crowd in, especially at this Radcliffe Road end, and in a big ground like this it can look fairly sparsely populated, but there's probably a good number. How many would it be, Dave? A couple of thousand here?
Yeah, I would imagine so, yeah.
Fletcher is in, bowls, and that one is turned by Morris down to long leg for a single. Quite a lot of oohs and ahs from the slips and the bowler, but I think he got more than an inside edge on that. Certainly went down quite quickly to Stuart Broad down there. 3:31 for 8.
So we're at your target
2-2-5.
now. Notts would require 2-2-5 if these 2 wickets go down now without a further run.
I think they'll Worcester will be hoping they can obviously extend it. It'll be small targets, get another 10, get another 10.
I said 2-3-8, but we just plucking numbers out the air. This was all at 10:30
Yeah.
whilst we were having a coffee and mulling over what might happen.
What might happen, indeed. Here's Fletcher, last ball of the over, bowls to Barnard. He was looking for a single, but he couldn't get it because Mullaney had strengthened that offside field, and he pushed it straight to Patterson White, who picked it up and immediately tucked it in his pocket, took his cap off because he's going to bowl the next over.
For listeners to 5 Sports Extra, I'm going to mark your card now. This is your 7-minute warning at 2 o'clock. Listeners to 5 Sports Extra, you'll be going off for the women's rugby. They'll be returning here after the match has finished, but at 2 o'clock you'll lose Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire on 5 Sports Extra. Still be able to get it via the 2 counties live streams or the BBC Sport website or app as Patterson White bowls one that turns sharply past Charlie Morris. So that's your 7-minute warning if you're listening on 5 Sports Extra and want to carry on listening to the cricket throughout the afternoon. Just go to the normal places, BBC Sport website and app, or the 2 counties respective websites, 3:31 for 8, where of course there is a link to the live stream, the video. You can see the pictures. Next ball is defended. Certainly one on trentbridge.co.uk, and I'm assuming that Worcestershire, as is the normal practice, will have at least given you some sort of access or a steer towards where the live stream can be found. Next ball cut away by Morris into the offside, nicely played out to Lyndon James. So Worcestershire's lead is 225, 3:32 for 8. Barnard 160 back on strike, Morris 3. And of the 8 wickets to go down, 4 of them to Stuart Broad, 3 to Luke Fletcher, 1 to Dane Patterson. Patterson White bowls. Barnard push into the offside, nicely fielded by Ben Duckett. Your Ducketts and your Clarks not had an awful lot to do in the game in the when they've been in the slip cordon. In truth, of course, every ball would have been very much an incident in itself. Would have had to focus, especially when Broad was steaming in. Patterson White bowls, driven into the offside, fielded by Duckett, but no catches have either been taken or put down by either Duckett or Clark in the slip cordon. Ben Duckett, when he briefly came out and went down to long leg, though, did find himself underneath a top edge from Jack Haynes. That was yesterday afternoon. Didn't have to move a muscle to dismiss Haynes, out for 49. End of the over here, 3:32 for 8. Worcestershire's lead is 225, and there are 62 overs remaining in the day.
Just had a message from an old playing colleague of mine, Barry Clements, asking me to give an assessment of Barnard's innings. I'll just break off as Fletcher bowls to Morris, who turned us on the onside, no run. You know, how do I really rate it given the attack, etc., etc.? I'd have to say really highly. You know, Patterson, Broad, Fletcher. It's a trio of top-class seam bowlers.
Well, he came in at 32 for 4 as well.
Came in at 32 for 4. He's batted for 7 hours, and I'm trying not to get too sort of carried away, and you know, put it in the context of the game, etc. And the pitch is flattened out. Fletcher is in again and bowls. Morris is forward, no run. But you know, over all the years that I've watched Worcestershire, and obviously seeing a lot of Graham Hicks in some magnificent things, but you take all the context of it into account, you know, it's up there with you know, it's one of the top 10-15 innings that I think I've seen people play for.
And bearing in mind all the damage inflicted in the minds of the Worcestershire players on the first day as well.
Yeah, and the way that, you know, one of the world's best bowlers has gone at him. Fletcher is in, bowls, Morris taken on the pad. That one I think definitely sliding down leg, even though there was an appeal. 3:32 for 8. And I don't mean to get carried away, and I'm sure there'll be lots of people. It's a
very good innings.
There'll be lots of people who contact. You know, feel free to contact me at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or Dave at Brace Cricket, and say the great innings that you've seen. I mean, Hickey, we lost track really. He played so many, and you know, I've seen some fantastic innings from various Worcestershire players over the years, but given all the circumstances, it's up there, this one. Fletcher bowls, and Morris is out bowled. Did that again? Is he the unluckiest man in the world? Has that kept low again a little bit like the one he had in the first innings? He's certainly looking back as though he's a little bit rueful, but he's lost his off stump. Luke Fletcher has picked up his third wicket, isn't it? Fourth wicket, in fact.
Yeah.
Fourth wicket. Joined Broad on that, and Charlie Morris has gone, and he's out bowled by Luke Fletcher, and we've just got Dylan Pennington to come out and join the unbeaten Ed Barnard. Morris out for 3, and it's 3:32 for 9.
Yes, Fletcher getting his reward. The lead is 2-2-5 as the last man makes his way out.
If he gets a first bowler, I'm spot on, aren't I? Just going to have a look at the replay when it becomes available, to see if poor old Charlie's got another one that kept low. The first innings it definitely did. That one, I mean, he didn't go anywhere, to be fair. He was caught on the crease, but excuse me, lost his off stump.
Yeah.
Dylan Pennington is the last man, and he joins Ed Barnard. Fletcher comes back and gets a bit of a response from his fan club down below us, which you can probably hear on our effect mic. Just having a look at it now to see whether it's kept low. Yeah, it did, you know. It did. Poor old Charlie Morris. He's got the only 2 in the game that have kept low. Well, he's not actually. There've been 1 or 2 others have kept low, but they haven't hit the stumps, have they? We've said,
No.
oh, that's scooted through. But he's got the 2 low ones that have been straight, and that's gone through his backward. Well, he went back. He didn't even really play a shot in the end, because he went back and then it just went, you know. I'm sure those listeners that have been bowled by one that's kept a bit low will know exactly what I mean. Fletcher in now to bowl to Pennington, who is forward, which is a much better policy, and he pushes it out square on the offside. So 2-2-5 the lead, which means that Worcestershire have extended it today by 107 runs for the loss of Cox 55, Baker 1, Finch 33 and Morris 3. And just one more ball, Dave, and I'll nip off next door to give BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners the latest news.
Might be all it takes.
Fletcher in, and he bowls, and Pennington solidly forward. Dave pushes out on the offside.
Applause for Luke Fletcher. Normally enjoys bowling against Worcestershire. In fact, 2 of his career 5-fers have come against Worcestershire, and his only career 10 for that match last year, where he got 7 for 37 and then 3 in the second innings as well. Came in this match. Well, he's now got 4 for 61 in this innings from 27 overs. So it'll be interesting now to see whether Ed Barnard looks to be even more determined to keep the strike. Mullaney pushing the fielders out. Dane Patterson comes back. Of course, he needs 1 wicket for a 10-fer. Patterson replacing Patterson-White. He bowls, and Ed Barnard's taken a single first ball, just happy to help it down to long leg. Slater doing the fielding. So 3-3-3 for 9 Worcestershire. The lead is now 226. New man Dylan Pennington scratching away there at a guard. He played nicely in the first innings, made 18. Last out, caught by Moores off Fletcher. Patterson bowls, solidly behind this one. So 4 wickets have gone down today, 2 for Broad, 2 for Fletcher. Dane Patterson In, bowls to Pennington down the leg side. Threw the bat at that one a little bit, didn't get anything on it. A good stop by Tom Moores. Pennington number 22, same as Liam Patterson-White for Nottinghamshire, who's just polishing the ball over in the covers. Ball makes its way back to the bowler. Lots require 2-2-7 as it stands. Patterson bowls, Pennington steers this into the offside. Lyndon James there ahead of Patterson-White. And again, no run. 2 balls left in the over, and Stephen Mullaney pushes the fielders out as if he's expecting and hoping the batsman will take a single. I'm not sure they will. Still 2 slips remain. Clark and Duckett. There is Patterson bowls. Nicely played by Pennington. They have taken a single. Let's run it down to third man. Lyndon James moves round. He was at deep backward point but ran round to third man to intercept the ball and keep them to 1. So now the job at hand, I guess, is to try and make sure Ed Barnard doesn't take a single from this final ball. 3-3-4 for 9. 2:27 is the lead. Second slip, Clark drops back 3/4 of the way. Next ball is short, and a big vicious swish from Ed Barnard. Misses it, goes through to the keeper. 3:34 for 9. So a chance for Fletcher to get his 5 now. He'll be bowling at Pennington. Worcestershire 3:34 for 9. I think somebody had moved Luke Fletcher's bowling mark. He's just kicked the disc out the way. There is Fletcher in bowls. This is pushed to mid-on, no run. An update from Radio Nottingham in a second. Well, already we've got some fine interaction here out on the field with what's happening the other side of the Radcliffe Road at the City Ground, because we've had a few roars coming from the football stadium, and that's prompted Luke Fletcher to cup his ears, asking the fans what's happening already down below us. And Fletcher has actually just picked up a wicket. Lovely delivery to bowl Charlie Morris for 3, although the batsman will feel it kept a little low on him. That's reduced Worcestershire to 334 for 9. They've done really well to extend the innings this far. Remember, they were 32 for 4 yesterday, so Worcestershire's overall lead is 227. Notts, I think, will still fancy chasing this down. Remember, they've got all day today and all of tomorrow potentially. It looks a really good batting wicket, but they've been held up by a sensational knock in truth from Ed Barnard, a career best 161 for him. At the other end, Dylan Pennington has just come to the crease. He's the number 11. Notts will be looking to polish him off as soon as they can. Broad's got 4 wickets, Fletcher's got 4 wickets. They'll both want to go and put their feet up and see how Forest are doing. Worcestershire 334 for 9. Pennington's got through 3 balls in this over. Defending his stumps for all he's worth. Comes Luke Fletcher once more bowling. Nice push into the offside. Could take a single if he wants it, and they do. 3-3-5 for 9. Pennington on to 2. Very noticeable footmarks now where the bowlers, Luke Fletcher in particular, has been pounding in for a great many overs in this contest, in truth. Shows how much bowling is done that we can clearly make out all his footmarks. Here he comes again. Now bowling to Barnard on 161. Deserves to keep his innings intact. A little push and run here, and they get home. Liam Patterson-White unable to get there quickly enough to execute a run out. Nicely judged single in truth by Barnard. Just taking what's on offer. Worcestershire lead by 229. There's still 59 overs left in the day, so if the wicket did go down anytime soon, provided the light holds, and I think it's supposed to be a fairly decent day right until the close, could still potentially get a finish today. Nice looking shot here though. Pennington steering Luke Fletcher into the offside for a couple of runs. Wait there is the yell. It's the final ball of the over, and Ed Barnard knows that 2 is very welcome. It means he'll keep strike. 338 for 9. Worcestershire leading by 231, and Pennington, with that brace of runs, moves on to 4. 338 for 9 is the score, and Barnard has 162 of them.
I think it's a challenge now for Barnard to try and face as much of the bowling as he can. Mullaney's obviously going to make that as difficult as possible. Pennington's no bunny, he's got a first-class 50, but even so, here's Patterson bowls to Barnard, who pulls a short one away down to fine leg. Takes one, runs it quickly, hoping that there might be a fumble from Ben Slater down at fine leg, allowing him to come back for 2, but there isn't.
The old mindset. There was a clear 3 the previous ball, the last ball of Luke Fletcher's over. They could easily have taken the 3, and Ed Barnard knew it was the end of the over and knew he'd be on strike, so said no, wait there, doing Pennington out of a run, and then he's happy to take the single first ball. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. 339
for 9. The only mitigation for that, I'll just come to it in a minute, when Patterson bowls and Pennington is out, well caught at second slip by Ben Duckett. I won't bother with my mitigation. There are reasons why Barnard might not have taken that run, but that was a really good catch by Ben Duckett, low down at second slip, and it is a 10 for Patterson. Lots of congratulations for Ed Barnard from the Notts fielders. But it's all over as far as Worcestershire are concerned, and the lead is 232, so Notts will need 233 to win. And that was a really good catch by Ben Duckett down at low to his left at second slip, and when you've been out there for as long as they have, that's even better, because he's been stood there, nothing's come his way, and he's taken a good catch. Really rapturous applause from all around the ground, including the Notts fans, for Ed Barnard, unbeaten on 163. His career best, and one of the best innings I've seen from a Worcestershire player for a long time. 448 minutes he batted for. That's a sensational effort, really, and he faced 310 balls and hit 16 fours and 1 6. And he is almost, well, I wouldn't say single-handedly, you can't do it single-handedly. He got good support from Haynes, from Cox, from Finch in particular. But what an effort by Ed Barnard to make a game of it, really. Worcester 37 for 4 at lunch yesterday, and finishing up 339 all out, with the last man to go, Dylan Pennington, caught by Ben Duckett off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 4. And Ed Barnard, as I say, left 163 not out. So Notts will need 233 to win.
So the players are off the field for a few moments. We'll give you all the details, all the bits and pieces about the bowling figures and what have you when we come back. But while they're having a quick break, we'll do the same in the commentary box and be back with you in ample time for the resumption, as Notts set about chasing 233 to win.
on Barney. 7.5 hours back, so he's going to have to bowl now.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in ample time for the start of the run chase. Nottinghamshire require 223. We'll just confirm how many overs they've got at their disposal.
Dave, I think 230.
Yeah. Is it 233? Yeah. It is 233 by Jove. 233. Given them 10 already. Worcestershire all out 8 or 9 minutes ago for 339. Luke Fletcher 4 for 65. Stuart Broad 4 for 72. A couple of wickets to Dane Patterson as well. Frank's done the maths. 10 for 117, I think you make it.
Yeah.
For Dane Patterson, so congratulations to him. Second best match figures of his career. Certainly the best match figures for Ed Barnard, who was left unbeaten on was it 163?
448 minutes, 310 balls, 1 6 and 16 fours. That is a marathon effort.
Terrific innings. Charlie Morris has his picture up on the large screens here at Trent Bridge. Ian Smith working the boards here as usual will have already identified or been told that Charlie Morris is going to get things up and running. Not's usual openers, Ben Slater and Asiba Mead are there in the middle. Slater 225 not out last weekend up at Chesterley Street. Was playing nicely in the first innings for 24 when he was run out only 2 days ago. It seems like at least a week ago, doesn't it, when he was run out going for that third by Libby, but it was only 2 days ago. Asiba Mead made 53 in the first innings, falling to Finch. We're just about ready, and it's going to be Charlie Morris. Do you want Charlie's end or Dylan's end?
I don't mind. I'll have Charlie's end, shall I? Do the first one.
Then.
Charlie Morris, cheerful Charlie, as Dave Bradley calls him, comes in from the pavilion end. 3 slips. Worcestershire staggering their slips quite sharply this year. Comes in now and bowls to Slater, who plays at that one actually. Missed it by quite a long way, but good start from Morris. Angled across the left-hander. Goes through to Cox. Yeah, I've noticed that Worcestershire's slip cordon this year is quite sharply angled. If you look, you've got first slip Ed Pollock, and then second slip Jack Haynes is quite a long way in front of him, and then Ed Barnard is quite a long way in front of him. It's obviously something they've worked on. Barnard's actually quite close there in terms of distance from the edge. Morris bowls and Slater gets the innings away, a full wide-ish delivery, and he drives it square on the offside. They take 2 and with Jake Libby sliding and pulling it back, and they were thinking about 3, and I think they both probably thought, not again, and they decided on 2. It was the toe of the bat. He didn't really time it, but it was a nice way to get off the mark, and as Dave was saying, we both felt that Ben Slater was one of the batsmen in the first innings who looked, and I certainly felt that he looked the most comfortable, and on the first day when it was seaming around, he left it really well, but it's not quite so testing these on this third day as Morris bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Ben Cox. When I say not quite so testing, of course it's still a new ball, and it'll do a bit, but the pitch, which was it was genuinely green on Thursday morning, and I don't mean just green as in it's got a bit of grass on it. I mean green as in green in colour, but it's dried out. The sun's been out all day today. We had a bit of sun yesterday, and it's a pretty ordinary brown colour now as Morris comes in and bowls, and Slater is caught at first slip by Ed Pollock. Really good low catch by Pollock. Slater standing there not liking it, thinks it didn't carry. Umpire at square leg says yes it did, and Ed Pollock takes the catch. Charlie Morris makes the breakthrough, and Notts in the first over are 2 for 1.
Yes, impossible to tell from here. It was very low down. Ben Slater, as is his right, hung around, waited to be officially dismissed by the batsman. Genuine edge, and I mean, from the Worcestershire perspective, they all know generally when 8 or 9 or 10 or all 11 of them suddenly start celebrating, you know that a good percentage of them have had a good sight of that, and I think everybody unanimously out there expected the catch to be given, look cleaner. That's one of the frustrating things for me in international cricket, when you know it's been a clean catch, and then they have the camera, they talk about depth and all sorts of things, and it makes it look as if it's touched the grass and what have you. There is the edge. Yeah, it looks on the live stream from what I've seen. Just seen one replay of it there. Looks as if he's got his hand underneath it, and Ben Slater has to go, unfortunately for him and for Nottinghamshire. But the ideal start for Worcestershire. Couldn't have got off to a much better start. They could only better it, I suppose, by following it up with another one. And here comes Ben Duckett,
who's in form, runs in both innings of the last game, and well, he made batting look pretty easy in the first innings, to be honest. He made 50 off 37 balls with 8 fours, and it was quite a surprise when he was out. But he wouldn't have wanted to be coming in these circumstances. It was a good catch as far as I'm concerned. He got his hands under it, and I genuinely don't think that they would all have been so confident.
No.
All 3 of them there in the slips if that hadn't carried. And Charlie Morris gets a wicket. He's decided to go round the wicket to duck it, which is interesting, having just taken a wicket bowling over the wicket.
They'll have the plans, won't they? They'll have the plans for different batsmen.
Different players, yeah. And I'm just watching it now. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear carry as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, 2 for 1, and Duckett on strike against Charlie Morris, who comes in now to him and bowls, and Duckett is forcing this up to mid-off, where D'Oliveira does the fielding. 1 ball left in this first over. Great start for Worcestershire, having set Nottinghamshire 233 to win, and a really important breakthrough. And we were saying this morning when we were discussing all those different scenarios that if they got something over 200 and then took 2 early wickets, then it would become a real contest. And as Morris looking for the second one, doesn't get it, as Duckett goes back, plays that back to the bowler. End of a successful first over for Charlie Morris. He's got 1 for 2, and Notts needing a further 231 to win. A 2 for 1.
Yeah, 4th ball of the innings. Ben Slater dismissed. Here's Ben Duckett then out there in the middle. His scores this season: 31, 122, 95, 54 and 50 in the first innings in this match. So fair to say he's in form. It won't be Dylan Pennington. It will be the marathon man, St Bernard. St Barnard. Let's get it right. St Bernard. Ed Barnard is going to share the new ball duties. Perhaps they feel it's his game. Can he come on and golden arm here, as he was a golden bat? Seba Mead is the man on strike. This one shapes away from him. Similar sort of field, 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off. The 6 fielders on the offside, and the regulation almost obligatory long leg mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side. Nigel King says it looked like Ben thought he'd not got the bat on it more than not carried. I'm not so sure about that. Next ball cut away by Mead for 4. It was a real thorn in the Worcestershire side last year at New Road. Asiba Mead, centuries in both innings, as we've been talking about in this game, and got off to a nice start there. Top scored for Notts in the first innings with 53. Up and running here. Not 6 for 1, 227 more required. So between us, Frank and I were in the right ballpark this morning. If we'd said between, because Frank said he predicted that Notts would have a run chase of 225. I said a run chase of 238. If we'd said so somewhere between that, we'd have dropped on it, as Hamid leaves this alone, and it goes through to Cox. 6 for 1.
just watched that catch on a sort of on a replay, and I've tried to freeze each frame, and it was one of those where they'd have looked on the TV.
Was there anything at the business end?
His hand underneath it.
Nigel's wondering if it. Yeah, I'm going to say.
No doubt about that. But he just, it almost landed on his hands. I think. I just don't think he would have claimed it.
No. They all went up collectively. Knew it had been safely pouched. The crouching Hamid, pushes this into the offside to D'Oliveira, and there's no run. 2:27 more required. They're not set to score overall. 2-3-3 after Worcestershire today had been bowled out in their second innings for 339. All the coaches always talk about first innings runs being so important. Worcestershire bowled out for 159 on the first day as this one shapes away and goes through to Cox. And if Worcestershire are to lose, then that first innings where they fell for 159, bowled out chiefly by Dane Patterson, will predominantly be the reason why they lose the game. If not so to lose, well, there might be a number of reasons. Failed to get a sufficient first innings advantage. Lovely looking shot from Hamid. Through extra cover and away for 4. 2 boundaries in the over. That's 10 for 1. Hamid is on 8. And the other reason, of course, is may yet still be to come. Maybe a catalogue of errors in this innings. But right now, Asib Hamid has stroked 2 very elegant boundaries. And after 2 overs, 10 for 1. Charlie Morris picking up the wicket in his first over. He's going to go round the wicket now to Ben Duckett, who's searching his first run. There's a leave. He left that on length. Morris coming round the wicket, and where it pitched, Duckett knew would always be safely bouncing over the top. Idyllic conditions at Trent Bridge as Morris bowls. Duckett tries to cut it away and does do to a certain extent, gets a single, but he's trying to get into a position to square cut it, I think, for 4, and mistimed it a little bit. Fortunately, it just dribbled out into the gap and they took a single before Josh Baker could field. Baker, who exceptionally well in the field in the first innings, including a sensational throw to run out Liam Patterson-White with a direct hit. That was on the first day. 11 for 1 here on the third day as Hamid works this square. Should be able to get 2 runs here, he can, so Hamid already up and running and into double figures. A couple of 4s and a 2. And that's a 13 for 1, requiring 220 more. Bit of encouragement for the bowler there. $13 for 1. Asib Hamid on strike. Former Lancashire man. Struck above the knee roll here. Gets a bit of a stride in. Peels from behind the wicket, but nothing from the bowler. His half century in the first innings, his first of the season for Hamid. Readjusting to life in the county game, of course, having played for England the second half of last summer. It's past both the bat and the stumps, sufficiently wide for me to leave it alone. Went to Australia, played in 4 of the Ashes matches over the winter, but wasn't then selected for the West Indies journey in March. One of several to be dropped from the Ashes party. 13 for 1. Morris again wide of the pegs and goes through to Cox. Charlie Morris 2 overs 1 for 5. Nasiba Mead has 10. Ben Duckett 1. Nottinghamshire 13 for 1 on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and all our friends joining us on the club's live streams. Patrick just correcting me there that it's 2-3-2 was the target. In fact, it's 2-3-3 the target. We'll get it right. So Barnard's going to go round the wicket to Duckett to begin the 4th over as Frank returns from his travels.
Yeah, Barnard sharing the new ball, which makes me wonder if Pennington's got an injury of some description.
He's out there though, isn't he? He's at mid-off, so...
He's out there, but I'm pretty sure he would have taken the new ball. Anyway.
Going with a hunch.
Here's Barnard round the wicket, bowling to Duckett, who is forward, pushing this up to mid-on. Hasib Hamid looks particularly fluent, doesn't he, in this opening period. Looks in touch. Barnard, who I thought in the first innings, in his second and third spells, slipped into something of a real rhythm, the sort of thing we've seen from him in the past. Hasn't perhaps been at his best with the ball in the last 18 months or so. Bowls to Duckett, who works this on the onside. D'Oliveira fields a mid-wicket. That's not to say he hasn't bowled some good spells, just he's a rhythm bowler in my book, and when he gets it right and slips into a nice rhythm, he does a fair bit with the ball, and just felt in the first innings that he slipped into that in about his second or third spell. He'll be tired though, having played that marathon innings, but maybe they're just thinking it's, you know, it's your day,
adrenaline.
mate. It's your day. In you come, round the wicket he is, and he bowls, and Duckett drives back to the bowler, who does his own fielding. End of the over, at the end of his run-up, a follow-through, I meant. 13 for 1. Duckett is 1, Hamid 10, the man out. Slater caught low down at first slip by Pollock off Charlie Morris, the 4th ball of the innings. Finch now loosening up at mid-off. I think we might see a bit of Josh Baker as well at some stage. Here's Barnard round the wicket to Duckett as a motorbike goes deafeningly past. You probably heard that on our effects mic. And no run there. 13 for 1 then. Further 220 required. Who'd have thought that we'd be in this situation when you think that at lunch yesterday Worcestershire were 37 for 4 and still trailing by a considerable margin.
Nottinghamshire now batting. They are 13 for 1. They've been set to score 233 here. The last wicket eventually went down, that of Dylan Pennington, the number 11. It was Dane Patterson. Nice moment for him. He got rid of the last Worcestershire wicket. A fine catch. It really was a good catch from Ben Duckett. Low down at slip. Pennington had to go. Patterson, 10th wicket in the match. Terrific performance from him, but that left Ed Barnard undefeated at the other end, not out 163. You've got to admit, one of the better innings by a visiting batsman seen here at Trent Bridge over the years. And then Notts looking for that decent start, chasing 2-3-3. Well, they didn't get it. They lost Ben Slater in the very first over, 4th ball of the innings. He nicked Charlie Morris. Low down, Ed Pollock at first slip took the catch. Slater hung around. I don't think he was convinced it carried. Worcestershire celebrated, the umpires deliberated before sending him on his way. Asiba Meads hit a couple of boundaries. Notts are 14 for 1, needing 219 more. So there we are, we're up to speed. 14 for 1, Duckett has 2, Hamid has 10. And there's cheerful Charlie Morris and cheerful Frank Watson.
Cheerful Charlie Morris round the wicket from the pavilion end to Duckett. Bowls, very full, looking for the Yorker. Duckett punches it up to mid-on where it's fielded by Pennington and there's no run. 14 for 1. Morris immediately round the wicket when Duckett came in. It's obviously something they've talked about with the analysts, and he's decided that that's the best line of attack, possibly to just stop Duckett from getting his arms free to things slanted across him, tucking him up a bit. 3 slips in place as Morris comes in and bowls to Duckett. That's short and it's whacked away. Free runs really, absolute long hop, and Duckett just slaps it away on the leg side just in front of square, and his first boundary goes to 6. Hamid has 10. He's hit 2 sumptuous boundaries as well, and it's 18 for 1 in the 5th over. Notts having been set 233 to win, so they need another 215. Morris, having had the ball returned to him, turns and makes his way in again, looking for a better length this time. Finds it, but Duckett working away on the onside. Nearly gets a single as Azhar Ali misfields slightly at mid-wicket, moving across in front of mid-on, Dylan Pennington, but they decide against it. No need for anything silly. Plenty of time, 51 overs left in the day after this. 215 more runs required. I reckon it'll end today one way or the other.
Yep.
Here's Morris around the wicket again from the pavilion end. He bowls and that's short again, and Duckett says thank you, just smashes it away on the leg side. I mean, you know, it's a free hit really, I'm afraid, that that length and that line, and Duckett just helped himself really, and why wouldn't he? Goes to 10 where he joins Hamid. 22 for 1. Morris, having made the breakthrough, now needs to make sure that he can restore a bit of accuracy and not allow any kind of pressure that was built by that early wicket to be dissipated. There's a change in the field. Third slip's gone out and we've got a man out on the leg side now. But well, I'm wondering whether he'd be better off going over the wicket and angling it across Duckett, but staying round as he comes in and bowls, and Duckett works it away on the leg side again and gets another run. Azhar Ali out on the boundary this time, but just seems to be bowling into his area of strength there to me. But as I say, no doubt there's been some thought and some interaction with the analysts, and they've decided that round is best. We'll see if he sticks with that approach. He's coming over the wicket now, obviously, to the right-handed Hamid, and it's 23 for 1. Having worked so hard to set a meaningful target, what they don't want to do now is give away any runs. You've got to make the team that's chasing work for everyone. Morris is in, ball to Hamid, who drives nicely straight back to the bowler, gets a hand on it, ball runs to Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over from Morris then. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14 his figures, and it's 23 for 1, Notts needing a further 210 to win after Worcestershire today were eventually bowled out for 339, having resumed this morning on 322 for 8, with Ed Barnard finishing unbeaten on 163.
Would I swap places with Joel Harrison? No. I'll tell you why in a second. In fact, there's not many people right now would swap places with us. We're watching Ed Barnard bowling, which is always a joy, and he bowls to Duckett, who pushes it into the offside. Joel says good afternoon to both of you, listening to you from sunny Cambridge. Nothing wrong with Cambridge. The wife and I are listening to you whilst we're painting our fence. A tricky run chase ahead, predicting it'll be the skipper who brings us home. Come on, Notts. Enjoy your afternoon out in the garden, Joel, listening to us, but rather you than me, mate. Rather you than me. Predicting the painting the garden fence. God dear. 23 for 1. Ben Duckett has 11. He's been in sparkling form. Barnard to bowl to him. 2 slips. Steers this into the offside, and not only into the offside, he's threatening that boundary rope again. He's going to take a good stop from Azhar Ali, and that's exactly what we get. Good work by the
Veteran.
multi-talented Pakistan international. Number of Pakistan players available to play in the county championship this year. We've got Shaheen Shah Afridi at Middlesex, no doubt playing against Notts in the next match in a couple of weeks' time. Obviously Shan Masood has made a really fine start to life in county cricket with Derbyshire. Mohammed Rizwan at Sussex, the wicket-keeper batsman, he's in the runs today, I saw at lunch. Ben Duckett on 13. Next ball is a bit of a play and a miss at that from Duckett. Took his left hand off the bat as he completed the loose swish outside off stump, and goes down, does a bit of gardening. Not really necessary. Don't think it nipped away dramatically. 25 for 1. Nottinghamshire have galloped out of the blocks despite losing Slater. 208 more required. It's 50 overs after this one. Didn't make a note of that at the start. So obviously 56 overs at their disposal today. Potentially another 8 overs if either side thought they could win towards the end of the day, as Duckett punches this again out to Azhar Ali, straight to him. Single taken, 26 for 1. So 56 overs today and a potential 96 tomorrow. I'm only playing with numbers here. 152 overs at Nottinghamshire's disposal to chase down 233. But we do think between us that barring fire, famine or flood, we might be done and dusted by the close of play today, one way or another, as this one shapes away from a mead and goes through to the wide-brimmed wearing Ben Cox. 26 for 1. One ball left in the 6th over. Where are we? 2:45. Might hear a little bit more noise in the effects microphone, a bit more crowd noise after 3 o'clock, and unless Forest go a goal or two behind, might go a bit quieter then, as this time it's helped into the offside. There's Brett D'Oliveira, end of the over, 26 for 1. A number of people have made comment on the stripe down the flannels of the Worcestershire players. I presume it's a dark green stripe, the county colours, but yeah, I don't mind that. Don't mind that at all.
No, I think it's not overly gaudy, is it?
It's all right.
Quite nice, really.
Like to find a touch of individuality, don't you?
Yeah. I don't like it if it's too sort of glaring, too gaudy, different sleeves or something. But
last home
nice.
game, Glamorgan came. They've got bright red numbers and letters on the back, and they really do stand out well. I like them.
That's good. Yeah.
I like them. Really bright red.
Morris, and this time, as I wanted him to, he's going over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, and that one is full and driven up to mid-off. But I would have thought if you're going to threaten the outside edge, you're more likely to do it as a right-arm bowler going across the left-hander, as he did when he got Slater, than going around the wicket. It just sort of fed Duckett's strength, or it appeared to, in that last over. As I say, I'm sure there was some proper thinking behind it. But here's Morris now, over the wicket. Duckett just gets on top of one that bounced a bit and drops it down on the onside. Busy little player, Duckett, takes a single.
You wonder, we're all told how much and how important a role the analysts play, Frank, in all the in all the pre-match plans and whatever. But you've still got to have a certain amount of gut instinct out there, haven't you?
Yeah.
You can have all these plans about, as you say, round the wicket, round the wicket, round the wicket, and then your gut instinct is to do exactly the exact opposite, or vice versa in this particular case.
Here's
to work
Morris.
out for yourself what works.
Anyway, he's over the wicket to Hamid, and bowls, and Hamid drives nicely, very fluently up to mid-on. D'Oliveira fields. Yeah, I think gut instinct and also just response.
Yeah.
See, that's what normally happens, the analysts tell you, but actually I've got out there and it doesn't seem as though that's what's happening today, so I'm going to go with my own, as you should call it, gut instinct or response or whatever. I think it's it's slightly different in white ball when you get told certain things about certain players. Charlie Morris in again from the pavilion end. Bowls a Yorker, which Hamid digs out. I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to give too much away, but obviously, for obvious reasons, I've had quite long discussions with Daryl Mitchell this winter, and analysis was one of the things that we touched on, because we touched on it in the book. There was a chapter about how the game's changed in the time that he was playing, and he actually gave some good examples of analysis, because we all hear about it, but you don't actually know exactly what it means, and he talked about how they might get some quite specific instructions with regard to white ball cricket. I won't go into too much more detail. Get the book if you want to know. 27 for 1. Here's Morris in, he bowls, and Hamid tucks this nicely off his pads behind square on the leg side. Josh Baker does the fielding. Josh Baker might have a bit of bowling to do in this innings, I think. And it's 28 for 1 with that single. Hamid goes to 11. Duckett has 15. The man out is Slater, caught low down at first slip by Ed Pollock off Charlie Morris for 2, and not to need a further 205 runs to win. And Morris staying over the wicket this time to Duckett. Last ball of this, his 4th over. He's in, he bowls, and Duckett clips this one off his toes to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Ed Barnard, who will keep it because he'll probably carry on bowling from this Radcliffe Road end. 28 for 1 at the end of the over.
Up until COVID times, I used to do an awful lot of tennis commentary for the WTA tour, the women's side of the game, and I'd often speak to coaches, and their analysis goes very, very deep, as you might imagine, but even to things like they will know or have the stats on a particular player, what they choose to do in certain situations, down to deuce. You know, I know you understand the tennis scoring system, but if it's a deuce, they will know if a player chooses to go wide on the forehand or down the middle. On deuce, you know, what percentage of the times. 28 for 1 is a score. Got a bowling change here. Adam Finch into the attack, and this is driven in the air. Might have been on the bounce, I'm not entirely sure. He's gone for 4 by Hamid. I don't know if he played that into the ground, Frank, and it bounced up that eye over D'Oliveira, or he just hit it in the air, but it's gone for 4.
He looked a bit alarmed, didn't he? So I'm wondering whether it was actually in the air. It wasn't a chance, it didn't go to hand, but he froze, didn't he, after he'd hit it, as if to think, oh no, I haven't.
Didn't
I'll
see.
have a look at the replay.
I was going to say, I didn't see a replay. If Kirsty's listening, we're able to pop a replay on, and we'll try and have a look at that. But
one in a minute, but
it's fairly close to D'Oliveira at mid-off, but I don't know if it had bounced over him or just went over him on the full. 32 for 1. Here is Adam Finch. Try and come back to that point in a second if we get a moment as Hamid defends.
Analysis,
So if if it is deuce and your player is, I'm going to get a replay now, so that might just be the opportunity. Here was Finch, the first ball of the over on the live stream. No, it was uppishly. It was uppish. It was
in the air,
thanks for that, Kirsty. Popping the old replay on. So if you're playing a player that you know, stats tell you, 90% of the time, if it's deuce or whatever, they will serve down the centre line. You've got an advantage. This one goes through to the keeper, and they keep all sorts of stats like that. Although, as far as I'm aware, cricket doesn't, in the Championship, it doesn't matter so much. But in the key moments in white ball cricket, the power play overs and that, I don't know how much stats or how much work goes into researching how often a bowler will go to the Yorker first ball or last ball. Or
we did talk about that. That's exactly the sort of thing that I was in discussion with Daryl Mitchell
2 for 1, both batsmen on 15. Finch bowls, Hamid works it on the leg side, and there's no run.
And as I say, I don't want to give too much away, but things like this batsman will reverse you, so if someone's bowling at him,
Duckett will reverse you all day long.
This batsman will reverse you, so you will have a different feel, but he will never reverse you until he's faced at least 10 balls. So you change your field when he's face down.
Yeah.
Or this bowler, if you hit him for 4, he will always bowl a slower ball next. Or if you hit him down the ground, he will always bowl a bouncer next.
Good to know, isn't it? Good to know. Finch from our end, the Radcliffe Road end, bowls to Hamid, and he defends.
And the point being, Dave, I think that it's good to know, as you say, and you can easily say, well, you know, surely again gut instinct or whatever, a batsman. But you know those times where you think he knew he was going to bowl that, and he did it. Well, maybe he did actually know he was going to bowl it. And the one thing about it is, if your team don't use that analysis, and every other team does, then you are bound to be at a disadvantage. So they've all got to keep up with each other, really.
Here's Adam Finch. Bowls. Mead cuts this away. Fielder in the deep. They'll get a single. Mead will keep strike. 33 for 1 after 8 overs. That means Notts require exactly 200 more. I was never, at the low level I played, but I was never a great one for particularly looking for the seam in the bowler's hand. I know that, you talk to the top class batsmen, and just got Radio Nottingham in our ears, so I'll just break off for a second. But yeah, the top class players, don't you? We're looking for the seam as to whether it will go this way or that.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember doing that, Dave. I was an opening batsman, and you'd know your bowlers, and you'd look where their grip was. You'd sometimes look and see if the fingers were close together and the shine's on one side, it's going one way. Fingers spread, and you're probably going to get an off-cutter or something like that. I think sometimes you get bowlers who run up with a non-bowling hand over the ball, or bowlers like Stuart Lampitt, Phil Newport, who change the ball from one hand to the other mid-run-up, which makes it difficult.
Here's Morris, still in the attack, bowling to Hamid, who defends this one. He's got 16, 33 for 1. Exactly 200 more required. We've got best part of 16 overs to go until tea.
Is it me or you?
Just waiting for this cue to speak to Radio Nottingham as Morris comes in to bowl to Hamid. Lets it go through to the wicket keeper, Ben Cox. 2 slips. Pollock, who took the catch to get rid of Slater. Haynes at second. 33 for 1. We're in the 9th over. Now we feel this one might be done today, David, with Nottinghamshire requiring exactly 200 more. They've been set to score 233. They've overcome the loss of Ben Slater in the first over to put 33 for 1 on the board. Already Asib Hamid and Ben Duckett nicely into their work. 4 boundaries for Asib Hamid in his 16, a couple for Ben Duckett in his 15. So Nottinghamshire, who eventually bowled out Worcestershire for 339 in their second innings to leave themselves that target of 233. They've got round about an hour's play before tea, and then 32 overs afterwards. Should be done today, one way or another. Notts 33 for 1. Here comes Morris to bowl to Hamid, and he pushes this back to the bowler. Morris in his 5th over, 1 for 16 his figures. Just getting a little pat on the back from Brett D'Oliveira, the captain. He makes his way back to his mark at the pavilion end, turns and surveys his prey, and then comes in and bowls to Hamid. Again, the Bolton-born batsman stretches forward and defends. Hamid playing his 7th match against Worcestershire. Before this game he averaged 42, got 53 in the first innings, so that's just gone up a little bit. And the 2 centuries, of course, they both came in the same match last year at New Road, 117 and 114 not out in that drawn game. 33 for 1. Hamid has 16. Cuts this to backward point, and Libby does the fielding. It's the end of the 9th over. 33 for 1. Hamid is 25 years of age now. I said earlier he went on the Ashes tour, but pretty disappointing. He only averaged 10 from those 4 test matches with a top score of 27, so I guess there can't have been too many complaints really when he didn't make the plane to the Caribbean for the 3 tests in March. Although many felt he might have been suited to the wickets there rather than in Australia. Going to be Finch to bowl to Ben Duckett. Duckett's on 15. Plays this defensively. Duckett, by the way, 27 years of age, because he's also played Test match cricket for England back in 2016, that winter. 4 test matches, a couple in Bangladesh, a couple in India. Top score of 56. He's averaging almost 42 against Worcestershire. The 1 century was here last year when he got 177 as Finch bowls. He drives in the gap on the offside. There's going to be runs for Ben Duckett, and despite Finch getting a fingernail to it, the ball just had enough juice behind it to go all the way to the rope, and real teaser for the fielder there. But Duckett gets a boundary, so Notts requiring less than 200 now, obviously. 196 more at 37 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and all our friends all over the place, in fact all over the planet, following us on the live stream. We'll have a little flip round here for the next part of the afternoon. Frank's going to pick things up, and I'll have a little 10 minutes whilst Kevin comes in and shares his thoughts with him.
Adam Finch to continue then from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Duckett. He's in, he bowls, and Duckett punches this one. That's a real characteristic Duckett shot, just short of a length, leg stump, and he punches it through mid-wicket. Sort of short arm jab, cracking shot, really, really well timed. And not for the first time in this game, Ben Duckett, who with that boundary has moved on to 23 off 25 balls and taken the score to 41, is making batting look a little bit more straightforward than almost anybody else in the game. He made 50 in the first innings off just 37 balls before being out. We were quite surprised when he was dismissed, and he's looked equally as fluent today. A really, really talented batsman, of course, in good form, 50 in each of the last 2 innings before this game, and he faces Finch now and turns him on the leg side for another run. So 24 now to Duckett, 42 for 1 Notts, and the target here, which was 233, they need a further 191 to win. The 1 man out. Ben Slater caught low down at first slip by Ed Pollock off the bowling of Charlie Morris, 4th ball of the innings, but since then not much threat from the Worcestershire bowlers, and fluency from both the left-handed Duckett and the right-handed Hasib Hamid, who now faces, he's on 16. The sounds of the Forest faithful drift across the Radcliffe Road into the ground here, and Finch bowls. Good delivery, good pacey delivery, which Hamid is forward to. Pushes out on the offside. Lots of support from behind the wicket from Jack Haynes and Ben Cox, both clapping hands and vocally for Adam Finch. 42 for 1. Kevin Howell's back alongside me. Good afternoon, Kevin. Interesting game, but they've played well since that wicket.
The odds, just like virtually this time yesterday, the odds so heavily stacked against Worcestershire. But they had a response yesterday. It came in the form of Ed Barnard, along with good support.
Adam Finch running in away from us, 61 the number on his back. He bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Hamid, taken by Cox. End of the over. Finch has bowled 2 overs and he's conceded 14 runs. Morris 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16 will continue from the pavilion end. We haven't seen Pennington in the attack as I would have expected. Barnard shared the new ball. Pennington may well have an injury of some sort, and I think we would have seen him by now. He's on the field but not moving very freely from what I can see. 42 for 1 at the moment.
So if that is a problem, that's one of the odds that are stacked against them. The pitch,
it's flattened out massively, isn't it, really?
There's so much time left in the game anyway.
Yeah.
But, as I say, there was a response yesterday. What can we get today from Worcestershire? Duckett, meantime, drives that one. Didn't look the truest of shots, but it ends up there at mid-on for no run. And to get themselves in this position from where they were around lunch on day 2, of course, should be reason to celebrate and take a lot of satisfaction from Worcestershire's point of view. But what really would almost trump that in some ways, because of looking at the fact they're missing Joe Leach here, and if, maybe not as they would like to be in their bowling attack. If they were to get in amongst them, 6-7 down or whatever. But we wait and see. It's only 1 down at the moment. Duckett's on 24, and good use of the wrist there to work it away behind square leg side. They'll get a single. They'll move to 25 and take Nottinghamshire up to 43 for 1.
Yeah, you get those interviews, don't you, Kevin, with losing coaches in cricket or losing managers in football or whatever, and they say, well, we have lost, but I'll take this positive and take that positive. And I think often we listen to those and think, well, you're just saying that because you've got to. But if Worcestershire lose this game today, and Alex Kidman says in his post-match interview there are positives to take from it, he will be absolutely right, because twice really they've pulled themselves back into this game and put them, really, really seriously back into it.
Mead facing drives to mid-on, no run.
With on the first day, having been bowled out so cheaply, and we're not going along at 70 for no wicket in response to that Worcestershire first innings 159, they dragged themselves back into it with a really good last session. And then, as you quite rightly say, after lunch yesterday, they were well and truly out of it, and they've ended up setting Notts 233 to win. So real positives.
Mead is facing. Morris bowls, comes in now to his toes and keeps the ball down into the offside. Still got 2 slips. Backward point. Player in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, behind square on the leg side. For this partnership worth 41 runs off 60 deliveries. For this second wicket, it continues to be a breezy day. The sun is shining. There is a bit of weather around tomorrow, which I find is the strangest of expressions, but people do say a bit of weather. And when they say it's a bit of weather, they mean there's a bit of rain. I'm not too sure how heavy it would be here. I don't think really it will come into play anyway. Next ball, short pitch delivery. Ducks out of the way of that one. Hamid is trying to test their patience, I guess. Try and save them. Are you going to have a bit of a go at this? It would be unlike Hamid to do so, you would imagine. Duckett might be a bit more tempted, but Hamid just comfortably ducks out of the way of that one. So it's going to require something pretty interesting from the captain as well here, D'Oliveira, to mix things up. How Funky wants to get his field settings, put a bit of pressure on. Hamid drives, lovely extra cover drive, but a good stop out there at extra cover as well.
Azhar Ali, I beg your pardon. Great diving stop.
It's all very well you saying that. He's hurt his elbow, but he was
second. He slid round the boundary a few overs ago as well.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Caught up in the moment.
He almost looked as if he was running away then, because he was thinking, skipper, don't put me anywhere else where that ball's going to go like that. No, he's a terrific effort there. He's on his way out to that shorter boundary at the moment on the right hand side, with Nottinghamshire at 43 for 1, and they require another 190 to win. Duckett 25, Hamid on 16.
Yeah, Duckett is in really good form. 50 in both innings in the last game, 50 in the first inning of this game, so he's 350, 50 in his last 3 innings. You could argue he's due a failure, or you could argue he's due to turn one of them into something really big. Anyway, he's facing Adam Finch now, right arm over the wicket, moving away from us. Bowls to Duckett wide outside the off stump, and ignores the temptation to throw the hands at that one. Just rehearses the shot now that he might have played if there weren't 2 slips waiting. but he left it alone. He stays on 25. It's 43 for 1, and Ben Duckett, yeah, Dave's just given us a breakdown. Wow, talk about a man in form. 31 in the first game against Sussex, 122 and 95 in the next game against Glamorgan. Finch in, bowls, lets that go outside the off stump. 54 then against Durham and 50 in the first innings here. So not just 50 in his last 2 innings before this, but 50 in this game, and 2 50s and 100 in the 3 innings before that. This is a man in prime form, and he looks it. He looks it. I thought he was, as I said, the most fluent batsman in the first innings, and fluent he is again today as Finch comes in to bowl to him now, and he cuts hard into the gully, but Barnard is sharp in there, and although he didn't gather it cleanly, he stopped it, and it was hit hard by Duckett, timed beautifully, and there's no run. 43 for 1. Diminutive left-handed Duckett, but as I say, very good timer of the ball. I love that little short arm punch that he plays through mid-wicket, as he did in the last over. Scores all round the wicket. Very confident young player. Waits now as Finch comes in again to him. Bowls, and he's forward, steering this rather than forcing it behind square on the offside. Better length from Finch, and fielded again in the gully by Barnard. 43 for 1. Good-ish crowd in. Big crowd across the road at the City Ground for Nottingham Forest's game this afternoon. Quite a few people, we think, were here this morning and have crossed over the road this afternoon and might well cross back in the evening. Good day to be a sports fan in Nottingham. Here comes Finch in again, bowls to Duckett, who drives beautifully through the offside, and that man Azhar Ali is called into action again. Another tumbling stop on the boundary, and they take 2. I think if I were Azhar Ali, I might be saying, Skip, there's about 8 blokes in this team younger than me, in fact 10. Get one of them out here. Get me out the firing line.
It looked as if he was keen to get out there, in fairness.
Yeah.
I thought he was running away from... Actually, he was keen to get somewhere where he's going to be employed out there. That's
45 for 1 with those 2. Duckett's gone to 27 off 33 deliveries. And Finch is in once more to bowl to him, and he cuts for 4 this time. Width given to him by Finch, and a beautiful shot. I mean, Barnard made a good stop earlier in the day. That one he just made sure he got it a bit wider of him, but timed it so well. Raced away. It's a short boundary, it doesn't matter. It would have gone another 50 yards. And it's 4 more to Duckett. Barnard's going to have a bowl now at the pavilion end, further underlining my point that Pennington is clearly incapacitated, because he'd have certainly been on by now. 49 for 1. Barnard 3 overs for 12 from this end before coming into the attack at the pavilion end now to replace Morris. Morris's figures coming out of the attack. He is the wicket taker. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17.
And Barnard coming on to bowl. I mean, it's about time he contributed to this game.
Yeah. I know, he's got to earn his money, isn't he?
He has. He's been such a passenger.
Yeah.
He's bowling his 4th over, and he's in the bowls and straight back up to or past Barnard. There'll be somebody somewhere that doesn't get the sarcasm or irony, and you're quite right. There was no need for that at all. Take it back. What was it? It was one of those Glastonbury events where Barry Gibb did a turn and somebody actually sarcastically tweeted. I'll come back to that in just a second. Hamid's on 16 in and bowls and defensively pushed into the offside. Somebody sarcastically tweeted, isn't it about time that Barry Gibb actually sang somebody else's, or no, sang some of his own songs or something. And because obviously the Bee Gees and he have written so many. And somebody on Twitter didn't quite get it.
Yeah.
And they piled on saying, do you not know the blah blah blah? And quite right, it's the cheapest form of humour and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, it's Barnard who's just played magnificently with the bat, but he needs wickets here for his team if he can as well. Oh, and that's a good lifting delivery.
That is a good one. Wow.
Past the off stump, taken by the keeper.
That's encouraging, isn't it? Because that could easily have taken the edge of any right-hander's bat, really. I mean, he dropped his hands, I think, played it well. Or did he? Or did he play it? Maybe we need to see a replay. But it certainly popped. That was the one that got Azhar Ali out yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, in fairness to him there, yeah. He hadn't really looked that settled, but he had only been in for a short time. But yeah, the delivery that did that to him. Barnard again looking for something similar. Oh, very nearly gets through. Sort of sliced at it. And ends up halfway down towards third. And Hamid will get a single. And the score will move on to 50. Applause from the home crowd here for the 50 being brought up. 50 for 1, requiring another 183 if they're to win the game. With Duckett now going to face on 31, not out. Hamid's taking his score to 17. For the left-handed Duckett, Barnard's got to come around the wicket. So still 2 slips. Then offside you've got a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off. And you've got a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. Barnard in bowls, and you hear the sound of bat on ball turned on to the leg side to the captain D'Oliveira to do the fielding. Cox just takes his big wide brimmed hat off. Of course he played his part. Terrific partnership of 140 odd runs, wasn't it?
Yep, 142.
Yeah. With this fella Barnard. And they come together as a pair here now, but no defensively played by Duckett. Oh, he did
no
think
ball.
about going. It's a no ball bowled by Barnard. Well, come on, umpire Peter Hartley, give him a break, will you? How long was he out there with the bat? Surely, unless you have been kind to him. Just give him a bit of credit. Umpire Hartley, of course, will be quick to point out that he's been out there even longer than Ed Barnard.
Yeah.
Duckett on 31, in and pushed through the legs of Hamid at the non-striker's end, but that eventually completes that over at 52 for 1. 181 the victory target. Duckett on 31, Hamid on 17, and the partnership of 50 was brought up. Actually, they were that noble. 50 off 75 deliveries. Frank Watson.
Josh Baker is going to come into the attack. Not surprised. I think he's got a bit of bowling to do. We might see a bit of Brett D'Oliveira as well. But this is quite interesting because if Baker settles, I think it gives D'Oliveira the option to rotate his seamers at the other end. If Baker doesn't settle, then he might have to use himself, I think. I was just trying to work out Ed Barnard, the length of the innings. It's 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours without being out. That's more than some people bat in a season, isn't it? Fantastic effort. And now he's got to bowl. He must be, well, you know, he'll sleep tonight, shall we say. But anyway, here's Baker, and he's going to be bowling to Hamid, and D'Oliveira's taking quite a bit of time to set the field here, get it exactly as he wants it. They're also waiting for a helmet to come out, I think, from the pavilion for Jack Haynes, who's going to go in at short leg. So we're going to have Cox standing up to the stumps, a first slip, then we're going to have Haynes in at short leg, a backward point, a man on the sweep on the offside boundary. D'Oliveira will probably go in at extra cover, then we've got a mid-off, and we're going to have a man out deep backward square. Or are we? Or is Pennington going on the dribble? No, he's going out onto that. It's quite a short boundary for Baker bowling to the right-hander behind square on the leg side here. Other than that, we've got a mid-wicket and a deepish mid-on. So it's a fairly conventional left-arm spinner's field. Might expect not to have a sweeper, but I think that's a sound move, really. And Hamid is quite strong through there. So here's Baker round the wicket. Straightish approach as ever. Bowl starts with a full length delivery which Hamid drives, and a great diving stop by D'Oliveira. They still get a single as he pushes it considerable distance away to his right where Finch completes the fielding, and that's hurt D'Oliveira's hand. He's ringing it rather ruefully as he comes in to talk to the bowler, because they're going to have to make some considerable changes to the field here. I expect Baker to go over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Jake Libby's got a suggestion about the field as well. He's the vice-captain. Slip has moved across. The man on the deep square leg boundary has stayed out, so he's now a deep backward point. That's an area that Duckett really tends... I mean, I'd be a bit worried about that gap out there in front of square on the offside with Duckett if Baker gives him any width, but he try very hard not to. He goes over the wicket. Short legs come onto the other side as well. He bowls, and there you go. He's looking for that gap, but just gets it a little bit straighter than he would have liked, and Azhar Ali does the fielding. Having said that, you can see why he might leave that gap, because if he turns one a little bit, it could come back through the gate. Over the wicket he bowls to Duckett, who plays a reverse sweep beautifully, gets down low and plays a proper sweep, a real flat sweep where the bat was almost brushing the grass as it went across the line of the ball, and he middled it down there. A one-day shot. We saw Barnard introduce one-day cricket in some ways into the red ball game this morning when he ramped Stephen Mullaney for 4. That was a cracking shot from Duckett. 35 now, and he's done it again, and this time further in front of square. Excellent batting, the sort of thing he just would not have seen 20 years ago. Successive reverse switch hit boundaries from Ben Duckett, and he's challenging the young spinner here, isn't he? He really is. He's saying, you know, you can't bowl to me with this field, with that short boundary. And it's a real headache for young Josh Baker. Really excellent part of his cricket education. 61 for 1 as he's in, and he bowls, and Duckett goes back to one that's much more conventional, and it maybe just turned a little bit out of the rough from the bowler's footmarks at that pavilion end of the ground, popped up a little bit, and Duckett sort of lifted his hands up and allowed it to hit him on the thigh pad and run away to short fine leg. Baker again in, bowls, and Duckett sweeps more conventionally this side on the leg side, uppish, and it's gone for 4 down to proper backward square leg, top edge really. Baker, who's a pretty phlegmatic character, stands with his hand to his chin, takes his cap and sweater from the umpire, has a little chat with D'Oliveira, but much food for thought. And Ben Duckett, if he carries on like this, he's making my hotel cancellation look like a wise decision after all. 43 not out off 42 balls, not requiring a further 168 to win, have raced on to 65 for 1.
So you don't want to write Worcestershire off in this game, because they've done well to come back into it. But it's looking comfortable. It has the signs of looking comfortable because of everything we throw in: time, pitch, conditions.
Yep.
And the fact that we're not seeing Pennington. But I don't understand why he's on the field. He's not going to bowl, but he is on the field.
No. Well,
perhaps he's there.
Pat Brown is the only substitute fielder.
Perhaps he's there because we're going to see another stunning run out or something like that, or a stunning piece of fielding and a catch. We wait and see. Hamid's on 18. He's facing now up onto his toes and punches out, finds the gap again on the short boundary, through cover point. 4 more runs. They're coming quickly. They're coming rapidly here, the runs for Nottinghamshire. For the wrong rapid, 69 for 1. 164 more needed for a victory. Hamid has moved to 22. This partnership is really rattling along really at 67 off 82 deliveries. I'm not too sure where D'Oliveira can turn here. He's going to need a magic moment of something, and a few of them. Balls again driven hard and firm into the offside, and well fielded. I mean, in fairness, we've seen some good fielding, some good stops, plenty of effort, plenty of commitment in the field. That's not been lacking at all. It's just the conditions, and maybe 1 or 2 outside effects as well. I mean, missing Joe Leach, for example, as Frank has mentioned, how he would be so useful here, and this one is fended away more than anything. Hamid perhaps looking to run it, but he doesn't get it past Libby in the gully area. So no run, 69 for 1. Hamid trying to be nice and patient because they have got a lot of time. That forecast for tomorrow isn't really going to play any part in this game, you would imagine, but it will be playing the part in other matches. And we'll go through some scores, some good games around the country. Meantime, it's Barnard in and plays a shot. Actually does go for a shorter ball there, but keeps it down well. Didn't seem to be any danger. Now there could be a run opportunity, but the throw is to the right end probably, but not to the end in which Duckett was having to turn quickly and get himself back in. And it would have been that sort of a moment that could not have changed things, but just given Worcestershire a little bit of belief and faith. At the moment, it's 70 for 1, and Duckett's on 43s on strike. He turned and almost lost his footing there, trying to get back in, but he got there in the end. And so the throw went to the bowler's end. Hamid's moved to 23, but it's Duckett facing on 43 not out around the wicket. And solid defence back up to the bowler. And no run. 70 for 1, 163 off the victory target. So towards the end of this over, and in between overs, I shall just quickly run through as best I can the scores from around the country on this third day of the fourth round in the championship. Barnard in, bowls, that's a good delivery for me. Duckett comes fairly late on it into the offside. It's all, well, there is yes, it's the end of the over, beg your pardon. It's 70 for 1, Duckett on 43, Hamid on 23, and that's either a goal or a very close thing to a goal across the road. In the meantime, Essex following on at 58 for 2, trail by 139 runs. It's those matches where those teams are following on where the weather tomorrow could have an impact. And they're a long way behind some of these teams, including Warwickshire, for example, but they're 5 down at Somerset, 110 for 5 following on, trail by 139 runs. These matches in the First Division. Surrey, Gloucestershire. Surrey made 603, Gloucestershire 299 for 2 in reply. Trailed by 304. The rain may not have too big an impact there. What about Hampshire? Hampshire 252 for 4, a lead of 258 runs. There's only 6 runs difference on that first innings total for two teams. Hampshire with that slim and slender lead there, but Nick Gubbins 111 not out. Ben Brown, a bit bizarre, I guess, stuff behind the scenes, who knows, but leaving Sussex to go to Hampshire. Ben Brown's on 70, so 252 for 4, lead by 258 there at the Aegis Bowl. I'll do some more scores a little later on.
Baker bowling to Hasib Hamid, going round the wicket, short leg in, slip in, line of 3 saving one on the offside and a sweeper. He bowls full. Hamid drives up to mid on, fielded by Libby. Steep learning curve for Josh Baker since he's come into the side about 2/3 of the way through last season. Comes in now and bowls to Hamid, nicely flighted, pushed forward by the England man out on the onside. I say steep learning curve, he's come into the side and he's become the #1 spinner almost overnight without a huge amount of experience behind him. And he's in now, bowls to Hamid, who clips this one away on the onside, no run. I saw his dad last Saturday as he came into the ground for the game against Sussex, and I said, hard to believe what's happened in such a short time, and he said this time last year would have been on my way to a school game. So that just about sums it up. He bowls again now, and Hamid pushes this nicely out on the offside, and as he goes into the shot he looks where the fielders are and he just opens the face and steers it wide of D'Oliveira's left hand so that he can get a single. It was that deliberate. Very, very clever batting, and he goes to 24. Duckett 43, the man out. Slater for 2, 71 for 1, 162 more needed. Baker's confrontation with Duckett continues, and that's another absolutely superb shot from Ben Duckett, using his feet to get to the pitch of what was a pretty quickish delivery from Baker, and just clipping it with the spin through a fairly small gap threaded through between D'Oliveira, who's fairly straight at mid-wicket, and Finch, who's at mid-on. Super shot. And he goes to 47 off 45. Baker's conceded 18. He's got 1 ball to bowl in his second over, and Ben Duckett has deliberately tried to put the young spinner under pressure here. 2 switch hit boundaries in the first over, and then a sweep shot a conventional sweep shot and now that lovely little clip. Look at that gap between those two. It's nothing. He's just threaded it through. Really good shot. Baker in, bowls, and Duckett pulls him for 4 more. Full toss. He's just put so much pressure on the young bowler that he's got him under pressure, and Duckett has raced to another very, very quick 50. Just 46 balls with 10 fours. I mean, 10 fours in a 50 is some going even in white ball cricket. 46 balls. It's his second 50 of the innings, and the one in the first innings I think was even quicker. Came off just 37 balls. He's a man in top form, and he's putting Worcestershire under real pressure here. 79 for 1. Notts require another 154 to win. And Brett D'Oliveira is a man with a headache at the moment.
Barnard's going to bowl for him though. He's bowling to Hamid. No run. Push behind. Square on the offside. The
Smashing innings from Duckett then.
Yes, scores elsewhere. Kent 14 for no wicket. Second innings, they trailed Yorkshire by 266 runs into the second division. Derbyshire 34 for no wicket. Lead of 15 over Glamorgan. Leicestershire 243 for 7. A lead of 22 over Middlesex. So they've got themselves a second innings lead, a very small one. Meantime, Barnard in, and it's pushed by Hamid for no run into the offside. And Durham are batting for a second time against Sussex at 12 for no wicket. Second innings, trailed by 303 runs. It was Dave who said to me, I said on our commentary a little while ago, that he wondered if there would be anybody from Swansea in watching the cricket before they make their way over to the City Ground. Next ball is defended again by Hamid into the offside. I think he was referring to the fact that he thought supporters might be here this morning, then they'll go across to the football ground, and at the end of the football match they'll come back across again. Well, it could be that there's one Welshman who's on his way to watch right now, because he's just been sent off apparently, been given a red card there. And also a goal, I believe, for Nottingham Forest. So things going well that side. What about here for the home team? And Hamid, nice big push back to Barnard, and there will be no run. 79 for 1.
I'm trying to make sense of it. We did have muted roars and whatever, but apparently what's happened, Forest had the ball in the net, and they cheered and it was disallowed.
Hamid on 24, we'll pick that up in a moment. Ed Barnard balls to him now, defensively played by the opener into the offside, no run.
And somewhere in the build-up to that goal was something that the referee saw, so sent the Swansea player off and disallowed the goal but gave a penalty. The player was apparently walking off, having been shown a red card. The referee was pushed towards the linesman. They've had a discussion.
Oh my gosh, Hamid's on 24 meantime here, and plays the ball to Libby down in gully area. No run. The end of that over. So Bill, tell your story properly now. It's 79 for 1, 154 more needed here for Nottinghamshire.
And it seems then the player was told, you've not been sent off, you've just got a yellow card, but it's not a penalty, the goal should stand. So there's no wonder there was half roars and cheers and then loud whatever. But anyway, we don't usually like to give the to give a spoiler, but anyway.
And it's 1-1 now.
now getting information that they've equalised. It's 1-1 behind us, but apparently it was really confusing as to what had happened and whether it was a penalty or a goal or a red card or a yellow card. But anyhow, everything you need to know on the BBC Sport website. Here's Josh Baker bowling from our end of the ground. 79 for 1, the Radcliffe Road end. Bowls to the left-handed informed Duckett, and he plays it down into the leg side and partially stopped, but close enough to him to prevent a run by Jack Haynes. 79 for 1 it is. Went through those scores of Ben Duckett. Here's Josh Baker bowling, and Duckett on the scoop rather than the sweep. He went down on one knee outside the off stump, scooped it away. It was in the air for a while, and there were 2 or 3 Worcestershire players trying to get underneath it, but they take a single. I have said since doing the BBC sport preview for the season that Duckett will play for England this summer, and I've not seen anything yet to dissuade me from it. 80 for 1. This time it's defended out into the offside. I know he's bitterly disappointed here to get out for 95 against Glamorgan in the second innings. It makes it not lost, but individually he said, I've never had hundreds in both innings of the same match, and that's one of the targets this year. 122 and 95 he got in that game. This is pushed back to the bowler. Obviously he can't do it in this one, but he has continued this streak of 50 plus scores. 122, 95, 54, 50 in the first innings and 52 not out in this innings. Baker bowls. Mead will cut it to backward point, no run. 80 for 1. You go round the grounds and see the players in form and out of form and hear the whispers and whatever, and see a lot of good players, and I'm sure there are other players being talked up, but I struggle to think of somebody who in all formats comes in at 3 and does such a good job as Ben Duckett does, as this one's blocked end of a tight over from Baker. 80 for 1. 3 overs, none for 23 though his figures, in need of a bit of repair. Hamid has 24, Notts require 153 more. I think he'd do a job at 3.
Totally agree, but you are right to say that it could be that at a lot of grounds, a lot of clubs, not all, but a lot of them, they'll be talking up in this month of April that's just gone by, players who really hit the straps. And we saw the same thing happen last year in the month of April. For all the talk of early season and too early to be playing cricket and everything, the batters do seem to profit quite a lot at this time of the year. Duckett's on 52, faces now as Barnard bowls around the wicket, and he's going to be worked hard here by his captain. He's got seemingly so few options to turn to. I mean, in fairness, he's sticking with Baker. His 3 overs going for 23 runs. You look at his long-term education and experience, as long as it doesn't dent his confidence too much, but Frank knows him quite well. He suggests he's the sort of character who will take it as an education, won't get too down about it. And that one's driven. That's a lovely shot, beautiful shot from Duckett, straight past the stumps, over the boundary rope, in towards the pavilion, fired along the ground there. That's going to be 4 runs. He moves to 56. What a shot. Takes Nottinghamshire to 84 for 1.
Can I just tell you something about the reaction of Asiba Mead at the non-strikers end? Last match here against Glamorgan, Duckett straight drive, bowler got a touch on it, and Mead run out at the non-strikers end. There's no wonder he threw himself back then to make his ground.
Landed on the ground, didn't he?
Yeah.
A bit of a heap.
It's a horrible way to get out, isn't it?
Duckett's moved to 56. Barnard around the wicket to him now. Punches the ball back to him, and left hand stuck out there by the bowler to stop the ball going too far.
I heard you talking to Frank about Pennington. It is odd, isn't it, that he's been out there and clearly got some sort of handicap.
Yeah, well, there's any circumstances he would bowl, but you would have thought he'd already arrived at those circumstances if he was going to. Duckett facing again and finds a gap square on the offside. It's the longer boundary, so it'll just be a gentle stroll.
They have had can't think of his name now. Who's been here the first 2 days as 12th man? Pat Brown has been here the first 2 days. I don't know if it's, I was going to say, I don't know if he's here today.
Frank was talking about it. Maybe Frank wasn't 100% certain he was still here, but I think he suggested that he might still be around. But
I'm sure they'd have some sort of sub here.
And it's Hamid this time defending that delivery from Barnard, but looking for breakthroughs. Looking at the moment, it just feels too easy for Nottinghamshire. I'm not saying it is easy, it just feels a little bit on that comfortable platform for them with these 9 wickets standing, 148. All the odds seem to be stacked against Worcestershire. Can they make something happen? Can they make a breakthrough? Can they break this partnership to start off with? And it's Hamid. Oh, he does! What a delivery! Stump rolling out of the ground. Hamid has been bowled for 24. Barnard, off the back of a magnificent marathon innings with the bat, has got a wicket as well. And it's 85 for 2, still 148 off the target. But what a ball that was. And Barnard strikes in his 7th over. It's the end of the mead. He's gone for 24.
Terrific delivery, wasn't it? And no better sight for a fast bowler or a medium fast bowler than to send the stumps cartwheeling. Asiba Mead, head bowed. Looks a sorry sight as he makes his way off the field. But yeah, what a lift that will give Worcestershire as Brett D'Oliveira gets them together in a bit of a huddle. Bit more belief, fellas. One brings two and all that sort of stuff as Hamid goes. 77 minutes he batted, 59 balls faced, 4 fours, 85 for 2. The target still 233, so 149 more required. New man is Joe Clark, former Worcestershire man, of course.
Indeed so. I mean, Joe obviously knows a lot of the Worcestershire lads, although it does seem, just generally, Dave, that this game has been played in a great spirit, and the players know each other well, and that's going to become more and more common, I think, with the 100. Players will be playing different home grounds and get to know each other well. For me, it's changed international cricket as franchise cricket as well, for the animosity which does exist from time to time, but nowhere near the amount of aggravation there used to be on the international field of play. And you know, players seemingly getting on very well with one another. I mean, it's always been the case that players have played in the same team, and often it might be in a domestic team, and then they face each other, and it's all friendship forgotten if you're playing for your country against another. I never forget reading a Freddie Flintoff book along those lines, where he talked about Wasim Akram.
It's going to be Baker to start the new over from our end of the ground. Another roar from behind us, and a low full toss is punched by Duckett to Finch at mid-on the bounce. I feel he's missed out of there a little bit because he just skipped forward, made it into a low full toss, and then couldn't beat the fielder. Baker in again, like Patterson White, off only 2 or 3 paces, plays this one down onto the leg side, does Duckett. Well stopped, partially stopped anyway by Haynes, and there's no run. 85 for 2. 4 overs and 4 balls away from the tea break, and then both sides can take stock. Baker bowls, and Duckett's come a-charging, and a little fortunate there. He danced down the track, missed it, and I'm not sure what part of his body it struck, but he was very fortunate that it might just have struck his back leg, because that deflected it wide of wicketkeeper Cox. Otherwise he'd have been stumped, but well, he'd almost have been run out. He was that far down. Very, very fortunate indeed. It's a risk that he didn't have to take, but that's the way Ben Duckett plays. Sweeps the next one away for a single. Was thinking about 2, but settles for 1. 86 for 2. A risk he didn't really have to take. Nice if it comes off, if he danced down and loft the ball out of the ground for 6, but if he's stumped by a country mile, is it worth it?
You no doubt can recall, just generally within the game, that there can be instances where a batter is really well set, going along really nicely, makes an error that just was not needed, not required at all, and it can have an impact on some of the batting then comes in. You know, that 1 wicket becomes 2 and 3 quite quickly, so they do need to be careful. Everything's stacked in their favour at the moment, Nottinghamshire, but they've got to be a little bit watchful about not bringing upon themselves any unnecessary pressure.
A lot of aeroplanes about today. The huge holiday jets high in the sky as this is punched to mid-off, but there's been a lot of light aircraft, the smallish aeroplanes, you know what I mean, zigzagging over the ground through the day. A lot of Saturday flyers, no doubt, local flying clubs, members out there flying. Nice looking way for Joe Clark to get off the mark here as he drives Baker through the offside for 4. It's a sweet bit of timing from Clark. Not sure how well he knows Josh Baker. Clark's been at Trent Bridge since start of the 2019 season, end of the 2018 winter. Not sure if he'd have had many dealings with Josh Baker, but certainly he read that one nicely, punched it through the offside. 90 for 2, and they're going along at 4.5 and over, and Still every prospect that if not sort of rattle along at this rate, they would reach their victory target this evening. But still 143 more, 36 overs, so about 4 and over, isn't it, required to do it tonight? They could of course take the extra half an hour if they get close, but the same applies to Worcestershire as well if they get not 7 or 8 down.
Barnard in, bowls, worked straight to the fielder, short mid-wicket. Yeah, just to say that it was Flintoff, you know, quite seemingly, you know, a lad full of confidence and you know, a bit of swagger about him. You know, terrific, wonderful all-round cricketer. But his recollection of meeting, you know, Wazim Akram, who had played with Lancashire, big, and then he gets to play England versus Pakistan, and all of a sudden he's not talking to him, completely blanking and ignoring him, and to try and work out why and all that. Duckett's on 58 here, bowls, and well, I wasn't too sure about that, but he works it away onto the onside. I think he was shaping up initially to play that more up towards mid-off, and there's a little bit of a suspicious look back down at the pitch. It seems to be playing okay, the pitch here at the moment, and certainly a lot different in colour and a lot different in nature than it was on the, well, virtually the entirety of the first day, when we had a lot of cloud around as well, and maybe even at the start of the second day, but it's all a little bit different here now. Duckett on 58, and defensively gets behind that from Barnard. I think it's been given as a no ball again. It's a second one for Ed. But I've lost my train of thought there. Disappointed for the bowler.
Yeah.
What I was going to say, actually, yeah, it's along the lines of, I think they are just going to be a little bit more watchful of Ed. Could it be a very special game for him with the ball as well? Well, not like that. That's been pulled away. It's the placement which is just so good and impressive from Duckett. He finds that gap behind square on the onside again. There's somebody out there at square leg. There's somebody down at fine leg, but he gets it right in between the two, and he's just been striking the ball well, but also just finding those gaps, and sometimes they're narrow gaps being found. That one's not so narrow, but he found it still perfectly. He moves to 62 and takes Nottinghamshire up to 96 for 2. 137 off the victory target.
You know, you talk about complete 360-degree players, and already in this innings, I mean, in the previous over he drove one straight back past the it was past the Seba Mead, wasn't it, straight down the ground. He's cut them to third man, run them away on the leg side.
Duckett defensively pushes that back up to Barnard, who's running in his 8th over, out there for 7 hours with a bit of a gap and a bit of a sleep. Frank mentioned earlier that it's certainly something that Ed will do tonight, which is sleep well, but he won't be sleeping well if he picks up a fiver off the back of his 160.
He might be celebrating into the wee small hours.
Comes around the wicket, short and pulled. Does he find the gap this time? No, finds the fielder out there at square leg instead in the shadows. And that's a single for Duckett. He moves on to 63, takes Nottinghamshire up to 97 for 2. Barnard in the previous over, beautifully bowled Hamid for 24, took a stump out of the ground. He saw Slater go early on in the reply as well. But an awful lot resting at this stage on the shoulders once again of Ed Barnard. Wonderful form with the bat, wonderful, brave, marathon type performance for a career best with the bat, but he's got 1 wicket to his name. He needs more, the team need more. He's got 1 ball left of his 8th over. Bowls again in to Clark. Those two know each other well, both Shropshire lads, and the score moves to 97 for 2. Duckett on 63, Clark on 4, and this is still 136 off the winning target. If they get there, 35 overs to be bowled, so we've got another 3 before the tea interval on this 3rd afternoon.
You're certainly right about friendships and unusual bonds forming largely as a result of franchise cricket. Of course, players go here, there and everywhere, and very often not only are they members of the same franchise or play against each other, but you know, they're often staying in the same hotel. 97 for 2 as Baker is in. Duckett goes on the sweep. He's got this away fine. Good piece of the bat on the ball. Might just be pulled back. Touch and go just in front of the pavilion fence, and they've run 3. And those 3 runs will take Notts to 3 figures. 100 brought up. Duckett With those 3 goes to 66, 100 for 2, so 133 more required. And that's well on the way, and a good round of applause for 3 figures. And you're talking to Luke Fletcher, he played in the T10 League for the first time this winter, and he's saying, you know, all the players, all the squads, all the teams were in hotels side by side. So even if you didn't, you know, really know a player because he was a member of your squad, you got to know people around the hotels and what have you. As this is pushed by Clark back to the bowler, and people just become more accustomed to different people from different places in the world, different cultures, different beliefs, and friendships form. 100 for 2. Next one's worked on the leg side. And there's no run, as are Ali Fields. I know Tom Moores, who's now good friends with the West Indian opener Evan Lewis. Just purely they were at a franchise together. Next one steered into the offside, and there's no run. Brett D'Oliveira doing the fielding. They want another wicket before tea, which is closing in. 2 overs and 2 balls away. Next delivery is defended. We're not that far behind today, really. We've managed to get through the day. We'll probably be about 10 minutes late going to tea, and don't know as it's been mentioned yet, but Nottinghamshire did manage to get their over 8 back to 0, so they haven't got to fear losing any bonus points. As another good-looking drive by Clark into the offside will bring him a couple more. Very hard to put the brakes on at the moment. 2 more to Joe Clark. Takes him to 6. 102 for 2. Knots require 131 more.
Ticking them off slowly but surely. Lost a couple of wickets, but that's no real concern for them at this stage. Just the 2 down.
What they'd give to get Duckett out, because he's
yeah. Well, it's true.
They just can't stem the tide while he's out there, because he's absolutely rattling along, isn't he? 66 from 53.
Going to change bowling here, Dave. Adam Finch is going to come on to replace Ed Barnard at the far end. He's bowled 3 overs so far. He's gone for 20 runs from those 3 overs. Did a good job with the bat. Gave Barnard some support. He got himself a little career best as well, did Finch, in the 30s. But here now it's about wickets. It's about in amongst Nottinghamshire. Can they do it? It's on a pitch which has flattened out. I've been interested a little bit in the way that on more than one occasion Duckett's been going down the pitch and having a look at what he might consider little suspicious spots or parts of that strip, whether it's just part of his concentration process. But there doesn't seem to be too much wrong with it. Duckett's on 66 and Finch bowls to him now. His big strong lad is Finch. He's in, and that was played square by Duckett for a single to bring Clark back on strike. And the score at 103 for 2, 130 off this victory target. And this 3rd afternoon approaching tea. Sun shining. Looks a real picture. Does the ground and surrounding areas. Well, one of the things from our commentary position, which is always really enjoyable, as you look back over that iconic pavilion here at Trent Bridge, you see all the lovely greenery of the trees. I mean, greenery everywhere. You even look down that busy road and you've still got plenty of trees to catch your eye as well. But the whole area around here, and we've been talking a little bit about the football, hopefully not too much for you, but you know, there's a sporting area as well in this part of the city, with Notts County as well as Nottingham Forest close by. And Finch in to Clark, who's on 6. Turned around the corner down towards fine leg. The way that the bowler responded to it, he didn't think that maybe the batter was in complete control and charge of that. But anyway, still gets himself 1. Clark moves to 7. Nottinghamshire 104 for 2.
The aerial photographs of this part of the city are obviously very spectacular, and obviously focus on the 3 sporting grounds, Notts County as well as Forest and the cricket ground, but the way the river meanders through them,
yes,
big piece of it.
Finch bowls and played into the offside, no run. Where's the tennis? That's the big event here as well, isn't it?
Yes,
tennis. Whereabouts is that played from here? Very roughly, obviously. Is it a distance away, or?
You wouldn't want to walk it, but no.
What, even a fit young man like me?
It's not too far away. Nottingham Tennis Centre have a Big women's event here every June.
The ice rink, which that's in the city centre, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ice rink there.
That's where the arena is. Doubles up.
Busy city, Nottingham. Busy. Proud of its sporting heritage. Next ball bowled by Finch, coming into Duckett. Pushed back to the bowler. No run. Not quite the same there at Worcester in terms of high-profile sport. Of course, just across the way is the race course from New Road, just up the river just a little bit and not too far away.
Well, there's the racecourse here as well, and there's the water sports centre at Home Pierpont.
Oh, that's right. That's a big call. But it's cricket here at Trent Bridge on an April afternoon, last day of April 2022, and Duckett's on 67, up onto his toes, whips that one away behind square. There's a fielder out there can get down to it quickly enough, and he'll come back for 2. Will Duckett? He'll move to 69. Take Nottinghamshire up to 106 for 2 now. 127 more needed. Worcestershire scores first innings 159. Came back well. I mean, we talked about comebacks. There was a comeback on that first day as well, really, wasn't there? But not going on with some enterprising batting, should we put it that way.
Yesterday morning from Broad,
266 they got their first innings. Here, meantime, Duckett, and cuts that one. Is there a run? Is there not a run? He asks his mate at the other end, and it's Clark's call, and he says no. So the end of that over. So scores 159. And then Notts got 266. Worcestershire in all sorts of bother, approaching lunch and around lunch yesterday on that second day, but go on to total 339, which gives them, in the circumstances at that stage, a slither really of a chance of perhaps pulling off a victory. But we think they're down by a bowler. It looks that way here because there's no Joe Leach involved anyway. So you're calling upon Ed Barnard, who's been out there for 7 hours batting. He has taken a wicket, but then you've got a young player like Baker here, who's learning the game, learning his trade, up against some of the best batters, in the country. Forget this is Division 2, best batters in the country in either division, and it comes in the form of Clark at the moment, who's on 7.
There's Baker round the wicket, tosses it up there, and Clark just clips it to mid-wicket, fielded by Azhar Ali. Actually felt not lost an opportunity yesterday. Yes, at the start of yesterday morning, they'd have bitten your hand off for a first innings lead of 107, but just seemed a bit of a waste when Stuart Broad was left at the non-striker's end. Nice looking shot from Clark up to Finch at mid-off. They take a single. Those 2 wickets went down at the other end, Kevin, and in the same over, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. It just seemed like they'd not really worked it very well there, leaving Stuart Broad high and dry on 45. But that, of course, then gave Notts 15 overs to have a go at Worcestershire, and they made the most of it, as you say, reducing them 32 for 4. Had Broad gone on for a few more overs, it might not have given Notts the time to get those wickets, as Duckett down on one knee, sweeps this. Gets a little bit of the bat on it, but not much, but enough to get his 70th run, 108 for 2. And this is a high percentage of Nottinghamshire's runs now for Duckett, 70 out of 108. 3 balls left in the session. Baker bowls. This is blocked by Clark. 2 balls left. Close to the tea interval. Close to 4 o'clock. We're back with you, of course, in 20 minutes. It's this one, a little bit of turn from Baker away from Clark. Goes through to Cox, who whips the bail off. Causes Peter Hartley to come in and reconstruct all the bits of wood. He gets 3/4 of the way there, and Ben Cox says, "It's all right, I've done it. It's fine. Thank you, Peter." So 1 ball left in the session, 108 for 2. Baker to bowl to Clark, who's on 8. Works it to mid-wicket. Azhar Ali makes the stop, and that will be tea at Trent Bridge on day 3. Notts 108 for 2. They require 125 more. At tea, Ben Duckett 70 out of the 108. Clark has 8. This partnership worth 23. Slater went for 2 in the first over. Good catch slow down by Pollock off Morris's bowling. Mead bowled by Barnard for 24. Going to be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, and then we'll be having a short break, and we'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody. In good time for the players to join us. Umpires Bainton and Hartley, who I think have had a pretty decent game. Two of our most experienced officials, of course, leading the players back out to the middle, almost respectfully, the players staying behind the umpires. The Worcestershire contingent will, I'm sure, have just had a quick cup of tea, maybe even a slice of cake or something, but principally they'll have all been fairly focused and got together just to try and come up with a plan or two to not only to dry up the runs of Duckett and Clark, but also to find ways of dismissing them. Worcestershire are going to need wickets here to derail Notts. This could be done. You would say the odds were that this would be done in this session. Notts requiring 125 more. You'd imagine even if they'd only got to 80 or 90, they would sanction a request to have the extra half an hour tonight. And of course it could flip the other way. If Worcestershire get amongst the wickets, they may well go on and win it tonight. No chickens being counted here, but on what we've seen so far, Frank Watson, Notts in the box seat at tea on day 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. I agree with you. I think it'll be done today one way or another. And one of the main reasons is this man, isn't it, Ben Duckett, because he's been so fluent. 70 off 69 balls. He waits now as Morris comes in. First ball after tea lands in the footholds of the bowlers, follow through at this end and pops up, left alone by Duckett, taken by Cox. I've talked about Duckett's fluency. I mean, first innings 50 off 37 balls. This innings he's just brought his 50 up off 46 balls and continued, particularly harsh on Baker, the left arm spinner, who he decided to target right from ball 1. Baker's 6 overs, no wins, no wicket for 35. Hit for a couple of fours by Joe Clark, but most of those runs conceded to the bat of this man, the left-handed Ben Duckett, who waits now as Morris comes in and bowls to him, and he's driving that firmly into the offside, fielded by Ed Barnard in the covers. Barnard has had a match to remember in many ways for Worcestershire. In the first innings he picked up 2 wickets, bowled pretty well. He's got 1 today, but he's also made that incredible 163 not out. Big shout from over the road suggests that Forest have gone 3-1 up against Swansea as Morris comes in over the wicket to Duckett wide-ish, and Duckett tries to drive it, doesn't really time it, back to the bowler.
Is Pennington still on the field?
He is. Pennington is on the field,
I see him at mid-on,
but he is clearly incapacitated in some way, and I think I'm going to try and see if I can get some news from the dressing room about that. As Charlie Morris turns again at the pavilion end and bowls to Duckett, who throws his hands at that. Not much foot movement, and probably lucky he didn't get a nick as it goes through to Ben Cox. One of the few false shots he has played. And there's no addition to the score, obviously. 108 for 2, further 125 required. Pleasant late spring evening here at Trent Bridge.
There's always that feeling when it gets under 100 that it's a worrying time for the field inside, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's going to be just a stretch too far for Worcestershire as Morris bowls again wide to Duckett, who plays and misses at that. I think they've done really well. I was going to say played well. You can't really say they've played really well as a team, given that twice they've been right down at the bottom of the hill, as it were, and they've worked their way back up again. But certain people have played really well. They've had good sessions, as you quite rightly pointed out, Dave. But it just seems to me as though it's just going to be a little bit of a bit too big a mountain for Worcestershire to climb to get right back into it. Morris bowls, Duckett cuts, single taken as Baker fields on the cover boundary. End of the first over after tea. 108 for 2. Duckett goes to 71, keeps the strike. Clark has 8.
Great counter, Ben Duckett, I know. Say it most places where you go, it's already up on the board how many balls are left in the over or whatever, but it seems to be one of those that if he was playing club cricket, and you were batting with him, you'd never get the strike. Nearly always seems to take a single from the final ball of the over. Josh Baker is going to continue from this, the Radcliffe Road end. So just a single from that first over after tea. Takes Duckett on to 71, 109 for 2. And Notts require 124 more. Josh Baker going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who straight away goes down on one knee, looking to slog sweep him. He's got it much finer than anticipated, but 2 more to Duckett takes him to 73 out of a score of Nelson. In case you're not aware, and I'm sure you are, we've mentioned it enough times, the background noise, unfortunately, is not a crowd of 25,000 in here at the cricket. It's the noise coming and drifting across the road from the football match nearby. Duckett again, down on one knee, LBW shout, asking umpire Bainton. I think everybody must have been looking at the umpire because they missed an opportunity there for a leg by. Did run quite some distance behind the keeper, but they didn't take it. My feet are off the ground, so that wouldn't have been my fault had the finger gone up. Short leg and a slip. It's Baker in again, tosses it up, and Duckett forces into the offside. Libby will field, but single taken nonetheless. Duckett 74 out of 112. Notts require 1-2-1 more. It's roughly 4 and over to get there in the last over today. Not sure that's how it'll pan out, but that's where we are.
Not if Duckett stays in it, won't
No,
for sure.
120 or so in 30 overs. It's what's required. Joe Clark has faced 14 deliveries for his 8, 1 boundary to get off the mark. That was off Baker. Pushes this up to mid-off. You were off comms at the time. I just wondered if there'd been... Would Baker have been involved? He wouldn't have been, would he? The time Joe Clark left New Road.
No.
Round the wicket. Clark uses his feet, drives down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Joe Clark. Straight as you like, just to the onside of straight. And gets a boundary down below us. We had one go down below us. I don't know if it's been found yet this morning. They ended up replacing the ball. We had a lost ball under the covers in a test match ground down below us. Everybody having a scramble about. Covers were moved. People crawling on their hands and knees. Half a dozen players. Even Luke Fletcher went and had a look. He couldn't find it. And they replaced the ball. Might still be under there. 116 for 2. Duckett 74. Clark on 12. A shot of some authority. Baker tosses it up and he's helped this away onto the leg side for back-to-back boundaries. Just in front of square. Nice clean connection. Almost a free hit, Frank, isn't it? With limited defence out on the leg side there. There's just one fielder out there, but that's a fairly close and enormous target, really. The odds favour the batsman, provided he keeps his eye on the ball and middles it.
And he did. 7 overs for 46, Baker now, and he's walking away, trudging away to deep square leg with his head down, and I'm not surprised, because he's having a bit of a test here, they're putting him deliberately under pressure. They've targeted him since the beginning, and he's got real good mental strength he's shown in the past. But it's just part of the growing up process, really, a rite of passage almost for a young spinner, and it's tough. As Morris comes in and bowls to Duckett, who cuts away on the offside, and that man Baker does do the fielding out in the covers, and they go to 121 for 2. The scoreboard really ticking along while these two are in. But just going back to that, I think any young spinner is going to come under pressure, and they have to go through these experiences in order to come out the other side. It's not easy. It's just not easy. Well, we've said for a long time now, I mean, it's not easy being a spinner at all these days, but when you come up against 2 players like this in good form, both excellent ball strikers, very, very testing examination. Morris in, bowls, Clark just falling over it a little bit, pushes out on the onside, fielded by Barnard, his big mate Joe Clark and Ed Barnard, close friends, and Barnard, as he claps his hands now, gives a bit of encouragement to Morris in there to try and pick up a catch to dismiss his mate, having made a career best 163 not out earlier today, the Worcestershire all-rounder, as Morris comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Clark, who plays on the offside this time, and Azarali fields that short extra cover.
And I can imagine Joe Clark would have been the first to congratulate him and say, well done, mate. He will have enjoyed the end result and seeing somebody he knows and gets along very well with, enjoying a little bit of success.
Well, there were quite a few of the Notts fielders went over to him as he was leaving the field, and the locals gave him a fantastic ovation. Morris bowls over pitched on Clark's legs and he clips it away on the onside, gets a single as Baker moves round from backward square leg to field. Morris 7.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, picked up that wicket with the 4th ball of the innings, but no success since then, and he was quite expensive when Duckett first came in. Duckett tucked into him, particularly when he bowled round the wicket at him, and he picked him up on the leg side a couple of times down to that shortish boundary. Staying over the wicket this time, Morris, and in now to Duckett. Just the one slip, he's in, he bowls, and Duckett works him on the onside. Azhar Ali, who's been a busy man on that side of the ground, does another tumbling stop at mid-wicket, and there's no addition. Busy day again, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight, 225 for 5, lost Cox and Baker in fairly quick succession, 241 for 6, 242 for 7, but then a really good partnership, 79 for the 8th wicket between Adam Finch and Barnard, as Morris bowls and Duckett drives out on the offside. They've taken one, they'll come back for 2, they'll have to hurry as Baker comes in, but they're both quick between the wickets and they do get back, so 2 more to Duckett. He goes to 77, 124 for 2 at the end of the over. Just to resume my summary of the Worcestershire innings, 322 for 8 at lunch, with Finch having gone just before lunch, and they extended that to 339 for the loss of the last 2 wickets. Morris for 3 and Pennington for 4, leaving Barnard 163 not out, 448 minutes, 1-6, 16 fours, 310 balls, 4 wickets apiece for Luke Fletcher and Stuart Broad. Set Notts then 233 to win. They need 109 more. They're 124 for 2.
Going to be Baker, slow left arm spinner round the wicket, bowling to Joe Clark, who defends. Talk about putting fielders under pressure. The final ball of that previous over, Duckett pushed it out into the offside, out as far as Josh Baker, as Clark defends this one, but straight away they were always running 2. The fielder was a long way away from the bat, and even though it pretty much went straight to him, they both just got their heads down and raced through for 2. Very difficult if both batsmen on the same wavelength. There's no hesitation. Baker bowls, Clark whips this away. It'll be just a single this time, 125 for 2. And Nottinghamshire require 108 more. Duckett on 77, Clark 18. They've added 40 from 52 deliveries. And during this innings, Notts still going along at more than 4.5 and over, and that will get them to their target well before the close tonight. They continue at that same rate. Next ball sees Duckett again down on one knee, just helping it down to long leg. Nicely controlled sweep onto 78. It's very much looking looking to sniff out another century here. His third innings at Trent Bridge this season, 122 and 95 against Glamorgan. Beg your pardon, his fourth innings, 50 in the first innings and now 78 not out. Clark leaves his crease, but having got there, realises no point looking for the big hit over the top and just pushes it into the offside where Haynes fields. Baker again to Clark down the, I'd say down the leg side. We'll never know if that's where it would have gone as Clark goes for the big hit again. Sweeping, not out, says the umpire. It's the end of the over. 126 for 2. Might have pitched outside leg. That was the initial feeling. Baker 8 overs, no maidens, and none for 48. So he's going at a run of ball.
You mentioned Ben Duckett's form here, Dave. I mean, he's in one of those periods of a player's career where he just walks out and the ball hits the middle of the bat and he just can't imagine what it's like not to be able to score runs. It's such an incredible, elusive thing to define, isn't it? Form. Why can't you be in good form all the time? One player asked me once, why can't I be in good form all the time? I said, because you're not Don Bradman. It's about the only player I've ever known that was in good form all the time, from what I've read. Here's Morris in to bowl to Duckett. Cuts at this, misses it. But Mike Brearley, who you mentioned, was it yesterday? It was his 80th birthday?
80th yesterday, yeah.
Has written a book, a big one. Took some reading, and it's called On Form. And a lot of people know what a cerebral man Mike Brearley is. Psychology professor, I think I'm right in saying. And it's a fascinating book just about that, and about how the psychological dynamics play a part in players being in good form or not in good form. Duckett riding the crest of a wave at the moment as Morris bowls to him. That's wide outside the off stump. Morris deliberately decided to bowl wide at Duckett, and umpire Peter Hartley says, I've had enough, that's too wide. And he gives a wide signal to the scorers. But yeah, going back to form, it's just extraordinary, isn't it? When batsmen and bowlers talk about rhythm, I always think that's another thing that's difficult to define in a sporting context. Form, we all know when we see it, but it comes and goes. Duckett on 78, he's in form at the moment, and that's wide again from Morris, and Hartley says, you can just about get away with that one. But they're having a little word as he walks back. 127 for 2.
Thanks for the reminder. I'd forgotten to do today's birthdays, and I have got a Worcestershire one. 1977 on this day. Ashley Nofka, the Australian, he played for Worcestershire in 2009.
Yeah.
So he's 45 today.
Here's Morris from the pavilion end. And Duckett is out, caught behind, flashes at that one, thickish edge, heard it from here, I think it was an inside edge, and it's taken by Ben Cox. So the persevering Morris succeeds, and I succeed in talking out Ben Duckett, claiming that one for sure, and the third wicket goes down. Is there yet a twist in the tail here? Loosish drive, to be honest, by Duckett, who walked on. I think he wasn't standing there because he didn't believe he was out. He's standing there because he couldn't believe he was out. If that makes sense, he just couldn't believe that a fairly innocuous delivery across him had taken the edge. But it was a loud nick. I heard it quite clearly on the effects mic, and he's gone. Unlikely dismissal. I thought he was for all the world in for 100, but he's gone caught behind, and Charlie Morris has got his second wicket, and it's 127 for 3.
Yes, I was going to give you the credit for that one. Applause for Duckett. Cox bowled Morris 78, 85 balls, 12 fours. And a round of applause. Lyndon James is the new batsman. Target 233, so Notts require 106 more.
Going back to the birthdays, Dave, Ashley Nofka's one of the overseas players that didn't really distinguish himself when he was with Worcestershire. I think I'm right in saying he had a pretty ordinary little spell.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously a very good cricketer, but it sometimes works like that, doesn't it, when you have an overseas player and they just don't quite find their form.
Yeah, he's one of those names we know, but like you say, he's not really left a lasting legacy in the memory banks. Danny Briggs, slow left arm spinner, been playing for Hampshire and Sussex, is now at Warwickshire, got a county championship medal last year. Danny Briggs is 31 today. One of the world's best batsmen, Rohit Sharma, he's 35 today. Ian Healy, the former Australian wicketkeeper, is 58, and today would have been the birthday of Walter Keaton. Might not mean too much for Worcestershire supporters, but Walter Keaton, born in 1905.
Charlie Morris comes in to bowl first ball to Lyndon James, who's forward, pushing it back up the pitch.
Walter Keaton is Nottinghamshire's highest individual run scorer, an innings of 312 not out versus Middlesex, and it was in 1939, and it was at the Oval, and that's because Eton versus Harrow was taking place at Lord's, so Middlesex couldn't have it, so they played their home game against Notts at the Oval, and Walter Keaton scored 312.
Here's Morris again in bowls, and James edges this down to third man. He'll get one, he'll get two as Libby is in pursuit. He's off the mark. 129 for 3, and I've just had a text, not quite sure who it's from, somebody called Tim.
Not actually,
I should know. Somebody's obviously got my mobile number, and it says, and a happy birthday to Ryan Driver, born in 1979. Cheers, Tim.
Lovely, yeah.
Happy birthday, Ryan.
He played for a while, didn't he? He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
To remember the name.
And yeah, have to look up the exact dates. I think 129 for 3 with those two. James 2, Clark 18. Morris again in short, bangs that in short. Interesting way to finish the over. Goes down the leg side, left alone by James, taken by Cox. Interesting dismissal, unexpected dismissal. Might just slow things down a bit depending on Joe Clark's mood. He's 18, James is 2. It's 129 for 3, 104 more needed.
Yeah, we only want a quiet 20-minute passage, and we may well be coming back for some Sunday morning cricket. 104 required from 27 overs, and once again the old caveat there that if either side, or more to the point, the umpires believe that either side can claim a victory in an extra half an hour, they will grant it.
Ryan Driver, I'd forgotten, is a Cornishman as well. So when Jake Libby played, he was the first Cornishman since Ryan Driver.
29 for 3. Baker Bowles pushed down the ground by Clark for a single. 130 for 3.
So yeah, left-handed bat, right arm medium pace bowler. Started with Cornwall, then Worcestershire, then Lancashire, then Cornwall again. 25 first-class matches. Batting average of 18, top score of 64, 14 wickets. So there we go. Happy birthday, Ryan Driver, 42 today.
Yep, sorry you weren't on the list, Ryan. And thanks to your correspondent for reminding us.
I think it was probably Tim Jones.
So Lyndon James down to face Josh Baker for the first time. He defends his first delivery from the spinner right down just in front of him.
Just a ray of hope, isn't there, now for Worcestershire? You'd think with getting that wicket, just think get another couple.
And then a couple more after.
You never know.
Next ball is turning away from Lyndon James' defensive push. Well taken by Cox. And a little bit of purchase there from Josh Baker. Nice use of the spinner's main two friends, Flight and Guile. In again there, and you can see the revolutions of the ball as it went down, but too close to Lyndon James' pads, and he worked it away for a single. He's on to 3.
Different game bowling to Joe Clark, I think.
Number 33 bowling to number 33. Did Joe have 33 at Worcester, can you remember?
Can't remember. I think he might well have done. I'm not absolutely sure. Might well have done though. They do tend to have favourite numbers, don't they? Like Ricky Vessels is 99.
Next ball is blocked. Well, no, Ricky was 9 here.
99 at Worcester, I think. Joe Root 66, which is always makes me smile. especially when people notice it for the first time.
Well, Billy Root had that, and now he's apparently he's changed. He didn't make the Glamorgan starting 11 here, and we were talking about it. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. I don't know what it is, but he's been offered one of the low numbers, probably one of the low middle order batting numbers.
Doesn't like it.
So he's moved away from Route 66. 131 for 3. Lyndon James 3, Clark 19. Nottinghamshire require 102 more to win. And there are, according to the board, 26 overs remaining. And wouldn't you know it, it's just starting to cloud over at Trent Bridge a little bit. I don't think we're going to get to the point where we need to worry about the light too much, but it's just starting to cloud over a little bit.
It was Tim Jones, the Worcestershire archivist, historian, expert. Don't know if he's here or not, but thanks for the info, Tim. Here's Charlie Morris bowling to Lyndon James, who drives up to mid-off. Azhar Ali cuts across Dylan Pennington at mid-off and does the fielding. I've tried to find out what the info is on Dylan Pennington, but haven't had anything back yet. 131 for 3. James is 3. Clark is 19. The man out in sea, Duckett caught behind off Charlie Morris for a 78. Very fluent innings. Morris in again, bowls, and James plays lovely shot, short of a length outside off stump, and a top class shot. Stands up on his toes and with a high left elbow and a straight bat punches it in front of square for 4 on the offside.
So
super
a lot of that last weekend up at Durham when he got his maiden century. Just all about timing and placement.
Yeah, super shot. It's the Jake Libby shot, that.
Yep.
The Jake Libby shot.
Yep.
It's absolute trademark of Jake Libby. Just gets on top of it, punches it about 8-10 yards in front of square. Azhar Ali's gone out now. Spent most of the game out there, but he wasn't there for that one. James goes to 7. 135 for 3. 98 more needed, so less than the 3 figures now, as Morris bowls. Much better delivery, better length, better line, and James lifts his bat clear of that, and it's taken by Cox. I was joking, well, half joking, when I said, they'd get another 1 or 2, but I mean, realistically, that's exactly what they'll be thinking. If turn this into 5 down with still 70 needed to win or something, and you just can get a bit jittery. Get a bit jittery. There's no reason why you should. It's a decent surface now, and let's be honest, it's a fairly depleted attack as well.
Yeah, pressure of the situation there.
But yeah,
can
absolutely.
Take over.
Yeah, in comes Morris again. 1 slip only. He's in and he bowls, and James on his toes, tall man, drops that one from around about rib height down on the leg side, fielded by Barnard coming in from mid-wicket. Cox has a little chat with Barnard, a little pat on the back. Wonder if he's going to be reintroduced shortly. He must be a weary man, Ed Barnard, absolutely no doubt. 7.5 hours at the crease, and then took the new ball, but he might have to dig deep in the next half an hour or so if Worcestershire are to put Notts under any pressure as they chase this remaining 98 runs. Morris comes in again and bowls to James, who squeezes this one out of the block hole. Well, not quite the block hole, but it was pretty full, and he squeezes it up to mid-off, where Pennington is fielding, but we haven't seen him bowl yet, and I'm assuming that he is incapacitated in some way. He is moving okay in the field, although he didn't. There was one down at mid-off, mid-on earlier on, that he didn't chase very hard. Is Morris in? Bowls. Oh, that's a good leave. That James outside the off stump, left alone. Nipped back a bit, I think. Missed the off stump, taken by Cox. End of a pretty good over from Charlie Morris. He's bowled quite well, I think. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. Josh Baker's conceded 50 off his 9, and I've been pleased that they kept him on, because it would be pretty damaging to the young man's temperament and progress if you just whipped him out of the attack straight away when he was put under pressure, and it has looked different when he's bowled to anybody except Ben Duckett, let's be honest. But his 9 overs have cost 50. Anyway, 98 more needed, 135 for 3. James on 7 and Clark on 19.
It is Clark on strike, going to be facing Baker then. As Frank said, 9 overs under his belt already. Just looking to try and dry an end up here if he can. Difficult, we know, but here he comes, tosses it up, and Clark drives up to Finch at... Oh dear, oh my word, that's not one that Adam Finch will want to relive. It was just pushed to him, nothing more than that, pushed to him at mid-off, and well, heaven knows how. Must have taken his eyes off it, went straight through him, under his legs and away, and they ran 2. Perhaps he's had the nod that he's coming on to bowl, or just thinking about the journey home, or who knows what, but just pushed straight to him and he missed it. 137 for 3 as Clark pushes this one back to the bowler. Bonus 2 runs there for Notts. 96 more required. There's Baker again. Bowls. Clark, slog sweep for 4. Nice looking shot from Joe Clark. So once again the overs got off to a poor start as far as the bowler is concerned. 6 runs from the first 3 balls, but all began with that horrible misfield, and now Joe Clark has moved on to 25 with another boundary. 141 for 3. There's Baker again, tosses it up, and Clark will again whip it away on the leg side, and that's 10 from 4 balls. And suddenly 0 for 50 from 9 is 0 for 60, and we've still got 2 balls left in his 10th over. Notts romping towards their target, just got the momentum going once again. Frank said, and I wondered if the brakes might just be put on a little bit with the fall of Duckett's wicket, but 10 runs in 4 balls. Not much margin for error though on that leg side. He's allowing Joe Clark to clip it there. It's going to be a boundary most times. This time he defends it. Out to Haynes. I meant to ask Frank in the last over, and we're getting to the point where you'll pick up for the next commentary. I wonder if Ed Pollock's ever done any wicket keeping, because I was watching him at slip at this end. That's the end of the over. It is pushed up to mid-off, and he's there down at first slip very low, and he took a good catch early on to get rid of Ben Slater, but he's almost crouching like a wicket keeper at first slip. I don't know if he's done any in the past.
No, nor do I. No, I know some people who will know, who you know, coached him and taught him at school, but not to my knowledge. But it's possible. Never kept wicket in league cricket when I've had, you know, been associated with clubs that have played against him.
See him again. He gets, down nice and low, which is obviously what you should do.
He's a decently caught a couple of good catches in the game against Sussex as well. And a good low catch today to start things off when he got Ben Slater out. Very low, so low that Slater wasn't sure it had carried. Waited for confirmation from the square leg umpire. Charlie Morris from the pavilion end is in and bowls to Lyndon James. Pushes out on the offside. Yeah, he is in a quite low squatting position there at first slip. 145 for 3. James 7, Clark 29. The man out since T. Duckett, who looked in no trouble until he nicked a wideish one from Charlie Morris through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Big shout again from over the road, suggests that Forrest might have scored again. Here's Morris from the pavilion end in, bowls, another good delivery outside the off stump, just went the other way, went away from the right hander a little bit. James lifted his hands clear of it, and there's no run. Morris 10.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. Baker, the bowler at the other end, expensive today, Josh Baker, 60 off his 10, and it's been a tough experience for him bowling at the in-form Ben Duckett and the in-form, or the coming into form, Joe Clark, who've both been quite severe on him. Morris in, bowls to James, who is forward, pushing out on the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes, moving across from extra cover, and there's no run.
They've had a treat behind us. Forest have 5 goals, so those that came to the cricket this morning in their red shirts and will have kept an eye on proceedings, perhaps coming back here looking for a little bit more sporting success, will arrive back in the ground in 10 or 15 minutes
good
time.
Spirits.
Yeah, very much so.
They're on the charge, Dave, aren't they,
Yep.
for that second place. Here's Charlie Morris in, bowls to Lyndon James. What a lovely shot that is. A drive through mid-off. It wasn't a half volley, he's punched it on the up, timed it so well, and the diving mid-off fielder Azhar Ali, unable to get a hand on it, raced away to the boundary. So things have kicked on a bit since Ben Duckett's dismissal. Joe Clark getting stuck into Josh Baker, and James now into double figures. It's 149 for 3, so 22 already added since that Duckett dismissal, and only 84 more needed now, as Morris comes in and bowls to James again, who pushes out on the offside, and Haynes again is the fielder. Yeah, just kind of it's hard. I can't quite find the sort of analogy that I'm trying to put into words the way I see this Worcestershire performance. It's almost, I've talked about them sort of falling down and getting up again and climbing up again, and falling down and getting up again and climbing up again, and it's almost as though they've fallen down again, they've climbed up again, but they just haven't quite got the energy, the strength, the resources left to get right back up. As Charlie Morris bowls a bouncer, which James plays nicely, swinging round, pivoting and rolling the wrists on top of it, down to long leg for a single, where it's fielded by Finch. They take that one, brings up the 150, 83 more needed. James on 12 keeps the strike, and Clark, the non-striker, has 29.
There's a word I really hate that you often see in match reports with sides that have come close perhaps against the fancied side but lost nonetheless, and they'll say, oh, it was a plucky performance. Well, it's not a plucky performance. That's a patronising word. It's been in many instances a really good, hard-fought contest. The game has nipped this way and that. Worcestershire will be disappointed with their first innings showing, but my word, the conditions helped the Nottinghamshire bowlers on the first day. It was a good toss for Stephen Mullaney to win. Dane Patterson in particular bowled absolutely beautiful. I mean, the fact his career best figures show that was a once in a career performance. They've come up against that, but then they fought back well, as you said, to bowl knots out and restrict that first innings advantage, and then to come back again as Baker bowls and Clark pushes to mid-off with a hero of their own in Ed Barnard.
But at the end of the day, Dave, the way I look at it is, in professional sport you get exceptions, and teams underperform and so on, but generally class will out, won't it? You got Broad, Fletcher and Patterson in one attack.
Next ball is defended, and there's no run.
Broad, Fletcher and Patterson in one attack.
They've ended up taking all 20 wickets, haven't they?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, top class performers, every one of them.
Strange from the Notts attack, 6 bowlers, 3 of them sharing the wickets and 3 of them not one between them as this is pushed back to the bowl. I mean, we didn't see too much of Stephen Mullaney, only a little bit more of Lyndon James, and nothing from Patterson White. Here's Baker bowling, cut away, and there'll be runs here, and there might be 4 of them now. Yes. Oh, I think that's going to be given us 4. As they cut away by Lyndon James, a decent attempt to stop it on the boundary.
You don't often say this, and they're so adept at sliding these days. But you know what? I reckon on that occasion, Charlie Morris might have better off just putting an old-fashioned clog on it, sticking his foot there and keeping it in, which is what fast bowlers would have done for years and years and years, running around like that, not sliding.
Somebody
just
would
very
have
difficult for
said
him.
Something, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Baker bowls again to James. Straight bat. 154 for 3. 79 more required. Baker once more looking for the first wicket for spin in this game, but not from that one. Defended again by Lyndon James. Baker 11 overs, none for 64, 154 for 3, or 5 dots, and that one boundary in that over.
Yeah, good for him. Showed a bit of courage there, Josh Baker, I think. And when you think that boundary might have been a 3, wasn't too bad an over. Brett D'Oliveira hasn't had a bowl himself yet, which is an option. The only other option is Azhar Ali, who just occasionally bowls a few leg breaks, but more of a sort of partnership break, a golden arm type thing, which is a bit risky, isn't it, when you're defending a target, really. I think it's more the sort of thing you do when you trying to break a big partnership or something like that, really.
The other one is Jake Libby, but he would even fall behind the Azhar Ali option, you would imagine.
Yeah, hasn't bowled this season. Bowled a little bit last year.
Yeah, he's got half a dozen or so first-class wickets, hasn't he?
Few white ball overs at the start of a T20 or something like that, but not very often. Dylan Payton is, well, he's fielding 10 yards behind the rope at the moment at long off, so we must have a substitute on, I assume. He's squatting down now as Charlie Morris moves in to bowl to Joe Clark, who punches this one out on the onside. Ed Barnard, if he is tired, he isn't showing it, is he?
No.
The way he ran and swooped on that one, I thought it was as free and as loose as he was on the first morning. Pat Brown it is, fielding a substitute out on the shortish boundary. I'll finish this over, Dave, and then nip off. I think football's finishing around the world, and they'll want a bit of an update. 154 for 3 as Charlie Morris moves in from the pavilion end, and that's outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Cox, no run. Always show your age, don't you, when you say this, but always used to say, what do you think is going to happen there? Well, ask me at 20 to 5.
Yeah.
Always used to be 20 to 5. 3 o'clock kickoff finished at 20 to 5. 7:30 kickoff always finished at 9:10, didn't it? In my childhood.
That's right.
But it's longer half times and whatever have now meant that by the time most of the games wrap up,
much
it's
more
like
stoppage
5
time
o'clock,
as well.
isn't it?
Yep. Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Here's Charlie Morris from the pavilion end into the right-handed Joe Clark, who watchfully covers up, pushes up to his mate Ed Barnard, moving across from mid-wicket. Clark will really be determined here. He want to stay there. He want to be walking off with red ink by his name, I think, against his old club, and goes for a little stroll. And his mate Ed Barnard is getting loose. I didn't think it would be long before we saw him reintroduced. I mean, he's had enough rest, surely. He hasn't, but anybody would think he'd been on the field a lot in this game. Morris in, bowls, and Clark leaves that alone. Good over so far from Morris. That one just outside off stump. Good leave from Clark. Persevered well, I think, Charlie Morris in this innings. 11.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Ben Duckett got stuck into him a little bit when he first came in, and he went round the wicket repeatedly and drifted into his legs a little bit, and Duckett punched him away through mid-wicket. But to the right-handers especially, I think Morris has been fairly tidy. Watch him bowl a half volley now. Comes in and bowls to Clark, who pushes up to... Thank you, Dave. Regular listeners to this Worcestershire commentary
I've just seen a tweet
that my football allegiances are further east than this, and Dave has just reminded me.
Just seen a tweet to confirm it.
That the team that I support, playing in Birmingham today against the team that most people around where I live support, have not only lost, but they've been relegated. But we knew that 6 months ago. Morris bowls to Clark, who drives this on the onside. Barnard fields at mid-wicket, and it's the end of a good over from Charlie Morris. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34. Clark is 29. James is 16. Notts need another 79 to win. There are 21 overs left in the day. They're 154 for 3, and I'm off to update BBC Home of Worcester listeners and to dry my tears.
All sharp objects have been removed from your commentary booth next door. Sent Kevin in there just to make sure you can't do yourself a mishap. Thanks to Frank. I'm sure we'll hear from him before too long. Still 70 odd runs required, so plenty of time to get the great man back on to share some more of his thoughts. 154 for 3 is the Nottinghamshire score. 79 it is that Nottinghamshire require to win. Ed Barnard coming back into the attack. 21 overs remaining today, so it's still there or thereabouts, 4 and over, as Frank is metamorphosised into Kevin Howells. There's Barnard. Bowls to Lyndon James. Very wide-ish delivery, which the batsman chased and bottom edges down into the ground. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Lyndon James actually looked as tired as you might imagine Ed Barnard to look in reaching for that. It's hard to see here anything for Worcestershire, although I did follow Frank's theory that 2 or 3 quick together could be interesting.
There's Barnard looking for the first of those 2 or 3. But James plays it up to Azhar Ali, who's now found his way to mid-on. He's pretty much throughout the game been away to our right, just in front of the patrons in the Smith Cooper stand, but finds himself at mid-on, having an opportunity to share some advice that he's gathered over the years with Ed Barnard, the bowler. Hands him the ball, and next delivery now on its way, and James defends. 154 for 3. Worcestershire's over rate still showing as -1. They have up and down the country seemingly developed into a bit of a habit of not changing the over rates here, there or anywhere until the end of sessions, so might just be a reminder and a continual spur to Brett D'Oliveira just to make sure they bowl at a decent lick throughout this session. 154 for 3 as this one swings away from the bowler.
Got a result in from Taunton, a victory for Somerset, who were bottom of Division 1, but they've beaten the defending champions Warwickshire emphatically as Innings and 82 runs.
Is it going to be their year then? They'll be
Well,
all their supporters
from their start, that would be some story, but there's still plenty of time, of course.
154 for 3. Next one clipped onto the leg side, fielded by Haynes, no run. Lyndon James has 16, Clark has 29. Is that that's the first and only finish so far?
No. In fact, it may not have been the first, it may have been the second, because Middlesex at virtually the same time have won their match against Leicestershire by 10 wickets. The grieving story there for Leicestershire is Ben Mike batting at 7, out for 99.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh
He'd
dear.
only been out.
Next ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run, and his connection with Trent Bridge is?
Once played here.
No, his dad, Greg Mike, played for Notts. 80s and 90s.
Not out 99. Oh no, 9 4s, 4 6. It was a 99 out of 108 deliveries. As Leicestershire in that second innings. Fought hard, but I'm afraid they didn't leave Middlesex very many to get. I think it was a target of 52. So results starting to come in, but we're into the final session on day 3 before we've got our first results from this round of 9 matches. I think that seems to be, that feels a good thing.
I shall, if this is done this evening, I shall be flicking around the various streams tomorrow morning.
And listening to the BBC commentaries.
Well, of course. I shall only be going to the live streams that cover the BBC commentaries. 154 for 3.
Clark's on 29. Due to be 20 overs remaining today, but only 79 more runs needed. What about these wickets? Can they get in amongst them? Well, Finch is bowling his 5th over now, and he's in, and he bowls to Clark, and Clark pushes that up to mid-on. So Barnard, fair play to him. Those 9 overs he's got through, 1 for 32, including 2 maidens. Just had a quick look at that table, by the way. Warwickshire currently 4th in Division 1 on 38 points, but Somerset, with their first victory after 3 defeats, are only 5 points behind them. In 6th at the moment, so it is end of the round 4. Not all have played 4 matches anyway. Finch bowls and pushed up to mid-on this occasion for no run. It remains at 154 for 3, still another 79 needed here for Nottinghamshire. Middlesex, with that victory, for the time being, have gone top of the table. And in a couple of weeks' time, David, Nottinghamshire.
Middlesex v Notts at Lords. I don't know if Middlesex play next week. Notts have a bye week.
Finch coming into Clark now, up onto his toes and pushes that through extra cover. Lovely little punch shot from Clark. That's going to be 4 runs. He moves up to 33 and takes Nottinghamshire further towards their target. 75 more needed. 158 for 3 is the score. Just going to take a look at Middlesex play next week away to Sussex before they take on Nottinghamshire at Lords. So both will be positioned very nicely, one might imagine. Sussex at the moment currently hold that bottom place in the table. A short pitch ball which Clark plays really well. He looks a bit disappointed. Perhaps he wanted to get more of it, but actually kept it down well onto the onside.
Notts not been to Lords since the 2017 Royal London final. They've been in different divisions to Middlesex since then. Great scenes last time they were there. Might just be a little quieter for a county championship game in a couple of weeks, but should still be a good crowd and plenty to play for if they're the top 2.
Next ball pushed on the onside, no run. I think he'll have to do an update in a moment, which they could throw to you at any time on BBC Nottingham, so I shall keep stum for the time.
I think the football's only just finished, Kevin, so there'll probably be a prolonged post-match analysis, but just mentioned there might be an awful lot of people come flooding back into the cricket, very, very happy with what they've seen behind us over the last couple of hours. Now Worcestershire not too happy about the condition of the ball, and this is an official approach because Captain Brett D'Oliveira is showing it to Peter Hartley. And yet again, there's going to be a request to fetch the suitcase full of spare balls.
So they're changing it after after 36, just on 37 overs. So. Well, it's worth a go, isn't it? See if that makes any difference.
Well, clearly there's some damage to it. I mean, the umpires wouldn't just change it. There must be some sort of damage that's been inflicted. Either the stitching's come undone, or perhaps the ball clattering into one of the boundary boards has perhaps just taken a piece out of it. But they're going to change it. Double century, another one for Cheteshwar Pujara. So both Shan Masood and Cheteshwar Pujara have registered 2 double hundreds this season.
Just come up 2 short. Did you mention this earlier? Shan Masood over there at Derby just came up 2 runs short of Nick Compton's most runs scored in April. The month of April.
Nottinghamshire currently 158 for 3. Looks as if they're still on course to win this today, requiring 75 more runs to beat Worcestershire. And we've got a little over 19 overs left. Just getting a little gloomy, as you know, from your side of the Radcliffe Road, but Notts should be okay with regards to the light. Ben Duckett has fallen since the last time I spoke to you. Magnificent innings from Duckett. Really looks in good form. 5th consecutive time he's passed 50. This time he raced to 78. Little surprisingly, he chased one and nicked behind to the keeper. That was off the bowling of Charlie Morris. It was 127 for 3. Joe Clark has come in, played some lovely shots. He's on 33, and last weekend Centurion Lyndon James with him on 16. Notts requires 75 more to win. 19 overs left today if they want to do it before the end of the 3rd day. Notts currently 158 for 3. I think we've changed the ball, and it will be Adam Finch to finish the over.
It will. He's bowling from the far end for pavilion end, and he's coming in to bowl to Clark on 33. Clark, short pitch ball, and he pulls that again safely away through square leg for 1. He moves up to 34. They'll keep the strike as well. The score at 159 for 3, 74 off that victory target. Keeping an eye on other matches in Division 2. We talked about that Middlesex victory, Dave, by 10 wickets over Leicestershire. Derbyshire 112 for 2. Second innings against Glamorgan, 93 runs in front. So interesting to see how that one plays out. Scores first innings fairly equal at Derbyshire's 368 and Glamorgan made 387. Durham at 95 for no wicket. Second innings they trail by 220 runs. So Sussex looking for wickets there.
I think I stole most of your last over with my football
don't
reports.
be worrying. You don't be worried. Don't you be worried about things like that.
There's Ed Barnard then. A match he'll presumably never forget. Bowls to Joe Clark. Just a hint of that one keeping a fraction low, but Clark watched it onto the face, pushed it into the offside. I say that if you've not been following this game. 163 not out. Career best score for Ed Barnard. He was absolutely terrific as far as we're concerned, and you can never be entirely sure, but we think it was a chanceless innings. 7 hours, something of that duration. Next ball pushed out onto the offside, there's no run, and then when he's handed the ball in this innings, a superb delivery to knock over a Seabermead's off stump. So he's having a day and a match to remember. But you very often talk to players, they'll post-match interviews and congratulate them on great performances, and very often they'll say, well, it doesn't mean anything because we lost. But I'm sure Ed Barnard will look back fondly on what's happened at Trent Bridge this week, but more so if Worcestershire can just make life hard initially for Nottinghamshire in this post-tea session on this, the third day. And if they can winkle out 1 or 2 more, it might just get a little bit tight, a little bit squeaky for the home side. All teams, of course, vulnerable to the odd collapse, as Barnard is in, and this one's on the pads of Clark, tickled away down to long leg for a single, and Joe Clark moves on to 35, 160 for 3.
What interests me about that Division 1 situation at the moment, you've got Lancashire and Hampshire, they're going quite well, but the vulnerabilities of teams have been quite strong just before the COVID outbreak and everything in Essex, Warwickshire and Somerset, although Somerset have come out well on top against Warwickshire in this match. Those 3 teams showing some real vulnerability in their cricket. Essex, for example, 104 for 3 following on trail by 93 runs.
Lyndon James on strike, just pushes this ball into the covers. Brett D'Oliveira will field. Kevin will have observed me just frantically finding my notes under all this pile of everything. Yeah, it rang a bell. Joe Clark getting to 35, so he's matched his top score for the season, and you may remember he was the official batting reserve for England for the West Indies tour in March, the non-travelling reserve, shall we say. Not really got off to a great start yet this season, as Barnard comes in and bowls to James, who defends. So scores of 6, 35 and 30, 1 and 18. That 35 coming here against Glamorgan, and he's currently matching that 35 not out against Worcestershire.
Game at Bristol, still lots of runs there. Gloucestershire 380 for 2, trail by 223 runs. Chris Dent, 10,000 first-class runs is achieved today.
Yes,
not in one day.
Both openers got centuries, didn't they? Dent and Harris in that one. Big opening stand. A lot of runs in that game.
He's still there. 181 not out at the moment, Dent.
Seems to have been a feature of all of Surrey's games so far. A lot of runs, mostly scored by them. Barnard bowls, and Lyndon James again showing the, showing the maker's name. Not entirely sure he's. Yes, there are a couple of stickers on there. Really had to peer hard just to see them on his bat. 160 for 3. End of the over, the 38th of the innings, so Notts going along at 4.2 and over now. They were going along at nearly 5 for the large part of the innings early on when Ben Duckett was scoring so freely. 73 required, 18 overs remain in the day. surely imagine, Kevin, that they will reduce that by enough to at least ask for the extra half an hour, even if they don't get over the line tonight. But of course it might flip the other way if some wickets start going down.
It might do. And start of the next over. Short and pulled away. He's playing that shot really nicely, is Clark. And there's big space and gap out there. They'll come back for 2. He can't find the boundary. I don't know if that's going to frustrate him a little. He can't get it. He's playing a square, but keeping it down okay. The man out there on that square leg boundary some way out. Perhaps what he's really looking for is that mid-wicket area, maybe. There's acres of space out there to try and get to the boundary. But anyway, he still moves on to 37 and score 162 for 3. Clark facing again. Just on the off stump from the bowling of Finch. Into the offside and no run. So now that this traffic picks up a little heavier as they leave the football. As we say, we're just watching if any red shirts come strolling in. Yeah, a bit of a double whammy for Nottingham Forest supporters and county cricket supporters in this part of the world as things stand, but they've got anything deep in the well here to call upon reserves of energy, skills. It's Finch here, Worcestershire I'm talking of. Driven back to the bowler, gets down to it and no run. So this partnership with 35 of 60 deliveries for this 4th wicket. Duckett was playing very nicely. Couldn't get the century. He was caught by the keeper off the bowling of Charlie Morris for 78. That was the last wicket to fall, the 3rd wicket. Slater and Hamid out before that. Midway through the serve of Finch again. In, bowls and played square off the bat of Clark for a single. Looking to get a little bit fuller here, Finch now. Certainly seems that Clark is well in control of that pull shot, that hook shot. Anything put in short. Try and mix it up a little bit more if they can. But a lot being asked of this Worcestershire attack. Barnard at the other end, for example, following his magnificent efforts with the bat. He still got through 10 overs here, 1 for 33. But it's Finch at the moment. He's coming in to bowl to another probable star of the future in Lyndon James, who's on 16. And he shoulders arms that one. Lifting delivery, but well wide of the off stump. No danger there for James to, with good judgment, play the leave and through to the keeper. Though it has been a much better days 2 and 3 weather-wise, there's always been that breeze around and a little bit warmer today as well. But
been a nice afternoon, I would imagine, for the club cricketers. A lot of them getting underway this afternoon. 1 or 2 leagues started last week, but I think there's 1 or 2 around here started today.
I'd like to think also that the bars might be back open at some of those clubs as well, as this next ball is bowled and driven towards mid-off. And I don't know why I said bars, because you know as well as I do, I'm really talking about food.
Well,
I'm talking
tees,
about the tees.
tees.
163 for 3, James on 16 and Clark on 38. 70 more needed, because they, you know, it was great that they did get some cricket in. Quite a lot actually last year, but there were still restrictions, and I'm not too sure what the restrictions are still now. Legally, of course, I'm not too sure there are any, but clubs might be a little bit more cautious than others, but it should start to feel a little bit more as it should around and about for the club cricketers, which most I think got underway last weekend, so it could be the first away trip for a few.
I don't think there's the need to stop the game every 6 overs to sanitise the ball and sanitise your hands anymore. I think that...
or go for a pint.
Well, all the spectators walking away. Look, they've had a good afternoon behind us. Not yet seen anybody come into the ground in the bright red shirts. We counted at least 6 Forest shirts this morning. Plenty more will have had their shirts on under the coats. Barnard bowls, and this is punched up to mid-on. And Azarali does the fielding. There's no run.
I'm just seeing Alan Richardson walk around the boundary there. I'm just going to quickly see if I can see if he's pacing off a bad mood or not. In regards to the football, not the.
He was out there at lunchtime with a group of youngsters all round him. They looked to be absolutely loving it. Nice bit of fielding here at fairly shortish mid-on. Who's that down on the ground? It's a really good stop as Joe Clark tried to force it away.
He won't be a happy bunny.
Ted Pollock.
Stoke have lost 3-1. So that's why he wants to talk cricket. Anything but football.
163 for 3. But nice, I guess, for a bowling unit to see the bowling coach on the boundary edge, encouraging them on. This one's forced into the offside. No run. Good fielding by the skipper, D'Oliveira. Dylan Pennington not been used in this particular innings. We assume he's got some sort of issue, some sort of ailment, but he has been on the field for certainly about the first 30 overs of the innings. Whether he picked up an injury batting this morning, wasn't there for long, or Worcestershire's first innings bowling effort, we're not sure. 163 for 3. Clark blocks this one, he's on 38. Just seemed odd that he came out to field, didn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's just a bit strange. Northants, if they do get a victory over Essex, quite important in so much cricket to be played very early stages of the season, but at the moment, as the sort of table stands, Northants, Kent and Gloucestershire are the 3 bottom teams, and of course they're the teams who got promoted back in 2019, so all of them trying to find their feet in the top flight again.
Barnard in again, and nice little tussle this between those two. The Shrewsbury connection, as Frank was saying, know each other very well. Barnard and Clark. Clark won't want to get out to his mate, whereas Barnard would be desperate to see off Joe Clark.
Talking of Shrewsbury, looking forward to seeing Jack Chantry out in the middle. I understand his umpiring is coming along quite well, so nice to see him.
163 for 3. Next ball is worked away on the onside. And that's a really good over, a maiden from Barnard. He's 11 overs, 3 maidens now, 1 for 33, 163 for 3. Not yet seen Sue Redfern at Nottinghamshire game. I don't know if she's had her first class game yet, but she was appointed to the first class list, wasn't she? Local to this area, Sue. So looking forward to an occasion when she umpires the county. 163 for 3. We've got some protective pads being brought out for Jack Haynes. Josh Baker going to come back into the attack. 11 overs, no maidens, none for 64. Went for a few. Ben Duckett and Joe Clark got after him a little bit early on. Not one single wicket has gone to the spinners, Kevin. We were saying earlier, I commented that all 20 Worcestershire wickets were shared by the 3 principal Nottinghamshire bowlers, Broad, Fletcher and Patterson.
Nick Gubbins made 130 today. That's proved a really good move for him from Middlesex to Hampshire. The score we've got in that important game, well, they're all important.
Did Gubbins get a century in each innings then?
Well, I'm going to double check that, David. Now you've taken the trouble of asking. I know these batsmen in form. Is he that much in form? We shall have a look here now. 101 not out. Oh, you've got to get up early in the morning, catch you out. Good recall. Terrific from Gubbins.
He was another one who seemed to be on the brink of big things, and it maybe went sour at Middlesex.
And there's a Baker bowling. There's a full toss, is it? Anyway, sort of, they'll go through for 1. I think it struck forward short leg somewhere there. Yeah, so, yeah, big runs, 2 innings there for Gubbins. And 322 for 7. He's out now, but 322 for 7 is a lead of 328 over Lancashire. We've got a day to go there, and I did take a sneaky look at the forecast, and there's no rain as such forecast for that part of the country tomorrow. Cloud, but no rain. Spinner Baker in, bowls and use of the feet from Clark, but he can't find a gap, just finds the fielder on the lakeside.
So Radio 5 Sports Extras tomorrow morning, you'll be able to hear Kevin Howells from Southampton.
Those were
Is
the
that what you're
days.
saying?
Well, I'd happily go down there. Whether I'll be allowed to, and that's a completely different story. But we'll see.
It's a long way for one day.
Well, you say that, they do it for football. Next delivery, bold, and in fact they do it for 90 minutes of football, so why shouldn't I do it for 8 hours of cricket?
We do it for T20s, don't we?
Exactly. Anyway, back to this. 164 for 3, 69 more needed here for Nottinghamshire, and desperate search for wickets here from Worcestershire's point of view. At the moment, despite the fact that I'm loving the use of the feet from Clark, he can't find that gap. Something that Duckett was doing really well today. That was one of the joys of that innings. The placement from Duckett. As always, a lot of innovation with his strokes as well. But punched off the back foot by Clark up towards mid-off. No run.
We did have one correspondent at the start of the innings he'd already seen it in the stars that Stephen Mullaney would come in and hit the winning run. That could still be on. And I think you'll remember I did say 2-3-8, match over about 10-7 this morning.
You did. Next ball. Oh, no, that's hit the man. Well, that could be quite nasty at forward short leg. He goes to tumbling, and
Haynes.
It's Haynes who's gone down. It's one of those, if you're standing in that position, you know that it could come at you hard and fast. I'm not too sure whereabouts it's caught him. He's sort of on his knees and just crouched down. Whether or not it's caught
knee, I think.
on the inside of the knee, yeah. So that in itself is a relief to start off with. It's not the head. Let's make sure we know that. Of course, he's under a helmet anyway. But that is going to hurt because he put plenty into that shot. And typical of teammates, that just the bit that he's saying hurts lots, somebody goes and just gives it a good 5 taps on the side. You'll be all right. And I'm hoping from that response that actually he will be okay.
Seems to be a little bit of humour being shared around down there about it. And I tell you what, the two most relieved, obviously Jack Haynes will be the first because he'll know how serious it is, but also Joe Clark as well. Horrible Baker. Feeling. Josh Baker as well, says Frank from the back of the box. He's absolutely right, because when you put a short leg in there, the last thing you want to do is bowl a half tracker that leads to one of your teammates getting injured. But Worcestershire physio out there attending to him, and we can't see too much really from this distance, and even on the live stream it won't be so foolish to say as he's uninjured, but he's not as seriously injured as he could have been. I foolishly went in there once in a club game, got hit in the face and woke up in hospital. Cheekbone, but no helmet. Idiot going in there close. 164 for 3. It hurts, doesn't it? It's a hard ball, Kevin.
You wanted to be brave. You wanted to say, "Come on." If Brian Close can play like I'm the next Closey.
Most of your listeners, Kevin, won't be familiar with the works of D.B. Close.
You're quite right. I am very popular amongst the youth. I'm glad you noticed that. Very popular amongst the younger listeners.
I mean, there was the tale. I mean, I assume it. I don't know if it's correct or it just became the stuff of folklore of wasn't it him at short leg and one rebounding off his temple and to be caught by the wicketkeeper Jimmy Binks back in the day.
Something like that. Anyway,
he's taken the pads and the helmet off Jack Haynes. It is the end of the over, and the physio's left the field, so he's okay. He's still out there. He's running with a bit of a hobble. He's still got the pads on, hasn't he, underneath there, look. He's gone into catching short mid-wicket.
Oh, you watch it go past him and expect to go and chase it.
Here's Ed Barnard then, going to bowl to Lyndon James, who squared him up and really got into a fairly ugly position there, Lyndon, which isn't like him at all. I don't think I've used that expression for any delivery that he's faced before in his short career, but really did get into an awkward position and ends up with the leading edge running out into the offside when he was looking to play it to leg. Quite a lengthy hold up in terms of time. Might just come into play when Brett D'Oliveira is saying, "Come on, umpires, come on, you can't penalise and over 8, we had all that time stopped. So it's pulled away aggressively down to long leg. It's a good stop down there. And Lyndon James will just get a single, 165 for 3. And Notts requires 68 more to beat Worcestershire.
Another of the questions for tomorrow, though there is rain forecast actually quite imminently in the Yorkshire area and overnight, and again a little bit tomorrow, is whether Kent can mount a rear guard there at 71 for 2. Second innings against Yorkshire, trailing by 209 runs. The weather might have a bit of an impact.
Is Ben Compton out?
No, I think
early season.
I think he's still there, which well, he is.
One of the great successes of the first 2 or 3 rounds. 165 for 3. Next ball worked away on the leg side, and there's no run. Late of this parish, of course, and what did he start with? 3 centuries in a row or some such? Nearly carried his bat twice in the same game. Terrific stuff from Ben Compton, early season form on his move from Nottinghamshire to Kent.
Well, his 36 not out there at the moment is off 98 deliveries. With Jack Leaning,
he's got a bit of stickability. Yes, indeed, yeah. Barnard in bowling. This has worked on the leg side. Now we've had that stoppage, but it just seems as if runs have dried up as well.
I agree with you. I thought that, in a strange way, I thought that sort of either reinvigorated Worcestershire here or maybe shook up a little bit the 2 batters out there. I just wonder.
I think they'd struggled to get the board moving for about 10 minutes before the
have they? Right, okay.
Before the stoppage, but the run rate below 4 for the first time in the innings, although a single is taken here by Clark, clipping it to leg. 166 for 3, 67 are now required.
Hampshire 328 for 8, Barker's no outs. That's a lead of 334 runs in that game, with cloud not rain according to the weather app I've got forecast for tomorrow. Can Essex hold on? I mean, 123 for 3 following on trail by 74 runs against Northamptonshire. It is at Chelmsford. Can they show enough grit to hang in there?
Comes Barnard once more. Lyndon James fenced this off his hip. Straight to Haynes, no run. End of the over. Batsman out in this innings. Slater for 2, Hamid 24, and Duckett for 78.
Durham's opening pair, which will be, I think, Lees and Dixon, won't it? Let's have a look. Should be. Yes, it is. Dixon with a half century now at 58, Lees on 40. It looks as if it's all flattened out there at Sussex, because though Durham are in their second innings and a long way behind at 106 for no wicket, trail by 209 runs, but no wickets. A good opening partnership there. Across the way at Derby, Derbyshire 131 for 2, lead by 112 runs over Glamorgan, so I don't know if a few wickets there. Either late on today or first thing tomorrow could make that one interesting as well in the second division, with Glamorgan, who you've come to realise are quite a force.
Yeah, they played very well here. Michael Neser was back in their side for that game, bowled very, very well. Another game that ebbed and flowed, and Glamorgan came out on top.
Clark on 39 and defensively played. You could be getting another bulletin here in amongst all the football. They'll be wanting to know, of course, for the local listeners, just whether Nottinghamshire are going to wrap this up with comfort this evening or not. But they're only 3 down and just 67 off that target. And Clark's on 39 and defensively onto the onside. And no run. But I shall keep stum, just in case they do throw to you in a quick and rapid way.
One or two members of Worcestershire's backroom staff behind the arm just being asked to move, yep, at the far end. 166 for 3. Baker bowls, Clark skips down the track, but can't beat Azhar Ali at mid-wicket, no run. 166 for 3. Next ball is just kicked away by Clark. Haynes is back in there at short leg. Brave young lad. It was nothing, just a flesh wound, he'll be saying. Does seem to be hobbling a little bit as he fetched that ball. His concentration will be on red alert now then. This one into the pads of Clark. May have pitched outside leg though. 166 for 3. Knots require 67. 13 overs after this one. Next ball is defended by Joe Clark. We've now lost all the blue sky that we had. It's been slowly taken over by cloud over the last half an hour, and now it's a blanket of cloud, mainly high, mainly light coloured, but the blue sky has gone. 166 for 3 at the end of that over, 13 to go. To win in the 13 overs, Notts would have to go at more than 5 and over, which isn't out of the question, but over the last few overs they've only just been crawling along, the odd single here and there. $166 for 3. Might be just me back tomorrow morning just to say, well, half a dozen runs needed. Who knows? Here's an update. Yes, I can give you a cricket score here. Nottinghamshire 166 for 3. Runs have dried up in truth over the last 20 minutes. Looked as if they were comfortably going to romp home, really, until Ben Duckett got out for a sparkling 78. He really was at the peak of his powers, was leading Notts to a comfortable victory well inside the third day, and then unexpectedly swished at one from Charlie Morris through to the keeper, and he had to go. Joe Clark's played nicely, so too is Lyndon James in truth, but Worcestershire really just trying to put a lid on things here. The equation, Notts need 67 more. There are only 12 overs and a couple of deliveries left. They may have to ask for the extra half an hour tonight if they're going to get it in. Just need to pick up the tempo a little bit, or we might yet be back for day 4. Nottinghamshire 166 for 3, requiring 67 more.
Do you have to ask for? Do you have to ask for the extra half hour, Dave, or do the umpires make the decision? I'm not sure.
One captain, or whichever captain can ask the umpire, and they will consider, can we get a result in 8 overs? Next ball is guided and soft hands down to third man for 4 by Lyndon James, and you're right. Boundaries certainly accelerate the rush towards the target. 63 more required, 170 for 3. The lights have gone on in the Smith Cooper stand at the top there, and already they look fairly bright, don't they?
Yeah, it is. It's not great, is it? All right, but they haven't put the floodlights on.
No, not yet. No. A number of people on the committee balcony. They may have been there for some time. They may have been there all day, but I've only just noticed them over the far end, the other end from the players' dressing room of the main pavilion block here at Trent Bridge. Getting a lot of pigeons around as well at the moment. As not a pigeon, it's a finch bowling to Lyndon James, who's on 22 with that boundary, steers it into the offside. 170 for 3. Yeah, they come and peck the groundsman's fresh grass seed. Been pigeon problems all around the country for as long as cricket's been played, but I think principally in London. Was it the Oval? They had a kestrel or some such to
fly around,
scare them off.
Yeah.
Finch has squad number 61, bowls again to Lyndon James, and he will cut this to backward point. That's a very good stop indeed. And there's no run. Who's that down on the ground? Is that
Libby?
Lips? Yeah, it is
Libby,
Lips. Formerly of this parish.
Be annoyed he didn't hit that for 4, and it was a rank bad ball, wasn't it, that one?
Shares the same birthday, 3rd of January, as Alex Hales, which used to be one of my favourite stats when he opened with Hales back in the day. He's also got the same middle name as well, I think. 170 for 3. James 22 from 44 balls faced. The next ball is cut past Libby.
The other one.
They will only get a single. Protection out in the deep. 171 for 3. Notts require 62 more to win, and that's the end of the over. So 12 to go, 62 required, just over 5 and over. So we are going to, well, you don't know what rate they're going to score, but we are going to be there or thereabouts if they continue just to chip away.
I mean,
at
I
it.
think my feeling is you know, even if say they get 40, and somebody says, "What about half an hour?" They've got to say yes.
Well, if you look at the 8 overs that that is half an hour, that
Yeah.
means they want 62 in 20 overs,
Yeah.
which is 3 and over.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I don't think we're going to be here tomorrow. I really, not unless somebody gets a hat trick or something like that.
then
Baker to ball.
Worcestershire might fancy it then in the gloom.
Yeah, maybe. Baker from the pavilion end over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Lyndon James, who goes for a little paddle sweep. It's very full from Baker, and he gets it on the full toss, but not off the top. Well, not off the face of the bat, off the sort of edge, maybe even almost the back of the bat as he tried to turn it, and it just dribbled to short fine leg Ed Pollock. Baker again bowls, and James goes for a reverse and hits it, and what a good catch that is by Ed Barnard at first slip. So he's at first slip, picture it, for the right-hander, goes for the reverse, hits it well this time, and Barnard takes a high catch in front of his face. That's a good catch.
It can
in
do
any
no wrong,
cricket.
can he? It can do no wrong. I jokingly called him Saint Barnard earlier. He's had quite a day. He's extended his career best score to 163 not out. He's flattened Hasiba Mead's off stump, and now he's taken a wonderful, wonderful catch. Lyndon James out, caught Barnard, bowled Baker for 23, batted for just over an hour, faced 47 balls and hit 4 fours. And wonder, once again, does it open the door for Worcestershire? Just felt, we've been saying it, the run rate had slowed up considerably. And Worcestershire have a 4th. Now, one of our correspondents did say at the start of the Notts innings he'd had a premonition that Stephen Mullaney would come in and hit the winning runs. Well, here is Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain. He's had a quiet game, really. Only turned his arm over, I think, for 3 overs in the entire match, and didn't hang about, didn't detain anybody for too long in the first innings. Dismissed by Charlie Morris for 7. Can he be there to see his side over the line?
In he comes. The media and everything, the use of the screen and everything at Trent Bridge here is really good, isn't it? And they've got these, you know, the stock photos. Listeners who come to Trent Bridge will know what I'm talking about. But the sort of thing you see on the football on TV when they have each player and he's standing and he's making a pose. Or they've got some crackers here with some of the batters. Ben Duckins is quite modest. He's just holding his bat up. But Joe Clark and Stephen Mullaney looking at the camera menacingly and pointing the bat. It's really good. Must give you a bit of a boost as you walk to the wicket and look up and see that. And here is Mullaney. Didn't do so well in the first innings. He made 7 before he was caught at slip off Charlie Morris. He comes in now with Josh Baker having picked up his first wicket in this innings. He's bowled well since Duckett was out, really. I think Baker. He sort of suffered a bit at the beginning, but he's come back well. And he comes in now and he bowls to Mullaney, and Mullaney very, very cleverly dabs this away on the offside with the spin, bowling over the wicket into the footmarks, and just gets a single, and that brings the more fluent Joe Clark onto strike. But even Clark has found it difficult to penetrate that leg side field. Lyndon James went for going the other way with the reverse and perished as Clark bowls, and this one is a bit short, and Haynes, don't blame Jack Haynes, he turned away when he saw the length of that one. I don't blame him, as Clark shaped to play it away on the leg side. He just basically nudged it behind square, and Haynes wasn't called upon, but he got an absolute whack a few minutes ago. He's gone to silly point now as Baker bowls to Mullaney, who tucks it away behind square on the leg side for another single. So 3 singles off 3 balls since that wicket. Mullaney goes to 2, 174 for 4. I suppose the fact that Jack Haynes is still in there, even though he's been ruefully rubbing that right knee, it says 2 things to me. One, he's pretty much okay, because he wouldn't have stayed in there. Baker bowls, and has he bowled him? No, he's not bowled him. Ben Cox has dropped. He nearly bowled him, gone past the outside edge, and Ben Cox didn't take it cleanly, and it dropped down out of his gloves. But a good last delivery. 174 for 4 at the end of the over. And the other thing it tells me about Jack Haynes is that those pads which extend above the knee actually, and a little bit to the side as well. You can see them underneath the trousers of most players who go in there. That they did a pretty good job, because that was an absolute wacky go. He's still limping a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
And the other thing is, obviously, nobody else fancies doing it. I can remember when Alex Hales first came in the Notts team, and they stuck him there, and the slightest hint that the ball was going to be played on the leg side and he would be ducking and turning and whatever, and they quickly realised that
and yet
he was never going to catch one. So
and yet you could bowl 80 miles an hour at him and he'd smash it down the ground.
Exactly.
It's a funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But no, you're right. And he stayed. Well, often it's the youngster that gets stuck in there. But
Notts have got two that like doing it. Mead goes in there for the spinner, and Slater goes in there for the quicks.
Yeah, they like doing it. Goodness me, they must be mad.
174 for 4 as Finch comes in to start his 8th over. Bowls to Joe Clark, runs it away for 4.
What a great
little bit of width offered, and
Mullaney, innit?
Beg your pardon, it
Great
is
shot,
Steve Mullaney.
Just beautifully placed, wasn't it? Top shot. That was just such a classy. Well, the shot of a player with real experience, wasn't it? Bowling out there to me, I can more or less put it where I want it to go. Great
Huge
shot.
gap though, to be fair. Just
yeah, but we saw
slip-in.
Lyndon James fail to find it, didn't we? A couple of times with whacking it, and Mullaney didn't try and whack it. That's the thing. He just made sure he found the gap. I think that's the difference between a really experienced player and one who's just making his way. You learn that as you go along. Still goes for 4.
Notts require 55.
Don't have to hit it 20 yards past the rope.
Here comes Finch in again to Mullaney.
Better.
It was a good delivery that just short of a length, sat up.
Just bowled a bit wide in this spell, hasn't he? To the right-handers.
10 overs after this one. We are 5:45-ish. Five more required. Worcestershire, of course, requires 6 wickets. Let's not forget that part of the equation. String of left-handers due to come as the next one steered into the offside. No run. Tom Moore's due in at 7. Liam Patterson wide 8. Stuart Broad at 9. And then the tail, which sometimes doesn't last too long. Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. We've been saying in commentary all afternoon, Worcestershire have come back from seemingly impossible positions 2 or 3 times in this match already. This one's driven crisply up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run. If they could turn it around now, it would be a great show of their testament and stickability. Been well led by Brett D'Oliveira. Bowler light, remember. Dylan Pennington not being, for whatever reason, able to bowl in this innings. And the others have all stepped up and giving it their all. Finch, 2 balls left in his 8th over. Comes in again to Mullaney, works it away through mid-wicket. That may have enough behind it to go for 4. It's going to be a long chase, couple of fielders in pursuit, but it runs out now towards those railings in front of the William Clark stand, and Mullaney has another boundary. And he's on to 10 and not to 182 for 4, requiring 51 more to defeat Worcestershire. And if they were to win this, it would be 10 wins in their last 15 county championship games, and it would be their 6th win out of their last 7 at Trent Bridge. They won 5 in a row here last year, and then that sequence was broken a fortnight ago when Glamorgan came here and won a game that twisted this way and that.
Tell you what, Dave, they're the coolest pigeons I've ever seen. 4 of them, eating that seed. The ball went about a yard wide of them, it didn't move.
182 for 4. From Pigeons to Finch, he bowls outside the off stump, hit away, cries of catch, and taken in the deep. Mullaney has hit a ball into the offside, and it almost carried for 6 on the offside, but straight into the hands of the fielder.
Josh Baker.
And Finch gets his first wicket, and it's 182 for 5, and it's not done yet. Stephen Mullaney has gone for 10 caught by Baker from the bowling of Finch. He was only there for 8 minutes, 8 balls faced, 2 fours. Staggered how far it carried, actually. A blow into the offside. Very nearly went all the way to the ropes.
Well, it wasn't a good delivery, to be fair. It was a little bit wide, quite full, but crashed away in the air on the offside. As you say, Dave, cries of catch it. We all couldn't believe our eyes. And Josh Baker, we didn't have to move very far, to be fair, took the catch. And, well, where there's life, there's hope, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. It wasn't a great over from Finch, but it brings Tom Moores in now. Possibly puts a little bit more responsibility on the shoulders of Joe Clark. I mean, you'd still fancy them, definitely, but who knows, another 1 or 2 and it really could get jittery. And this game continues to surprise you. And Worcestershire, I suppose, in all honesty, they're just hanging in. They've been hanging in there, it seems to me, for most of the game since the first day. But they're clinging on to that life raft and they're just refusing to let go. That's my 19th different metaphor to try and explain the way that I feel about it. Ed Barnard, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. I'll do this over and then I'll shoot off, Dave, for my last update of the day. And, well, I still don't think we'll be here tomorrow, but it's just impossible, really, to say what's going to happen next in this game. I mean, I think we all still think that Notts will get there, but it's impossible to really be confident about anything, because just when you think you've got it summed up, something strange happens. Lyndon James reverses and gets caught at slip, or Stephen Mullaney, I mean, you know, just threw his bat at a wideish delivery and he went straight to the field. Here's Barnard bowling to Clark. He's in, he bowls, and Clark punches it away on the onside. Talked about inventive fields. Brett D'Oliveira's at it now. He's got no slip for Barnard bowling to Clark, but he's got a man on the drive at short mid-wicket, Jack Haynes, and now he's put a man in that prep school position, as I call it, silly mid-on, halfway back really on the onside, maybe a little bit more than halfway back, pretty straight, and an ordinary mid-on as well as Barnard comes in. Bowls to Clark, who's on the back foot, arms raised. I got a bit excited as well as he edged that down through the vacant gully area, and Jake Libby comes in from backward point to field. I haven't said, Jake Libby's had a quiet game, hasn't he? Got involved with that run out. He made 15 in the first innings, but only 3 in the second, and we're so used over the last couple of years at Worcester to see him playing long innings. It feels odd that he hasn't been much involved. As Barnard comes into Clark, again bowls and Clark's forward, and again Libby is the fielder, and this time those pigeons are disturbed, so they're obviously more bothered by footfall and the sound of the feet getting close to them than the cricket ball rolling past. 182 for 5, 51 more needed, 9 overs left in the day after this.
Found some friends, actually. They've landed again, but some more have come with them.
They've come with them, yeah. Here's Barnard again. He bowls to Clark, who is beaten outside the off stump by a beauty. And Barnard runs through, carries on running through with his hand in the air, and then completes a circle, and he's still jogging on his way back to his mark now.
I think Joe Clark there got a taste of what might happen if Barnard gets him out, because he was 3/4 of the way into the biggest celebration ever seen on this ground.
I don't think there'd be a sort of a send-off, as they say. I think there might be a genuine celebration, though. It would be a big wicket, wouldn't it, at this stage? 40 to Clark. Barnard is in, bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, pushing up to mid-off, and fielded there by Brett D'Oliveira. You saying, Dave, he's marshalled his troops well. He's got limited resources at his disposal. He hasn't had a ball himself. No. He's been brave in his use of Josh Baker, I think, keeping him going. Got some early stick, particularly off Ben Duckett, but he's come back really well, the left armer. At one stage he was going for 6 and overs, down below 5 now. As Barnard bowls, and on the back foot Clark pushes up to mid-on. End of a maiden over from Ed Barnard. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. and it's 182 for 5 with 51 more needed.
Yeah, more from Frank, I'm sure. Before too long, the overs to bowl slot on the big screen says 9. As we've already alluded to, there is the possibility that another 8 overs could be added to that tonight if the umpires agree that a finish can be secured in that 8 overs. Obviously it doesn't have to happen, but just have the feeling that it could happen. So Baker's been brought back for another stint, replacing Adam Finch. That's because Tom Moores is out there, the left-hander. Finch got rid of Mullaney in his last over. Might be feeling he deserved another go, but it's going to be Baker. Moores defends his first delivery. He was out yesterday morning in Nottinghamshire's first innings. Tom Moores made 19. Drove Charlie Morris into the hands of Jake Libby at mid-wicket. Next ball strikes the back pad. I've heard the little bit of excitement. There's Josh Baker. Lovely action, bowls. Moores again strides forward, defends. Not a tall man, Tom Moores. You can probably say almost a wicket-keeper's stature. Goes on the slog sweep here and misses it for the second time. Again strikes him on the back pad. For 5, Baker in again. This time he has got hold of it and punches it out into the deep. Just 1 run though. So Moores is away, 183 for 5. 50 now required for this match to be concluded this evening. Joe Clark has progress. Talking about it quarter of an hour, 20 minutes or so ago, and he got to 35. He has now progressed to his highest score of the season. Defends this one. And end of the over, 183 for 5. That target 233, so 50 more needed by the home side. If they got there, it would be 3 wins out of 4. If they didn't win this match and Worcestershire went on to win it, it would be 2 wins, 2 defeats for Nottinghamshire and 2 wins and a draw for Worcestershire, who've already missed a round of matches. Notts don't play next week. Ed Barnard going to go round the wicket. He's bowling from the pavilion end at an increasingly chilly Trent Bridge, as Moores doubles his individual tally from 1 to 2 with a steer into the offside. 184 for 5. Joe Clark back on strike on 40. Notts require 49 more to pull off a victory. Many thanks for your company today, especially everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Very much appreciated. Barnard bowls. Another single taken by Clark into the offside. There's a shy at the stumps from the skipper, but it's a push and run from Clark, and he was always going to get home. 185 for 5. Feel a little bit for Pat Brown, the 12th man, because he's having to do long leg to long leg down below us at the Radcliffe Road end, and there's been a series of singles taken. Next ball sees Moores steer to backward point, and Libby does the fielding, and then goes across and has a word with the keeper, Ben Cox. Made 55 in the Worcestershire second innings. Barnard again. Moores with soft hands into the offside. Libby fields, and Libby sends back Joe Clark. Fairly gloomy now. We've not got the lights on, but wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if the umpires are on their walkie-talkies before the end. Comes Barnard, 1 for 37. He bowls, and Tom Moore's happy to defend, pushing it out as far as Jack Haynes. The umpire waving to the scorebox. Was that a no ball? Yes, it's just popped up. 2 runs to Nottinghamshire. This is driven by Moores down the ground. Might go all the way to the fence. So a little bit of ill discipline from the previous delivery by Ed Barnard, overstepping. Took a while for the umpire to get the attention of the scorers. Must admit, took a while for the umpire to get the attention of the commentator, but did pick up that it was a no ball eventually. And then the next one is driven straight down the ground for 4 by Moores, 191 for 5. So those 6 runs help.
They do.
42 more needed.
Ed Barnard looked weary to me. Even just I mean, obviously it's obvious that he's weary, but he actually looks at his shoulders are a bit slumped. He's put everything into this, hasn't he? 14th over, 1 for 43. Picked up a good catch. Really given his all for the cause.
Yes, indeed. Brett Oliveira just trying to galvanise his troops for one last push. 42 more needed by Nottinghamshire. This one wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. 191 for 5 with 7 overs to go.
Yeah, potentially 15 overs to go if either side is granted the extra half hour, but we'll have to wait and see. It's just, well, it's another one of those things about this game that's difficult to call. Is it going to finish today, or are we going to be back tomorrow? We will have to see. 191 for 5. Clark, the main barrier now, as far as Worcestershire are concerned, although obviously Tom Moores is a pretty useful batter. And there's more to come, not least Stuart Broad, who smashed it in the first innings. But another wicket now, and there'll be a few nerves, I'm sure. 191 for 5, 42 needed. Baker round the wicket, bowls to Clark, who is forward, driving up to Libby at mid-off. Josh Baker, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 69, which represents a pretty good comeback from him, because he went for about 30 off his first 4, I think. In again, round the wicket to Clark, who advances down the pitch. Doesn't quite get there, pushes out on the onside. Azhar Ali does the fielding. Wonderful game of cricket this has been, I think, regardless of what happens next. It's been absolutely captivating. Baker in, bowls. This one's down the leg side and nicely taken by Ben Cox. I was looking for it running away down to fine leg. He missed the sweep. Good take by Cox. Important take. 191 for 5. Baker again in, bowls. Bit short this time, and Clark smashes it off the back foot. Square on the offside. Only a single as Pat Brown, the 12th man, does the fielding on the cover boundary. 192 for 5. Clark goes to 42. The left-handed Tom Moores comes on to strike. Josh Haynes limps back into short leg where he got hit. Fearsome strike from Clark earlier for short ball from Baker. Here's Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Moores, who drives for 4. Lovely shot, given a bit of width by Baker. Possibly the left-arm spinner disturbed by the fact that he has to go over and round, and he goes over and he just gets it a little bit wrong, too full, a little bit wide. And in these circumstances, Tom Moores accepts the gift and hammers his second boundary. He moves on to 10. 196 for 5. 37 more needed. Baker in, bowls, and Moores is forward, pushing out on the offside. No run, end of the over. And Barnard to continue from the pavilion end. 37 more needed, 6 overs left in the day, officially. Kevin Howells is back alongside me.
Yeah. Interesting if a wicket were to go down now, whether that actually might mean that people come back tomorrow. I mean, it's only 37 runs, come on now, but as you say, it's not one that Nottinghamshire are going to want to rush to.
No, I
they've
agree.
got the forecast is not a washout tomorrow.
No.
Maybe a bit of frustration, but
Barnard.
they won't need much. And it's Barnard coming into bowl to Clark. 2 good pals, I understand. But here, now in opposing teams, Clark goes for a bit of a wonder. I wonder if Clark's going for a bit of a wonder. Because of the fact that he is facing a good pal of his, and whether he just thought to himself there on a good, decent delivery from Barnard. Needs a focus here for the team again. Whether he can get this Barnard out of his mind, and the fact that it's the ball that he's got to concentrate on now, and that's a shorter ball, tucks him up a little and pulls it away on that leg side. But I tell you what, he plays that sort of shorter ball out there through the mid-wicket area, seemingly with very little danger and jeopardy to it. He's looking for the gap, he's looking if he can to get it away, not necessarily on that shot, but to the boundary. He doesn't always do that, but it does seem to be even when he's rushed on a little bit like that, it doesn't look the best, but he still plays it with quite a lot of safety. Very strong in that area. He's moved to 43. Moores is on 10. And Nottinghamshire 197 for 5. And
Yeah, he swivels very nicely, doesn't he, on those sort of shots. It's very comfortable. And the other thing I really like is that he 9 times out of 10 he plays it at arm's length. He doesn't get cramped up. He doesn't get his elbows tucked in.
next ball is defended by Moores, back up to bowler, and
plays it at arm's length, and that always suggests a player that's picked the length up early and he's not been rushed at the end by the shot. And just beautiful. Ricky Ponting like, isn't it?
Yep.
Really good.
Yeah. He's faced 89 balls for his 43, but he's at the non-strikers end at the moment, with Moores facing and Barnard powering in. How on earth is he doing that still? But he is. Oh, and that's very nearly gets the neck. Oh, mightily close. Goes forward as Moores to that. Oh, that was very, very close.
Yeah,
And that's going to encourage the tiring legs of Barnard to come in again, isn't it?
I hope he's got some Radox, Barnard. Mind you, it'll be an ice bath first these days.
I was going to say, you've just used a term. I'm not
Yeah.
saying you can't still find it in the shops.
Oh, you can. Showing my age again.
Next ball bowled and into the offside. Next you'll be talking about bath salts.
All the old bowlers who were listening are thinking, oh, I remember Radox. Yeah.
And other similar companies are still around, and yes, you still can get them.
and all the young bowlers are thinking, what? Yeah. He'd be in an ice bath, won't he? I can't think of anything worse than an ice bath.
No, I haven't either. Can you imagine what it must be like?
Dreadful.
I tell you, the closest I ever get to it is with Moores here on 10 next in to play down towards the gully area that we now run, because we are fortunate enough to stay in hotels from time to time. That moment when you don't press the right button in the bath and that very sharp little spurt of cold water down the back. Now, if that's anything like our ice bath is like, they can keep their ice baths, Frank, as far as I'm concerned, because that's not nice. 100 exactly. You've got it. You've got it. 197 for 5, 36 more needed here, but Yeah, that was close to getting a wicket there, but Moores is still there on 10 and Clark on 43.
5 overs left in the day. Baker will bowl the first of them from this Radcliffe Road end. The Brains Trust is in conference. Jake Libby, Brett D'Oliveira and Jack Haynes. People from Umbersley Cricket Club might giggle with me saying Jack Haynes involved in the Brains Trust. But he's on the drive at short extra cover. I think that's what they were talking about, just what his position was going to be. Libby's going back to long off. There's one slip, and it's Clark on strike against Baker, who bowls and he's forward, drops it down on the onside. So 4.5 overs left in the day, and a further 36 runs required to win. Will they play that extra half hour? Baker bowls. Clark's forward, lovely shot, clips that away on the leg side. He'll only get one as Charlie Morris goes round in front of the Smith Cooper stand to do the fielding, and that brings Tom Moores, the left-hander, onto strike. When that happened in the last over, Baker going over the wicket seemed to have his rhythm slightly disturbed by the change, and he got struck to the boundary by Moores, who's on 10. Baker again in bowls, very full, and chopped away by Moores down to third man. Is it third man or backward point? Kind of between the two, but it's gone for 4. Shortest boundary on the ground. Baker again just got it just a bit too full, and Moore's high back lift and then big heavy bat just squeezed down on it and squirted it really down to that short boundary. So he goes to 14 off 18, and the target now only 31 runs away as Baker is in and bowls, and Moores goes for a big hit on the offside, and that's 4 more. That's through that gap, which is there. He's been invited to play through that gap because Baker's hoping to turn one back through the gate, but he's accepted the invitation, and it's 4 more. So successive boundaries, and I think that brings the prospect of a finish tonight ever closer. 27 more needed, 4 overs left after this. Moores goes to 18 off 19, 206 for 5. Baker over the wicket again to the left-handed Moores. Little bit slower, little bit shorter, and Moores just pushes it defensively out on the offside. Baker 1 ball left in his 17th over, 1 for 83. A little bit more expensive since the flurry of boundaries. This one quicker, and Moores in behind it pushes back up the pitch. End of the over for Baker. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 83. Barnard 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44. Is going to have a rest, and Finch is going to come back into the attack at the pavilion end. 206 for 5, 27 needed, 4 overs left in the day. I think they'd definitely get the extra half hour here if they're a few runs short.
A question that might be very difficult for you to answer, but I'll still put the question. What's Umpire Bainton and Captain D'Oliveira talking about there? And he was looking back up here. Is there a clock just down below us?
I don't know, but they could well be talking about whether or not to have the extra half hour.
Oh, then it's the over rate.
Oh, the over rate. Okay, yeah, it could be the over rate.
Why were they looking so?
Well, Worcestershire don't want to lose and then be docked a point as well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
They were looking at this end, weren't they? And something just down below us.
Maybe.
I don't know what that might be.
Anyway, Finch it is who's coming into the attack at the pavilion end. 4 overs left in the day, 206 for 5.
Desperate need of wickets.
Yeah, not a wicket. Wickets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Clark on 44. Finch coming into bowl to Clark now. And he bowls up onto his toes, Clark. There'll be no run into the offside. We know, because we spoke about it earlier, about Nottinghamshire having a week off, and then they're at Middlesex. Taking on Middlesex at Lords in a couple of weeks. For Worcestershire, it's Durham, and it could be Durham, including England's new Test captain Ben Stokes, just to cheer up Worcestershire supporters a little bit. I mean, I don't think that's been confirmed.
No.
But there's a chance. It was said a good couple of weeks ago that, and he has been netting, that May he'll be coming back. Well, he has to be back sometime in May, because of course the Test get underway in June. Up onto his toes here, Clark, and he'll get a single out into the offside. What we do know of Ben Stokes' movements this week is that he's expected to be talking for the first time in his role as England Test captain, and I believe that's rumoured that it's going to be up at Durham, at Chestler Street on Tuesday. But what Worcestershire supporters would perhaps like to have heard is that that would actually be penciled in for Thursday.
Yeah, I think they would.
Anyway, Moores is on 18. And this next ball bowled and finds a gap. There's Moores. It's going to run down towards the boundary. They're on their way. And Moores with that boundary moves to 22 not out. Nottinghamshire to 211 for 5. Just 22 more needed for the victory. So we should be getting a result here. Somerset with that victory over Warwickshire by an innings and 82 runs. That's 7 matches they went without a win. Did Somerset include the 4 games at the end of last season? That's a big turnaround then to defeat Warwickshire the way they have by an innings and 82 runs there at Taunton. At that Middlesex victory as well, a 10-wicket victory over Leicestershire. Meantime, Finch around the wicket here, and that's not too far past the off stump and taken to the right-hand side by Cox, the wicket-keeper. The agony story there is Leicestershire's Ben Mike batting at 7, 99 not out in Leicestershire's 272. It looks as if that was going to be an innings victory for Middlesex. I mean, Leicestershire were in all sorts of bother, so well done again. You know, a bit of spine put into it by Leicestershire, but ultimately a defeat, and Middlesex going well in the competition. Derbyshire 154 for 2. Lee Morgan by 135. Finch coming into Moores, and let's play behind square on the offside and no run. Back in Division 1, Kent 114 for 2. They trail by 166 runs, but rain could play a part there. Now the rain is forecast this evening in that part of the country, and quite heavily during the night and at breakfast time tomorrow at the moment, and then sort of fears up a little bit later on. So how much damage is done with that heavy rain there at Leeds overnight could come to the aid or not of Kent. Maybe they'll say we don't need that. But Compton is still there at the moment, by the way. So too is Jack Leaning. And Lancashire's run chase is underway against Hampshire. Finch bowls to Moores, and he just helps it on its way. It's a catching opportunity. No, it isn't. It's high for 6. Down over fine leg. They thought about it for a moment. Was it going to fall into the hands of the fielder there? But no, it's a 6. And big strides made now towards this victory here for Nottinghamshire. 217 for 5. Moores on 28. Clark on 45. Just 16 more needed. Well, to say he helped it on its way quite gloriously there did Moores. He's on 28. Clark on 45.
Yeah, he's played a good hand here, hasn't he, Tom Moores? 28 off 25 at this point is game-changing, really. And he's hastened the end of the innings. I don't think there's much doubt it'll end tonight. 16 more required. 3 overs left in the day, and they could have the extra half hour. I've been searching, Kevin, while you were off air, seriously with Dave for, you know, countless metaphors to describe the way Worcestershire have played in this game, and I can't get far away from, you know, fall down, get up, fall down, get up, and they just run out of strength.
You were literally halfway up the mountain. You didn't know whether you were going up or down.
Yeah, well, something like that. Yeah. But the one point we did make, I'll break off as Baker bowls to Clark, is that, you know, Fletcher, Broad and Patterson have taken 20 wickets in this game. That high-class seam attack, they've taken 20 wickets.
No let up. No let up.
No, exactly. Yeah. And they just, the Worcestershire, they've just not had enough, have they? They've battled and battled and battled. They've just not quite had enough. They've shown a lot of character. They've just not quite had sufficient
well, they've been down a bowler
of resources.
In Pennington, without Leach, who, you know, could have played a really big part with his experience here as well.
Yeah, they've battled well. They've really shown character, but it hasn't been enough against, in my opinion, the best side in the division. As Baker bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Moores. Clark having taken a single. Clark's played well too, very solid. He's been quite determined to see his team home here. Very responsible innings, I think, from Joe Clark. Baker bowls, and Moores gets one that turns a little bit, takes him on the pad, drops on the onside. And that kind of explains the way that Mullaney and Moores have played, I think. They've said, Clark, you're the one, I mean, he's a stylish player who scores quickly anyway, but you hold it together and let the others play around you. And they've done exactly that. And Moores works this one away on the onside. D'Oliveira fields, there's no run. I think that would have been the plan. That's probably what Tom's dad, Peter, has drummed into the players as the plan of action for this chase. And it's gone pretty well. Baker in, bowls again to Moores, who's forward, pushing back up the pitch. The bowler end of the over, so what's that, 1 left in the day? No, 2 left in the day officially. 15 required. Moores 28, Clark 46. And Kevin Howells moving out. Dave Bracegirdle coming in to describe what looks likely to be the imminent Nottinghamshire victory. Adam Finch to continue from the pavilion end, and he starts his 10th over now, bowling to Joe Clark. Bowls, and Clark, magnificent, absolutely magnificent shot, full of length, leg stump, punched through mid-wicket. Clark at his best, great shot. And Clark's 50 comes up off 100 in 143 minutes off 96 balls, and it's been high class.
It has indeed, his first of the season, timely one, almost there. Nottinghamshire require 11 more. Joe Clark has really struggled to get going so far this season with the bat, but this will do wonders for his confidence if he can be there at the end. Next ball, and he's pulled that one away for 4 more. Short from Finch, 2 short from Adam Finch. Touch of the respective bats there, and then a touch of gloves between Tom Moores and Joe Clark, and he's now on to 54. The Notts require 7. There are 10 balls left in the day, but as we've been saying, the extra half an hour, the extra 8 overs can be claimed, or could have been claimed. Maybe that it will be done and dusted before then.
Can I speak to Giddo? Will that be alright? I'll probably be 10 or 15.
2.26 for 5. Next ball is pushed into the offside by Clark, no run. This partnership already worth 44 between Clark and Moores. Came together when Stephen Mullaney fell. Decent crowd still inside Trent Bridge, as you can imagine. Many have been here since before the start and very much got involved in the twists and turns. Next one steered into the offside, no run. Azhar Ali doing the fielding. 2.26 for 5. Adam Finch, 1 for 64. This is his 10th over. Gone for a few runs, but Worcestershire been a bowler light. Finch in again to Clark, cuts it through point, will take a single. 2.27 for 5. Not so. One big hit away from winning this. 6 more required. Moore's the left-hander back on strike then, the final ball of the over, and if it's in his arc, that short leg side might prove appealing. If he gets something he can free the arms at and try and punch it away. There's Finch to bowl. It's a good delivery on off stump. Defended, blocked, kept out. 2.27 for 5. Notts require 6. The board says there are 6 balls left in the day.
Yep. Well, it's going to end tonight, isn't it? One way or another.
Yes.
and it's going to be Josh Baker to bowl. Just a case of when he's going to be bowling to Joe Clark. Clark played really well, 55. He's faced 100 balls so far. That last boundary was vintage Clark. That clip through mid-wicket, sign of a high-class player. And he's facing now. I'll let you talk it through, Dave.
Baker to bowl to the former Worcestershire man, works this to mid-wicket. There'll be a couple of runs there. Azhar Ali's after it. You need 6 to win. You don't have to do it in one blow. And he's taken a 2 from the first ball of the over. Just a gentle push wide of the fielder. 4 now required, 229 for 5. Here comes Baker. Bowls, and this is driven straight. Just for a second he might have wondered if he'd got enough power behind it to go all the way to the fence, but cut out by Adam Finch. Those of you watching on the live stream, a reminder, if you stay tuned afterwards you'll get the first reaction, and this one's worked to mid-wicket. Good stop by Azhar Ali. That could have been the winning run. Aaron Lord down on the outfield with the microphone. He will try and get whatever Nottinghamshire reaction he can get. Those of you watching the pictures on the live stream, next ball is defended, and as we come towards the end of the game, once again we thank our camera crew that's been situated around Trent Bridge for the 3 days, and Kirsty in the production booth keeping us on air and generally looking after us. 229 for 5. Next ball sees Clark advance down the track and block it. May well be that they're going to have to ask for the extra half an hour. Wonder if there's 1 or 2 in the crowd that don't know that rule and think, well, there's only 1 ball left and Notts need 4. Here is Baker. And
they've got him.
Wonderful timing from Joe Clark as he whips it through mid-wicket to the left of Azhar Ali. Clark punches the air and then goes down and is hugged, embraced by Tom Moores. That was a lovely way to win a cricket match from Joe Clark. It's been a really good match, this. Nottinghamshire have come out on top by 5 wickets, getting there in 56 overs in pursuit of that victory target of 233. Tom Moores played his part, finishing on 28, and that boundary also took this partnership past the half-century. 51 they put on in just half an hour. It's been a wonderful game of cricket, really. Both sides have had their moments. Many congratulations to Ed Barnard, a career best 163 not out to him. Dane Patterson for Nottinghamshire, 8 for 52, and plenty others will take much from this contest. A really good game between 2 sides that have had some very good contests over the last few years and will continue to do so in the future. But it's Nottinghamshire who make it 3 wins out of 4 this year. 5 wins out of their last 6 matches at Trent, I beg your pardon, 6 wins out of the last 7 at Trent Bridge, and 10 wins out of their last 15 championship matches since that long winless streak was ended. Joe Clark is leading them off the field, which is only right and proper. He's got his helmet somehow perched on the back of his head like a cap, and is looking up towards the Notts dressing room. Got a wonderful ovation there when he hit that winning boundary. He batted for 2.5 hours, faced 106 balls, and that winning shot was his 9th 4, and Nottinghamshire have won this one by 5 wickets. It's been the game played in the very best of order, with the 2 umpires I think having really good games, Neil Bainton and Peter Hartley. They'll be last to leave the field. In fact, the Nottinghamshire players are now making their way down the pavilion steps to shake hands with the Worcestershire players, and that's always nice to see. Not this time then for Worcestershire. They lose their first game of the season, a win, a draw and a loss for the pairs. Notts have played a game more, 3 wins and a defeat. This one's done and dusted in 3 days. Nottinghamshire winning by 5 wickets, and my thanks of course to Samit Patel, who was with us on the first day, Kevin Howells, who's popped in from time to time to look after us, and of course to my old chum Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester. The pairs have had some good matches against Notts over the years. This one's just slipped away, Frank, but as you've said time and time again today, plenty to take from it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from a youngish Worcestershire side to get themselves back into it. Ed Barnard will never forget it. Fantastic performance from him, 163 not out. They were a little light on bowling resources, and you know, it's not an excuse. It's a commentary on the quality of the Notts attack. But Luke Fletcher, County Cricketer of the Year last year, and then 2 Test bowlers in Stuart Broad and Dane Patterson taking all 20 Worcestershire wickets that fell in this game. I think that is a measure of the class of this Nottinghamshire seam attack. They're my favourites to win this division, and I haven't seen anything in the last 3 days which has changed that opinion. Having said that, pretty impressed by the resilience of Alex Kidman's Worcestershire side, and a lot of positives for the pairs to take out of it, as you say. Thanks very much for your company, Dave. Thank you to everybody who's listened and followed us on the stream and everything else. I hope you've enjoyed it. This game showed me once again that county cricket is alive and kicking, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Catch you soon. Really looking forward to the return visit when Notts go to New Road to face Worcestershire a little later in the season. Frank will be part of the Worcestershire team at New Road next week when they host Durham from Thursday. Nottinghamshire will have a few days off to get themselves ready for a game against Middlesex at Lords in a couple of weeks. I look forward to bringing you that one. Meanwhile, listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra, I'm going to hand you now back to the studio and Kevin Howells. And for those of you following on the live stream, a reminder, if you just stay tuned, watching the pictures, Aaron Lord will bring you the first reaction. He's down on the boundary now when one or two of the players or the coaching staff come out and speak to him. And for those of you following via the BBC Sport website and app, many thanks for your company, and really appreciate all the correspondence. And a reminder, once again, as I said, Nott's next game is on Thursday the 12th of May at Lords against Middlesex. Hope you'll join me then.
Our thanks as always to Dave and of course Kevin and Frank for their commentary duties over the last 3 days. And he is correct. We will be speaking to the player that has just hit those winning runs. Joe Clark will be joining me in a matter of seconds. He's just making his way down the pavilion steps. Stick around and hear what Joe has to say about the match. But Notts have won it by 5 wickets, and I'll speak to Joe Clark very shortly. Joe is going to be joining me very, very shortly. He's just walking across the pitch there. But what 3 days of cricket we have had here. Worcestershire, well, they battled hard, didn't they? And they made Notts, fight for the victory. But Notts did get that victory by 5 wickets. And the man to my left, yes, come on, JC. Step into the limelight, my friend.
Where do you want me?
I want you right there. First of all, congratulations. it felt 3 days, but it felt like a lot has happened in those 3 days. Sorry, to hit those winning runs there, you must be delighted. And how are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously, I agree. It does feel like a long 3 days. I think the lads are sort of feeling it. Obviously, a lot happened on that first day. The sort of conditions were favourable for the bowlers, and both teams bowled well and exploited them. I haven't contributed to a win yet, so it's nice to be there at the end. In the change rooms at tea, Mull wanted one of us batters to step up and be there at the end, and I wanted to be that man. And I'm thankful that I'm walking off not out.
Just on that, obviously 2 minutes beforehand you got your 50. Looked like you kind of didn't sort of celebrate that as normally we would see. Is that because you wanted to be there at the end and to get those winning runs?
Yeah, it's maybe cliche, but my job's not done. 50. I've got to be there at the end and see the boys home. So I'll celebrate now with the boys. But yeah, the job wasn't done at 50. It's about seeing the boys home, and I'm glad I've done that.
And for you personally, like you say, your first 50 of the season, felt like you've been in good nick in the games that we've seen, especially here at home. Is it just nice to kind of not get the monkey off the back, but to get that 50, and now you can push on with the remainder of the campaign? Yeah,
definitely. I've felt in good rhythm. I've got out cheaply in a couple of the away games, and at the moment how we're going, you sort of feel like you have to make the most of your one innings. We've had 2 games where we've won by an innings. Obviously when we were set this target today, I felt like if I got in, I had to be the man to see the boys over the line.
Now, it felt in the sort of the last 45 minutes, there was a period there where Worcester kind of cranked it up a little bit, put the pressure on it. It seemed that we struggled to get it off the square, really. A lot of people obviously commenting, going, well, there's 46 runs left. Are we going to take the extra half an hour? Was it difficult to just concentrate and make sure that you hit the bad balls, and when the good balls came, you respected it, forget about the score, and just play the kind of the situation?
Yeah, you're right there, Azza. It's easy to get distracted with the total that you're chasing. For me, it's the same process every time, and that's just me and the ball that's coming down. And if it's a good ball, respecting that, and if it's a bad ball, and I feel like it's in an area where I can score, then I'll look to score. To be honest, credit to Ben Duckett, the way he's playing at the moment. I think he's sort of kicking himself a little bit upstairs now that he hasn't walked off with me. Because he's in some serious form, and he's really accelerated that chase there by getting 70 off 70 balls, and he's sort of set that game up for us there. The 250s first innings when he was doing a bit. Dane Patterson, what a guy, and what a bowler that first day. We're for an overseas, him and James, overseas lads to be such good lads in the dressing room. We're really, really lucky. But yeah, the boys are going well, and we've got a week off now, but I think we'll probably be sitting at the top of the table, which is good.
We will be, yes, you are correct. Your maths is very good. Well done, JC. On that, it's kind of like the first period done, isn't it, really? 4 games down. As you say, we will be top of the table, 3 victories, 1 loss. How do you assess sort of that first section of the county championship campaign?
Well, we knew we had the week off next week, so before the first game we sort of saw it as a mini little series, a 4-game series, and if we won that series then we'd be in a good position. So we've won that series 3-1. We had a blip here at Trent Bridge against Glamorgan. They outplayed us, which can happen, but yeah, we've bounced back so well to 2 big wins against teams that were sort of around us and should be around us towards the end of the year. So it's nice to sort of get us off the mark at Trent Bridge. We want this ground to be a fortress for teams coming. We don't want it to be too enjoyable for them, although it's hard not to think that when you come here as an opposition player. But we're happy, and the boys are in good spirits.
So just finally, like you say, a week off now just to recharge the batteries and get ready for the next sort of 2 games that we've got. First one up Middlesex, down to Lords away, and then Derbyshire at home, always a fixture from a Notts point of view, very enjoyable. What will those 2 games bring, and what can we look forward to?
You know, there's some, but obviously Lords is our next focus. You know, I think we said that it's been a long time since Notts have gone to Lords and won, so that's something that we want to tick off definitely. You know, they've got a strong bowling attack, strong batters. You know, it should be a really good game, but of course we'll be looking to go and turn them over on the home patch. You know, what is the home of cricket? The second best ground in the country after Trent Bridge. But yeah,
Ching ching, I like that.
Yeah,
one for the fans.
But yeah, look, it'd be nice for the bowlers to have some rest now. They've put in some good yards over the last couple of weeks. I think Fletcher's excited because he can watch Forest on Tuesday and maybe next Saturday. So yeah, the city is buzzing at the moment, and you know we're hoping to sort of follow what they're doing over the road and you know have that winning mentality.
Amen to that, mate. Amen to that. Well, congratulations, buddy. Go and celebrate with the rest of the lads. Thank you very much for joining.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Cheers, bud. So you got fans there as well, Joe. There you go. So Nottinghamshire win that game by 5 wickets and they will sit top of the league after game week 4. It's been an enthralling kind of 3 days and so much has been packed into those 3 days. Credit to Worcester, they did battle hard, but it is not that take that W and will sit top of the table like I've just said. We'll be back in a few weeks' time against Derbyshire here on the 19th of May, but the next game for Notts is an away trip to Middlesex, to the home of cricket, as Joe has just said, Lords. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge, thank you very much for your company over the past 3 days. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage and we will see you very, very soon.